Allah further down tells us was a black dog represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an Ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. I'm going to check the sound first of all. Good. Today is Sunday, January 29, and we're going to deal with the black white supremacist. The title of this video is Negropeans are elitist, xenophobic, or just white supremacist. Now let us listen to the supreme wisdom accepted by all Pan-Africans worldwide. J'arrive, mais oui. If you know any Pan-African organizations, because apparently there aren't many, that disagree with this anti-black teaching, then let me know. But for years, for over a decade, I've never heard a single Pan-African organization that stated for the record that they disagree with this anti-black teaching.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion. Go
ahead. All right, now there is a guy known as Reggie Mabry. He has been around Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and many other scholars. That's his claim to fame, that he was acquainted with them. And just because he hates Jabari Osase, what will be the reason? Who knows? Most of the people who are observing have said that it is due to jealousy. But the hate is real. We have seen it for a good 2 years. So just because of a personal issue, hate, he has turned it into ideology. And for the record, he has admitted that the reason why he went against Sekou and he has made xenophobic statements towards Sekou is solely because Sekou supports Jabari Hosase. And I will demonstrate that. I'm going to give you the title and the link and then play the video as I usually do. Nowadays, people call that receipts. Those guys are extremely dangerous, disingenuous. You speak to them, you disagree with them, they hate you, and then try to rally troops against you. You see here? You have the link in the chat. Now you can see that this video is on Saneta Studios with 180,000 subscribers. It was streamed a month ago. It has 17,000 views. The title is Shaka Ndugu Kemet Ma'at Forever. We Want All the Smoke, Dr. Reggie Garfield and Hebrews. That was before the death of Trackfield's Dagger Squad. And the timestamp right now is 2:42:30. 2 hours, 42 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm going to mute my mic and play this excerpt.
I can talk about information, right? Now, if you want to make
Reggie,
it
are you
personal to
serious?
people, no, I'm not. And so you make these things about offense,
So Sekou
right?
cannot talk about the politics of America?
No, we were talking about information.
No, but Sekou, what is it that he cannot talk about when it comes to African
Oh, he
Americans?
can. I think that it would not serve him to talk about. Lots of times, Sekou comes on and he supports Brother Jabari, right? He
That's your
supports
issue.
Brother
That's
Jabari.
what you should say. You should
So
say,
then
I
I'm
hate on
like,
Sekou
okay,
because I hate on Jabari and he
and I'm
defends him.
like, no, see, you're adding. Don't y'all
But
see the
brother,
brothers
listen to
characters?
yourself.
Don't you
First you
see
say
brothers
he has no
characters?
bearing, he should talk to his people, and now you just told the truth. You just betrayed yourself. That's because
No,
he's defending
no.
Jabari.
See, that's
So you just heard it. It's that simple. It's that simple. Now, Reggie is now managing another one of Saneta's page, which is called House of Consciousness. And I think it has also 100,000, over 100,000 subscribers, you know. So really, it's a come up for him because he can put his Cash App links and stop complaining about receiving low amount of money like he has done in the past. It is documented. He has complained about somebody not sending him enough money. It's a come up for Reggie. He should be happy to manage a page with so many subscribers. This is a large platform. But for him to use his personal disagreement with Jabari, and apparently all this goes back to Jabari telling Reggie that his methodology was poor. Just because of that statement, your methodology is poor. Reggie went to war against Jabari. Reggie couldn't do it by himself, so he gathered some people around him, mainly Trackfield, the guy who lied about having a bachelor's degree in history live on air on Doggy Diamonds, the guy who said that he received a couple of $1 million, the guy who said that he was a bodyguard for Spike Lee, that he was a member of the Nation of Islam, that he was a Rastafari, that he studied biblical history for the last 30 years, the guy who used to do credit repairs. And many people have complained about being scammed by him. That dude, who is from Jamaica but accepts they have a problem when people make xenophobic statements talking about you're not from America, you have no standing in this community, you know. So for some people, it's only a matter of procedure. You are not African American, you file the documents, you get the American citizenship, and then you're one of us is cool. Which means that if Sekou happens to get the United States citizenship, they will not know what to say because they decide, they make the narrative, they decide how long it takes for somebody to be one of theirs, or like they say, one of us. V. Bennett wrote he is in poor physical condition. Now, why did I put Negropean in the title? The good brother Sekou had an opportunity to speak on Saneda Studios, and I'm going to play an excerpt from the beginning of his intervention. So I'm going to copy the title and the link in the chat, and I will play the excerpt. For the record, I have shared the link to join the channel. Only members, only supporters of the channel can post in the chat. But I have also shared the link to get on the panel. So feel free if you want to. Don't feel like you have to. It's not an obligation. But if somebody wants to smoke, don't act like, oh, I was going to give him that work, but I couldn't. Here it is. The title is Brother Sekou Strikes Back, Intellectual Vigilance. Intellectual Vigilance. Beware of Negropean scholarship. Good morning to you, good fella Nella, and we also have V Bennett in the place to be. Yeah, it is early in America right now. It's 3 a.m. actually. So let's see. So you can see that Sekou's video was streamed 6 hours ago. It already has 6,000 views. And let's play it. I'm going to mute my mic and play it. It won't be long.
And how do I call these people? I call them the Negropeans. So I say, beware of Negropean scholarship. What is a Negropean? It's not an insult. The word Negropean is when a Black intellectual refuses to divorce from the Eurocentric idea, but all he does is to take a black paint and put it on a white idea and claim it that it is black. These people, they have what I call claim it black paint and put it on a white idea and claim it that it is black.
So you've heard clearly that Brother Sekou said that a Negropean is when a black intellectual takes a black paint and put it on a white idea and claiming that it is black. Now, this is exactly what happened with Kwanzaa. This is exactly what happened with Kwanzaa. And I'm not making this video to attack or disrespect our brother Sekou. I've actually invited him and he was there. I and others have defended him. And I'm happy and I'm thanking brothers and sisters, particularly those who are from America, that have defended him, because we cannot let what Reggie has tried to do with his other people, because it's just plain wrong. They would have never said those things to Dr. Diop, Dr. Obenga, and all the other people who are not from America, like Dr. Ben, like Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. But Kwanzaa is a plagiarism of the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. That's what it is. It's a white idea with a black paint on it. Red, black, and green paint on it. And brothers and sisters, we must learn to say to one another when we disagree with each other, so there's no surprise, so we can discuss about it. Young brothers and sisters, beware of these so-called scholars, so-called elders, part of organizations, because many times they are dishonest. Their reflex is to defend their so-called cause, but really their organization, personalities. Their reflex is to come up with excuses, no matter how silly and ridiculous they might be, just to make a talking point to defend their bad teaching and their bad behavior as well. For example, we know about the torture of black women, but people tell us that they don't care, which means that today you can go in a community and torture a black woman. If you come up with a nice black power idea, they will sweep it under the rug. Behavior doesn't matter for these people. All that matters for these people is the money. How can we make money? So they have those people that they portray, that they present, that they consider to be leaders, and you should follow them and never have any criticism, even when they torture women. People act like they want to be protectors. They're talking about we need to protect our women, but then when they are tortured, it's okay. As a matter of fact, there's even children being sexually abused, and those people don't care. It's personal. That's his personal business. That's his private life. I'm not interested. I don't care. All I care about is the information. That's what they say. And listen for yourself.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
Reggie has never criticized these individuals who, according to his own friend and brother, Garfield Reed, the social media name, even though that person has molested children, those people have molested children. And that shows you how ridiculous those people are. I don't know any single Pan-African organization that criticized the anti-black teachings that I have shared. You think Karenga believed in Jews being originally black and that's why he felt he could plagiarize it? Well, feel free to ask him. Feel free to ask him. But since you're asking this question, good fella Nella, if we go by Brother Seku's own definition of a Negropean, then it is safe to say that black Christians, black Muslims, and black Jew Hebrew Israelites, black Jews, black Hebrew Israelites, are Negropean as well because they are taking a white idea and they put a black paint on it. I have shown you depictions of Canaanites, of inhabitants of Canaan. They were clearly white skinned. Now, white skin doesn't mean somebody like necessarily someone from Sweden or Denmark, but that's definitely non-black skin. Now, some will trick you about what is a black person. You have Amenhotep III here, for example, and all the other depictions that I've shown you from ancient Egypt. The video is called Black Ancient Egyptians, and there was Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. I've shown you a depiction of inhabitants of Arabia, Southern Arabia. We can see what they look like today. But of course, they will tell you the same sad song, the same sad story that the original inhabitants of these were black people. The original inhabitants of Iran were blacks. That's what they say, the original inhabitants. They don't tell you the time period. I've shown you depictions of people from Sumer, from Ur. There is the standard of Ur. You can just type it in any search engine and you will see the artifact in the British Museum. That's how they portray themselves, white skin. So let's be fair now. Let's be fair now. Now, nobody's perfect, but according to Seku's own definition, Kwanzaa is a Negropean celebration. And he put up Molefe Asante's book, Afrocentricity. Well, for the record, and I've stated it before, and I'm stating it again. Molefe Asante's organization gave a trophy to a serial rapist. So we need to come to terms. We need to come to terms with. We need to come to terms with what do we accept and what is it that we don't accept. We have Sacred Infinite Energy Empress in the place to be. Greetings to you. Now let's deal with some teachings here. I'm going to share the links. You see that one? What does that teaching say? I want to check that it fits in the screen. Yes, it does fit in the screen. This is Elijah Muhammad's teaching. And you can see that it says Africa was called jungle. The God tribe of Shabazz, the true identity. I'm sorry, the true history. That's the title of the book. By MEMS publication, the people who publish Message to the Black Man. Well, at least the people who did publish it back then. I don't know if there was some change in terms of copyright and ownership. But anyway, the continent of Africa at the time was called the jungles of East Asia. Our people who are there today came from a scientist who wanted to make a people who was capable of withstanding the hot sun and could get along with the beast and other wild animals of the jungle. Because some people feel like what Farrakhan said just came from him. That came from Elijah Muhammad. This is a doctrine of the Nation of Islam. This is an ideology of the Nation of Islam. And many times people say, well, Farrakhan was tripping on this because we heard Malcolm X saying, who taught you to hate yourself? Well, Malcolm X is on tape. He's on tape saying that we didn't have kinky hair. That's their doctrine. That's their ideology. That's what they believe in. And do you know who the God of the Nation of Islam is? Because we're talking about white supremacy. Let me show you their God. I had the page up already, but this is their God. This is Allah according to the Nation of Islam, according to Elijah Muhammad, according to Louis Farrakhan, according to Malcolm X, according to Khalid Abdul Muhammad. This is their God. Now you see the picture on the left? That's when he was arrested, and he is pictured. This is a photograph. This is a photograph, sorry. This is a picture. When he was arrested, and those two other guys, by the way, the Fard Muhammad is the one holding the book. The one on the left, sitting. The other two are police officers. Now, can you tell any difference in terms of ethnicity between the guy seated looking at the book and the other two looking at the book as well? All three of them are white skinned, they are not black. Now, if you want to believe that Fard Muhammad was biracial or mixed race, then more power to you. You have the right to be gullible. You have the right to be naive. Those people have their organizations with their doctrine and they want you to accept what they said. And if you don't accept it, then they will deem you an agent and so many other things. Remember the French Pan-Africans who have no problem with rapists and pedophiles. They have their so-called top scholar who showed a drawing from the Nubians, a drawing of Prophet Muhammad coming from the Nubians, and he showed that to the people and said that this is a portrait made according to the testimonies of the companions of Prophet Muhammad. I have shared that video before. I could show it to you now, but it's in French. I've shared it. Somebody want to call me up on that? If you know some French-speaking Pan-Africans who want to talk smack, they will not come here anyway because they know it's going to be difficult to defend pedophiles live on air. But they can try. You call them. Some of you are in contact with those Pan-Africans worldwide. And when I say French speaking, I mean French speaking. I don't mean French Pan Africans. I mean French speaking Pan Africans because there are many on the African continent, many on the American continent, and many elsewhere in Europe. And he even said that he had a portrait of Prophet Muhammad when he was younger. That's one of the greatest lies ever told. And early, I've let people know that this is inaccurate. And they've been hating me ever since. People lie publicly. You call them up on their lies, and they hate you. He spoke in favor of the serial rapists as well. So, V. Bennett wrote, Shaka is like an institution because his publications are accessed and reviewed over a decade by the public. But some people don't know that. But yeah, it's been 18 years. I've been online for 18 years. And I've been documenting a lot. And V. Bennett wrote, he is not disfigured as Farrakhan describes. And he added, yeah, they hated you, man, a decade ago over this. So for the record, I don't even need to share the links because I have so many. I will show you, but it all comes from this page here. And right here, that's the page here. And all you have to do is to find the appropriate title. For example, now let me share, let me make sure that it's sharing. Yes, okay. This sharing. So here, Africa was called jungle. You click on it, boom, and it leads you to the place. Africa was called jungle. All right. So before I continue, we have the theology of time, page 92. And he says, you will never be able to convert me. No, because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far off Pacific islands, preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. We don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. Then same book, page 92 to 93. If you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa. Now, what else do we have? We have Africans are living a jungle life. And when I click on it, we have one of their supreme wisdom, one of their lesson that's known as the 114, the lost found Muslim lesson number 1. And what does it say? Question 6, why does the devil call our people Africans? Answer, to make our people of North America believe that the people on that continent are the only people they have and are all savage. He bought a trading post in the jungle of that continent. The original people live on this continent and they are the ones who strayed away from civilization and are living a jungle life. Are living a jungle life. The original people call this continent Asia, but the devils call it Africa to try to divide them. He wants us to think that we are all different. So their lesson says that Africans are living a jungle life. And I've stated that before the record. You know what I mean whenever you hear me talking about, they claim that Africans are living a jungle life. That's their lesson. And the members of the Nation of Islam learn these things by heart. And the members of the Nation of Gods and Earth also learn these things by heart. Nation of Gods and Earth, the NGE, or the 5%ers, they call it 120. When they say, oh, what's today's mathematic? That's the lessons that they are talking about. And they have changed a few words. Clarence 13 next that they call Father Allah was a member of the Nation of Islam. Some people say that Malcolm X kicked him out of Harlem's mosque number 7. But whether he was kicked out or he left on his own accord, at one point he was no longer a member of the Nation of Islam. So Reggie, who has a vendetta, who had the nerve to write, and I've documented that Brother Sekou started the diaspora war. Reggie goes along with Brother Onk, and I've known Brother Onk for years to defend Africa. I've known Brother Onk to go off at people who will disrespect Africa, but my Brother Onk has changed his stance recently. But on the other hand, Brother Onk has some personal issue towards Jabari because of an event that was supposed to take place. For whatever reason, the event did not take place. And ever since, Onk had an issue with Jabari. He stated that publicly. I'm talking about what's public. So it's a shame because I don't recognize the Onk that I knew for years. And I'm hoping that he will change his stance again. He has a right to change his stance. I don't mind when people are upfront. This is how I'm getting down. This is what I believe. This is what I think. Okay, okay, fine. But I'm not used to that new onk. This is a new and improved. Well, I don't know if it's improved, but it's a new onk. It's a different onk. We are surprised. Onk, please, brother, don't let any hate or jealousy turn you into something that you have not been for all these years. It's not too late, onk. You can say my bad and keep it pushing. Now, there's another guy who is a 5%er who obviously feels superior to Africans. That guy who's been running around for years saying Kemet is dead. That guy who acts like, and he, among other followers of Trackfield, they are really butthurt because their squad is dead now. Died on December 31st, 2022. They've been acting like groupies and cheerleaders. They actually believe that their Trackfield dude will do something against Jabari. And they are capping for all the lies. They are capping for sting operation with no documentation. They are capping for a couple of millions of dollars with no documentation. They are capping for bachelor's degrees in history with no documentation. So that dude feels superior to Africans, and he and others, even when I called him out a year ago, he was like, oh, I'm just interested in West Africa. Now they're not talking that West Africa talk. Some people are disingenuous. Many people, not all, but a fair bit of people feel like they are superior to Africans. That's how they feel. And they don't want to deal, they don't want to deal with anything coming from Africa. Fair enough. Be upfront about it. So they are criticizing Jabari allegedly because of spook teaching when they are spooky. They have spooky teaching and spooky lessons. I've played Farrakhan explaining how he heard the voice of Elijah Muhammad and how he was um, um, transported or teleported or beamed into a mothership. Now you notice we don't hear them criticizing Jabari for allegedly hearing a voice or speaking to a mummy, which was a lie. The double standard. So this guy being an Asiatic black man who believes in those teachings, he studied those teachings by heart. He has no problem with that. He has no problem with the teaching that says that Africans are living a jungle life. Can you imagine if some Africans had a teaching, a supreme lesson? That's how they call it, supreme lesson, supreme wisdom. Can you imagine if some Africans had a lesson that they study by heart and that says that African Americans are living a jungle life? Can you imagine what will happen? How African Americans will feel? Because you notice that we've seen Willie D, the rapper from the group Ghetto Boys, and we've seen Tariq Nasheed, the forerunner of the FBA movement, which really is a hijacked ADOS movement, but it's a movement now. When you go on their website, we have seen it together just yesterday. There's not a single page about reparation, but there's plenty of articles for sale, like he has always done. So just like the school that took over 10 years to be open and is yet to be open, they will be sad. Just like the uh, Walker squad who is dead because they followed Trackfield, a neophyte, they are sad now. They will be sad. Leave it a year or two. They will be real sad. They will realize that you just wasted time and money. But we heard Willie D, the rapper, and we heard Tariq Nasheed taking offense at the statement of Akon, because Akon said that Africans perform better on stage, better than African Americans. But yet, when Farrakhan says that black people are marked and disfigured, no, they don't take any offense. It's a mentality that is a reality. Some people feel superior than Africans, and other people, even some Caribbeans as well. Some people feel like that. And I think that the term Negropean fits because that's their mentality. And it's sad and it should change. And if it doesn't change, then it is what it is. It is what it is. But at least we should know how they feel. If you're not offended when somebody says that because we rebelled against God, we were marked and disfigured, and our phenotype, our physical appearance is the essence of ugliness, you have no business being offended if somebody says, okay, we dance better than Americans. As simple as that. There's no way around it. Oh, I'm offended. He said we dance better. He says that they dance better than us. They sing better than us. You're offended by that, but you're not offended when somebody says that you are ugly? But if an African man would have said that black people are marked and disfigured in the essence of ugliness, then they would have taken issues of that. So, young brothers and sisters, I recommend you beware of all those organizations that claim to talk for black folks. Feel free to consult me. Feel free to consult me. Many people don't even know that Kwanzaa was plagiarized from the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. And when they get to know about it, they start making excuses. People have no business telling black folks, well, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism is not for us if they follow a Jewish tradition. We have to be fair. Young brothers and sisters, some people just want your energy and your money. They don't care about integrity. They don't care about truth, about facts. They don't care about science. They have an ideology. Have our crew, we're going to defend our crew and the stance of our crew. That's how they feel. Now, V. Bennett wrote, this is anti-African and anti-black teachings combined. Goodfella Nella wrote, I see why Wesley Muhammad ran away. Can't even prove the continent was called Asia. He threw a lot of lies and some truth. For those who don't know, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, challenged me publicly to a debate. I accepted. We spoke about it on the phone. Then he backed down. He ran. Did a Houston boat. I don't mean to brag. It's a reality. It's a fact. James Powell, the elder, is in the place to be. Sacred Infinite wrote, I believe in Unc. He get it together. Well, hopefully it will be quick because it's a bad look. But that 5%er feels superior to Africans. He's disingenuous. He's been lying. Talking about Kemet is dead. Talking about we're not from East Africa, we're from West Africa. As if he's telling people, oh, it's amazing. Okay, that's a continent compared to a country. It's true. But we don't hear, oh, nothing to do with the West Coast. I'm not from the West Coast, I'm from the East Coast. That's set tripping. That's set tripping. He and others have been talking, using that talking point of we're not from East Africa, we're from West Africa. When I called him out, he's like, if it's not about West Africa or the diaspora, I'm not interested. But now they don't care about West Africa. Sekou is from West Africa, and they're going against him. The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. Now, Reggie, people have told me that Reggie published a short on YouTube, and it found its way into TikTok to try to have people angry, mad at Sekou. But the same Reggie has not criticized Karenga for torturing black women. He has not criticized Karenga for plagiarizing the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. As a matter of fact, Brother Reggie has said that Asahimofek was courageous for plagiarizing. He congratulated someone for plagiarizing. Reggie is just losing it in front of our eyes. And the same Reggie has not criticized the dude who, according to Trackfear, was convicted twice for sexual misconduct. So you mean to tell me that we have a 56/57-year-old elder that's not going to criticize somebody for touching on babies, but that's going to criticize Sekou because Sekou supports Jabari? This is what is happening, brothers and sisters. We have documented that. This is horrible. This is messed up. This is messed up. He's going to go at Jabari, disrespect Jabari for over 2 years. Maybe it's been 3 years now, but for over 2 years. But the people who touch on babies not saying one word about it. The people who teach the Africans I live in the jungle life is not saying one word about it. The people who teach that black people are marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness is not going to say one word about it. And we're supposed to follow this dude. Is that wisdom, brothers and sisters? Young brothers and sisters, be very careful. Beware of these so-called black organizations. Even the people who talk about Afrocentricity. Because once again, Molefe Asante's organization gave a trophy to a serial rapist. I haven't heard Molefe Asante speaking about this teaching that black people are marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness. And I've heard Molefe Asante defending Kwanzaa, which is a fraud. It's a plagiarism of the Jewish holiday Hanukkah. We're going to have to come to terms with what's factual and what's not. Good fella Nella wrote, right? Well, whatever the dude's name is, he feels superior. I don't want to give him clout because if it was not for Saneda's channels, you wouldn't hear about these dudes. You wouldn't hear about these dudes. He was foaming at the mouth when he talked to Sekou. The hate was coming at the screen. I'm not playing. There's some people I no longer listen to, you know. So, but if you want to share the timestamp with us, I don't mind. What you just talked about when he was foaming at the mouth, feel free to give me the timestamp. Give me the link and the timestamp, and I wouldn't mind playing it. Sacred Infinite wrote, in my opinion, our African brothers and sisters on the continent are the hybrid Africans when compared to African Americans. But I don't understand what that means. But James Powell wrote, all needs is time and more understanding of what his brother Sekou is really saying. Because they still have the native tongue and culture. Look at that. Africans are not dignified unless Muslim or Christian. Oh, I'm getting there, brother. We have time. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. That's exactly the excuse Europeans use to come in. Sacred Infinite wrote, African Americans have been stripped of these things. Well, it's never too late. We can learn every day. But with these Asiatic black men is going to tell us, the Africans are living a jungle life. They're surely not going to promote learning some African languages. As a matter of fact, the people who follow Kemet, many of them have been learning the Medunecha. But they are discouraging people of learning the Medunecha. And some will be either silent with the false claim that the Medunecha has not been deciphered, or they will claim that it hasn't been deciphered as well. You see? Because it fits their narrative. But when people learn Arabic, they're not saying anything at all. Are they? They are disingenuous, and this has been going on for years. See, back then they clicked up against me. You see? The time have passed, and I succeeded the test of time. And now they know better. They know better. You see? People follow me, people support me. So they know they can't come at me with those wild talking points. They will do that on their channels. And they will do that with the neophytes, with the people who are not seasoned. You see? But the Medu Nature is, according to that PhD, one of history's longest surviving language, spoken language. So I'm going to go to, yeah, so you can see her. Now you do have the subtitle, which is not from YouTube because YouTube has a subtitle option. It is actually from the British Museum's whoever was in charge of but don't rely on it because it takes time. It's but anyway, it looks like somebody did it in real time. With the device or whatever it is. So I'm going to mute my mic and I'm going to play.
Administrative details were relied on a cement. Hieroglyphs have always intrigued people as this witness of an ancient civilization. Every aspect of Egyptian culture, its religious practice, monumental buildings, administrative details were relied on a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC. That is a very long time ago. But their picture-like nature revealed or hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th century, 16th century, and actually in a way still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages.
Brothers and sisters, do you realize what you've just heard from a PhD that works at the British Museum? Now, if some of you don't know what the British Museum is, and feel free to go online and or Wikipedia and find out. You will see it's one of the most famous museums in the world. Probably one of the largest museums in the world as well, but definitely one of the most famous one. Now, as she continues, you see this? See this artifact? Now, to me, it looks like a reproduction. It doesn't look like an original. But that's a British Museum. And this individual here, this pharaoh, oh, let me pause it. Does it look like he's from Sweden? Or from Denmark? It might be small like here, right here. Does it look like he's from Sweden or Denmark? Or Spain or Italy? But anyway, you've heard what she said. I've actually typed, I've shared that part in my YouTube timeline. And even on Twitter, but on Twitter, I had to make it shorter because you know you're limited. Now let's see if it all fits. It will not all fit. I don't think it will all fit. Yeah. So it's in two parts. That's the top part. Dr. Ilonga Brigorski, PhD and curator at the British Museum, speaking on the hieroglyphs, she said that it is a system of writing that developed around 3250 BC, 3250 BC, 3200 BC. That's 5,000 years ago. That's 5,250 years ago. That's way back. That's back in the day. And she even added, she stressed that that is a very long time ago. But the picture like nature hid the fact that they represented a complex spoken language. This spoken language lived on until the 15th, 16th century, and actually, in a way, still until present day, because it's still used in the Coptic Church. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. I know some of you brothers and sisters, when a black person say, you don't believe it. You won't admit it, but I know. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. But Pookie on the corner said, I don't understand it. It hasn't been deciphered. And people like Pookie, so they repeat what Pookie say. And one repeats it, urban legend, blah, blah, blah. He did the work. He came up with his arguments. And all the PhDs in the world, they are dead wrong. All the Egyptologists in the world, they are dead wrong. All the linguists in the world, they are dead wrong because Pookie said so. That's bars already. Bars. Makes this. Now, first she said complex spoken language. And this makes it one of history's longest surviving spoken languages. But we have some people say, oh, we can't speak Imagination. We have Old English, do we? Who speaks Old English? You ever went to the street and heard, you go to the corner store and the cashier says, thou hast forgotten, thou hast dropped thy monies. You don't hear that. So, one of history's longest surviving language. There's not only the Metanecha, there's a Twi language from Ghana, Akan language, Akan language. There's Kiswahili, which is some kind of Creole with a lot of Arabic influence, just like in the Haitian Creole, there's a lot of French influence. But, yes, African Americans have been stripped of those things hundreds of years ago. Everybody can learn a new language at any time. Those people have rhetoric, which is nearly outdated. I mean, yes, it's a reality, but what is stopping anybody from learning a foreign language or African language? See, brothers and sisters, you need to understand those guys have studied those lessons by heart, man. Somebody even said that some 5%ers will beat you up if you do not recite the lesson correctly. They call that a universal, to catch a universal. So those lessons are very dear to them. They were told that this is supreme wisdom, supreme lessons. So their paradigm is about Asia, mainly the Asiatic black man teaching. Now, you heard them say that we've been taking on slave names. You've heard them say that, right? But which kind of names have they taken on? The NOI. They've taken names of the same people who enslaved them as well. You have to wonder if in the 1930s, people knew that Arab Muslims have enslaved Africans. It seems that back then they only knew about the transatlantic slave trade, about the Christiano-European slave trade. It doesn't seem like they knew that Arab Muslims and non-Arab Muslims have enslaved Africans longer than the Europeans. And in some countries, they are still doing it. So who has facts? Who has facts? Now, brothers and sisters, something is very clear. It is documented, and I've shared that before. Libya gave millions of dollars to the Nation of Islam. It wouldn't be no surprise that other countries would have given them a lot of money. So they roll for theirs. Now we have some Christian apologists as well. Most likely they've been receiving money. What's amazing is that if we look at the history of quote unquote consciousness or information amongst black people worldwide, mainly on the internet, we can talk about academic circles, but in academic circles, they don't talk about the tribe of Shabazz. In academic circles, they don't talk about the 12 tribe chart. In academic circles, they don't talk about a beam of light and somebody going up in the mother wheel speaking to Elijah Muhammad when he died in 1975. So when we talk about the information or African consciousness or black consciousness, which is mainly online, years back, people were not disrespecting Kemet. But now we have these new age people disrespecting Kemet. You know, talking about incantations and nature. They were happy then. For all those years, they were happy. But they're very silent about their teachings that says that Africans are living a jungle life. And you know what's funny? Where do African Americans come from? So we're talking about the same population, only far removed by years. But anyway, I want to go through the comments and then I will continue. She wants to say hello. Ok, Hotep.
Bonjour, ça va? Comment ça va?
Ok, dis au revoir,
Je
dis au
suis à
revoir, dis au revoir.
l'école.
Oui, dis au revoir, dis au revoir.
Oh, yeah.
Dis au revoir. C'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon. Okay. Those who take the class know that she likes to say hello. So, that 5%er who wants to start his history from slavery like Tariq Nasheed, how stupid can you be? Hating Africa so much they want to erase thousands of years of rich history to 500 years. You got the clip already, Shaka, where he talked about N-word decent Sanetta. He did it again on that latest attack on Sekou. I mean, some people are just mentally disturbed. They just have talking points. He acts like he wants all the smoke. He would not even go one-on-one with Sekou. Sekou would just, mop the floor with him. Sekou has mopped the floor with them. 3 against 1, he mops the floor with them. He's full of hate towards Africans. And it's a good thing that he's displaying that. He's not even realizing that. And he's trying to justify that with some weak and whack talking points. I don't even think the 5%ers want him. I mean, go to the 5%ers building, and ask them what they think about him. Ask them if he's a good representative of him. I mean, for 5%ers, looking up to a so-called 5%er that's rolling with a Christian apologist, that's new. Can anyone show and prove Africa was called East Asia and by whom? We have men to son in the place to be peace to you. And he's asking if I spoke on Seku's show last night. I've just watched the beginning, because I know that Seku is going to give them the work and the business anytime, Universal beatdown. I'm not surprised. Those guys, in terms of information, they are weak. Now, you've seen. Hold on, no. Arrête, Marie. Tu peux pas faire ça. You've seen every time Jabari was having a discussion with Trackfield, the Christian apologist, Trackfield will get excited, will not know how to carry himself, will lose his composure. When Jabari is having a discussion with Reggie looks and sounds like one of the greatest hater on the world, and he makes the poorest arguments in the world. Now, Sekou, we've seen him, just intellectually destroying those dudes. They're not strong. They don't have a strong foundation. Their foundation is that Africans are living a jungle life. That they do not criticize. Goodfella Nella is addressing V. Bennett and said they can't, brother. They just made it up to denounce Africa. Donnie Williams in the place to be. Man to Son wrote Reggie came on late, making himself look worse. I'm not surprised. I mean, see, at some point, brothers and sisters, it's a shame, but it's on him. He's at this point, he let his hate blind him. Now he's drowning in his own hate. Now, I mean, at this point, hey, he did some things, he shared some good info, and right now, and that happens. I told you about the sister, who was repping. She was rolling with SETI. She was rolling with the BPC. She made some album about black people. Then I don't know what happened. She was rolling for Trump. But you can change your stance at any time. You can. You see? And we should not wait for people to change their stance. We can change our stance if we want to. Sometimes people fall off. And sometimes they get back on the right track, and sometimes they don't get back on the right track. Dr. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. People will tell you that at the end of his life, he was into drugs, consuming or selling. And when he was killed, people said that he was over a drug deal. So in the end, he was caught up in some things, but he has a great legacy. Now, I don't know if Reggie, we would say that he had a great legacy. We could say that he shared some info, some good info at times. We could say that he was very close to the scholars that we appreciate. He was an assistant to them. But then that's what it is. The world doesn't gravitate around Reggie, and the world doesn't gravitate around me. I will go older. I might go weaker. I might start saying stuff that don't make sense. And at this point, brothers and sisters, you have to say, well, Shaka had a good run, but now, it's falling off. We're going to keep it pushing. Don't follow foolishness coming from me. If that was to happen just because you like me, you know what I'm saying? Now, as far as learning a new language, I think what holds many people back from learning is the identity crisis African Americans have. Some of them, not all of them. You see, we have a lot of people that are not part of the conscious community. They're not online kicking knowledge, but the way they live their life is what we will call Black power. The sense of belonging, having a home in Africa, is disconnected. Well, whether people feel like they have a home in Africa or not, we are Black folks. We're Black people. So we can excel. We can be great. We can succeed. We can be knowledgeable. But we should not be female cats. And those people are trying to normalizing being female cats. That's not cool. That's not fly. Now, brothers and sisters, maybe I'm wrong. Now, the one is a positive and the two is a negative. Are you against being a female cat? I'm against being a female cat. So if you're against being a female cat, press 1. If you're not against being a female cat, press 2. I'm just going to do a little check. I know it's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. right now in New York, but we have 27 people watching. So let me see. Because maybe it's me. Maybe I missed the memo, and maybe Black folks just want to be female cat. So I don't want to be a female cat. I'm against being a female cat. So are you against being a female cat? I am against being a female cat, so I'm typing 1. Let me see what y'all type. So leave it a few seconds so it appears. Now, Sacred Infinite Energy, yes, a female cat, particularly for men. I don't want to discriminate. But I'm being polite when I'm saying a female cat. So James Powell also is against being a female cat. Mentu Son is against being a female cat. Goodfellow Nella is against being a female cat. V. Bennett is against being a female cat. So good. Thank you for reassuring me, because I thought, well, maybe it's me. But those guys, the Waka Squad, which died, they are on survival mode. They are on life support. And they figured, well, we have a few female cats around. We have to get together and try to crush these Kemetic dudes. That's not fly to be a female cat. And it's not fly to be pseudo. Plagiarizing is pseudo. Mentu Son wrote female dog too. Now, V. Bedet wrote, he's not against female being female cats. You have to joke every now and then. But I want to keep this clean, because they're going to say, see, those guys are misogynistic. Those guys are... Anything they can use, they will use it against us. Because they study those lessons by heart. Some of them got elbows and kicks and punch, and they fear They have a dear connection to those teachings. And when they come to the realization that their teachings are not accurate, they feel some type of way. They get emotional because that's all they knew all their lives. You see, that's all they knew all their lives. And they thought that they would spend their lifetime repeating those lessons that they studied by heart, and it will fly. If it's information, let's talk about it. I've shared the link to get on the panel. If some of you want to come and tell me that Africans are living the jungle life, then feel free. You know the requirement of my panel, you need to show your face. So feel free. Feel free. The link is pinned, which means it remains at the top, and you have it there. Link to get on the panel. Feel free to come and tell us and explain to us that Africans are living the jungle life. Feel free. Feel free. Even the Ku Klux Klan doesn't teach that. If they do, please show me in writing. Now, what else do we have? What else do we have? The book, The Fall of America, page 150. For nearly 40 years, I have been preaching to the black man in America that we should accept our own, and instead of the black man going to the decent side of his own, he goes back seeking traditional Africa and the way they did in the jungle life, again, and the way you see in some uncivilized parts of Africa today. They are not using barber's tools, shears, and razors to keep themselves looking dignified as a civilized people should look. The black man in America accepts the jungle life, thinking that they will get the love of black Africa. The dignified people of Africa are either Muslim or educated Christians. There you have it. You have the right to believe in that. I disagree with that. Now, you know what's funny? When he talks about barber's tools to keep themselves looking dignified. You've seen Muslims, you've seen their beards. You've seen some Orthodox Jews, you've seen their beards. I mean, their beards. So you've seen how it looks. You've seen how it looks, right? Who's telling them that they are not looking dignified? I mean, so they are speaking for Africans now. Now, what do we have just underneath? The dignified people of Africa are either Muslim or educated Christians. But Africa today does not want Christianity. Do not think that you will get a home in Africa after this war if you are Christian. To get a home in Africa after the war, you will have to be Muslim. And you know what's funny? Farrakhan has many giving speeches at churches. Most of the time, he gets paid for his speeches. And Elijah Muhammad said that the Bible is a poison book, that Christianity is the religion of Satan, that the church is what they want to destroy you. So some people are just funny to me, man. Some people are just funny to me, man. All these revolutionary warriors, scholars can't even say, I disagree with those teachings. So what else do we have? Actually, let's do it this way. We were there, right? When we go down, what do we have? I've shared the link. And I'm sharing it again. MCs act like they don't know. Who? What? Where? When? I didn't know. Really? For sure? Really? I didn't know. Oh, that's personal. Oh, that's personal. That's his private life. No, that's teachings. You have the link there. What do we have? Arabia, the best part of the planet Earth. I repeat, Arabia, the best part of the planet Earth. C'est bien, c'est bien, c'est bien. Lost Found Muslim lesson number 114. What the Nation of Islam members and 5%ers learned by heart. The 5%ers, a few words have changed. Some people are African centered, other people are Asian centered, Asiatic centered, or Arabic centered. Bear with me 1 second. Question 1. Why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? Answer. Because the earth belongs to the original black man, and knowing that the devil was wicked and there will not be any peace among them, he put him out in the worst part of the earth and kept the best part preserved for himself ever since he made it. The best part is in Arabia, at the holy city, Mecca. The colored man or Caucasian is the devil. Arabia is in the far east and is bordered by the Indian Ocean in the south. So the white dude came to America and told black folks that the best part of the planet Earth is Arabia. Those guys thought that they could holler at Sekou because they are so quick. So they tried to gang up on Sekou, and Sekou's giving them the work. Easy. Because their teachings are inaccurate and outdated. Their teachings are not scholarly. Feel free to tell me in which academic circles they are dealing with what they have teaching, what they have been teaching. But they have the right to their beliefs. Truth be told, a lot of Nation of Islam members are cool. Their beliefs are a bit off, but they follow their doctrine. They don't hurt people. And that's about it. But some of them are a bit different. They will attack you verbally, insult you, and attack you physically if possible. And we have a track record of them laying the murder game down, like in Paid in Full. I laid the murder game down, B. And that is towards men, women, and children. Some Nation of Islam members have not killed just Malcolm X. The guy who shot Khalid Abdul Muhammad, he was a Nation of Islam member at one point. But we have the Hanafi murders, shooting women point blank in the head, killing children, drowning babies. They have a track record. There's another brother who was beaten by them. Malcolm X spoke about the brother. I forgot his name. And he died sometimes after. There was a journalist who went to one of the Nation of Islam's event. They beat that journalist so bad, man. If it wasn't for the police, he probably would be dead. But anyway, let's continue with the supreme wisdom. Now, the Arabs will tell them, go back to Africa. Now, here it says, that's Elijah Muhammad. For those who wonder, everything that I'm quoting so far, that's Elijah Muhammad. You will be hard pressed to find any Nation of Islam member that will say that he disagreed with what Elijah Muhammad said. Back to Africa, not necessary. And if people don't feel like they want to go back to Africa, hey, it's fine. It's not an obligation. The book is called The Secrets of Freemasonry. Poor Marcus Garvey, a hard-working man, he wanted to see you into your own, trying to buy ships to take you back to your own, which wasn't necessary. Then here you have Bible Poison Book, the book entitled The Black Stone, page 143. The Bible is now being called the Poison Book by God himself. You hear that, Christians? Do you hear that, Christians? Black or white, who like to cop, who be capping? So if I say I'm not a Christian, I don't believe in Christianity, or I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, One guy said that I hate God because I said that. I didn't say the Bible is a poison book, but some people can say it and it's cool. So the Bible is now being called the poison book by God Himself. And who can deny that it is not poison? It has poisoned the very hearts and minds of the so called Negroes so much that they can't agree with each other. The Black Stone, page 144, that's Elijah Muhammad. The Bible is the graveyard of my poor people. The book called Message to the Black Man in America. Holy means something that is perfectly pure, and we just can't say that of the poison Bible. The book entitled The History of Jesus' Birth, Death, and What It Means, page 54. Read your poison book, in parentheses, the Bible. The book entitled The True History of Our Muhammad, your Bible is poison, double crossing itself. Where are you, black Christians who like to cap, who want to go against Africa or Africans because you feel like we all in the same boat, CMB, we all we got? All you black Christians who say we are not Africans, we are far removed, we have our own culture. They didn't tell you that, did they? They sold you the bean pie. They sold you the final call, but they left that out, did they? They told you we are all in the same boat, right? Arabia, that's crazy. So land that's all desert is the Holy Land. He deliberately stopped African Americans to go back. That's an elitist white agenda in plain sight. He did the opposite of what Garvey was trying to do. Are Asiatic black people considered to be diaspora Asian? Good question. Good question then. I think that's the claim they are making. They state that they are not diaspora African and are not from Africa. Now, what else do we have? The Bible and the Quran will be replaced by a new book. The book is called Why Must Elijah First Come? The enemy has tampered with the truth in both books. And to be clear, you can see I'm highlighting, it's talking about the Bible and the Holy Quran. So whichever Nation of Islam member try to tell you that the Quran was not tampered with, he doesn't know the teaching of Elijah Muhammad. There is another book that none has been able to see or read its contents coming soon from Allah, the last book, which takes us into the hereafter. Both the present Bible and Holy Quran must soon give way to that holy book which no man has yet but Allah has seen. We want you to know that we live in the end of both these books. You won't study Bible in the hereafter, nor will you study the present Quran. No, you will have a new book, and a new book will replace the Bible in the present Quran. Quran. Well, what's in the book is not yet revealed. This same man, Mustafa Muhammad, is the very same one from whom this book will come. And he said that he has already written the book, but he's not ready to give it to the world. Now, Buddhism is opposed to Islam. Supremism, Volume 2, what every American so-called Negro should know about. There are today two major religions which are opposed to the religion of peace, Islam. These are Buddhism and Christianity. The doctor in Islamic studies talked about Buddhism at one point. It was so amusing. Now, here Elijah Muhammad talked about the camel trip to Egypt with Jesus. The book is called The History of Jesus' Birth, Death, and What It Means, page 14. Joseph rented one of those fast camels, put Mary and her baby on it, and said to the camel, "Take this woman to Cairo, Egypt. Hurry, hurry." The camel went directly to Cairo with Mary and her child, Jesus. So, Nation of Islam members, and you remember the 5%er who is close to track field, the Christian apologist, they were saying that Jabari spoke to a mummy, which was a lie. Well, here, Joseph, Jesus' father, spoke to a camel. Where are they now? Where are those bootlickers, grown men, cheerleaders? Where are they now? Elijah Muhammad stated clearly that Joseph spoke to a camel. And the camel obliged. The camel understood the instruction and he went directly to Cairo with Mary and her child, Jesus. I'm just quoting. Now, Christianity is not only, I mean, the Bible is not only the opposing book, but it is a dirty religion. Where are the black Christians who've been capping? Where are you? Elijah Muhammad said, we have the 114, the lost found Muslim lesson number 1, that the Nation of Islam members and 5%ers learn by heart. Question 5, why did we take Jerusalem from the devil? How long ago? Answer, because one of our righteous brothers, who was a prophet by the name of Jesus, was buried there. He uses his name to shield his dirty religion, which is called Christianity, also to deceive the people so they will believe in him. What is Christianity? According to the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, religion of Satan. The Theology of Time, page 169, and you do have the audio of the Theology of Time. You have the lecture, so you can hear it. People have been preaching Christianity, the religion of Satan, all their lives. Where are the black Christians who've been capping? Where are the black Christian FBAs? Where are you? Hold on. Let me share the link here. So they're gonna act like I was gonna come up. I was gonna come in panel, you know. Link to get on the panel. Now, when we say we don't believe in the Bible, they try to make us look bad. Us followers of Kemet, Shemsu Kemet, Shemsu Ma'at. They try to make us look bad, don't they? When we just say we don't believe in the Bible. All right? But some people can say that Christianity is a religion of Satan, that the Bible is a poison book, but all of a sudden that gets a pass. Brothers and sisters, you're looking at the reaction and the behavior of Roman groupies. That's what you are looking at. Roman groupies. Roman groupies. I have to plug my PC because the battery is getting low. Hold on. So I share the link to come get on the panel. Don't feel like you have to. That's really for the people who didn't know. If you know some black Christians, let them know about this. Use these few minutes to tell them about this. Use Twitter, MySpace, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, email, WhatsApp, and tell them, look, man, I got something for you. And if the Nation of Islam members want to holler, they can holler. You know, come get this work or come give me that work. You know, if you want all the smoke, where you at? Where is Strackfield, the Christian apologist? Where is Richard Carrier, who talks smack about Jabari? Where is he? Where is he at? Where is Bob Ehrman? Where are they? Are they Scientologists too? Where is Jesse Jackson? Where was Al Sharpton? Why are they all capping for this? Can't even say, oh, I disagree. In the name of what? But we bad. We're the bad guys. The followers of Kemet are the bad guys. Just because we say, well, I don't believe in that book. But others will say it's a poison book. It's a religion of Satan. And that gets a pass. Grown men cheerleader groupies.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different? Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion. Yes, sir. Go
ahead. Now, some black Muslims, whether they are Orthodox Muslims or members of the Nation of Islam, some of them quote the Bible. Even Elijah Muhammad quoted heavily from the Bible. Elijah Muhammad quoted more from the Bible than the Quran. I've read his literature. I didn't read every single writing from Elijah Muhammad, but I read a fair bit of it. I could even say that I read most that the average Nation of Islam member reads. Well, I read enough to crush Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, by proxy, by distance. Now, where are the black Hebrew Israelites? Don't they quote the Bible? Don't they quote the Bible? Hey, what does he say about the Bible? Poison book. Poison book. What's ISUPK? General Yohana? Captain Tazaryak? What are they saying about this? What is Trackfield saying about this? What's going on? When it's time to criticize Kemetic people, you have all the smoke. You have all the energy. What's going on there? What's going on there? Tehuti of New Kemet wrote, this is strange because Yahushua is the Messiah in both Islam and Christianity. Well, he is not in Judaism, is he? And Judaism supposedly comes first. Now in Islam, Isa, Yeshua, he's a prophet, period. That's it. Messiah, I don't know. Messiah is Mahdi in Arabic or in Islam, isn't it? So I might be wrong. Somebody can, correct me if I'm wrong. V. Bennett wrote, all of them are track stars, Shaka. Oh, the schematic guys, they don't like the Bible. I don't believe in it. Others don't believe in it. Some community people believe in it. You know what I'm saying? What are they? Why does he get the pass? They didn't know, but now they know. Let's continue. Let's continue. So Christianity is a religion of Satan. I don't hear R. Sharpton. I don't hear Reverend Jesse Jackson. I don't hear all those black Christians who were capping. Because many black Christians, as long as it's something Abrahamic, they are capping. V. Bennett, feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, Hotep, good morning. Hotep to the fam, also you Shaka and
Hotep.
everybody in the chat. Yeah. Actually I wanted to say this get to this part well, forever, man, to be honest with you. But you bring up, I understand, these guys directly like to go at each other. So it's important to go at every single claim that they make just to make it clear that they're persistent in being incorrect and inaccurate and consistent in their false promotion of history, right? But just back, yesterday and a few times I used this word sinister, and what I'm getting at when I say the word sinister is that it's not just an accident. You have all of these different types of little splinter groups claiming to know the true identity of the African American, or and that's, to me, it's pretty obvious. If you use academic methods, which are really just practical methods, scientific methods, basic detailed methods, chronology and things like this. If you just go back to where the problem started, it pretty much started with the claim of Africa being important to the African diaspora in America, across America. That goes with guys like Marcus Garvey, brothers like Marcus Garvey, or elders like Marcus Garvey. When they first mentioned in newspapers and in their own dissemination of their views, they clearly put Africa in the center, right? And now as a saving grace, as a thing to be proud of, and things like this. And once that happened, that introduced a problem, right? Because now the identity, people think identity is not so important, that you can just have this identity or that identity and, oh, no problem. No, identity, once it crystallizes, it becomes a political force. And I think that's where a lot of us, not you, right? But I mean, a lot of the chatter in the conscious community has overlooked. Not all the people, but when people get into these little petty debates and stuff like that, they lose sight of the bigger picture. Identity is a powerful thing. And once people crystallize an identity, which shouldn't be hard for African Americans, especially since you're saying you came in slave ships. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. They have failed to disprove that they came from Africa. So, I mean, they have not proven that they did not come from Africa. The only thing that has been proven is that they come from Africa in slave ships. We do, right? Now, so that crystallization of Africa being important, that was monumental to us, because now we hear somebody talking about Africa in a powerful sense, right? And once you have that happening, then other people notice and they say, whoa, 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 whoa. Now we got people saying they're African. Okay, fair enough. They're African, but what are they going to do with that Africanness? And when they said, go back to Africa, and Marcus Garvey said, go back to Africa, that becomes a problem. 2 million people leaving a country, not a continent, a country, that's a problem. 2 million people having an identity that is not that is not one that is completely about upholding the state, that's a problem. And it's not that African Americans have ever really been so against being American, but the thing about it is that when you have that influx of now today it's not 2 million, now today it's 20 something million, and you have these people identifying with Africa at this time and date, that is a serious issue. Now, the US government, I don't think it's them that's really afraid of this, because, you know, obviously when you go back to Africa, you need help. You bring stuff from which you come from with you, right? So that's not really a problem for the US government today, going back to Africa. That's not the same as it was in the turn of the century. Turn of the century, that was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. These people were fearful. But today, now that they got serious power on earth, they don't mind if you go back to Africa. So the question becomes, who is it that has a problem with these people identifying as African? For who is this a problem for? I think that's where we need to go to, not you on your programming and not, you know, but overall, the whole community needs to start asking this question: who has a problem with that? And go through that using academic means, using scientific means. It's a political, it's a political issue. So we should examine it as that. You know, identity is a very, very important thing. And I would say my view of following the last 20 years with this kind of stuff, it's personally an attack on African Americans' identity, to split them up into groups so that they don't have a clear course, so that they don't have a clear means of operation, even with each other. You see, not just with the outside world and not even just with Africans, but with each other. You got people that left Africa and leave other places in the world and build lives for themselves in other places that they find themselves in. It's not such a big deal to review this stuff, you know, but these people generally understand where they came from, and they generally do not have anything religious, or they don't have any views of the place they came from as inhuman. You know, they might have political differences. They might say this form of government our homeland has, we don't like, but they don't ever go down to talk about the root of the people in such a bad way. So I think it's purposeful what's happening. It's sinister. And I don't think we should let these people just operate this way without consequence. And I don't think we need to do anything to them. Like you said, it's not about attacking them physically. It's not about even taking them off, wiping them off of earth. It's not about that, but it's about holding them to their works, you know, and being accountable for what they're actively being a part in. And we can't just say that, oops, I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't preaching all of this Black Hebrew Israelite stuff to hurt anybody. You can't just say, I was just a member of the NOI and I knew about these teachings and it was an accident. I didn't say anything about it. I didn't speak against it. That was just an accident. Oops. You can't keep saying oops. It has to be decisive and a decisive determination on what you call yourself, and you must stand behind it, even if it means your own destruction. So, you know, I think we should, you know, just remind people that that's where this is going. Yeah, bless y'all, and bless to the chat. Sorry, I know I've been speaking a lot, man. I'm
No,
gonna
no,
give some
no, no.
space.
You made some very good points, because first thing, then I will go to the question you asked. But first thing, it's safe to say that most African Americans are Christians. And when I say Christians, I include the Catholics. Now, we have the NOA has been teaching that Christianity is the religion of Satan, that the Bible is a poison book. And for those who don't know, here, the Theology of Time, page 211, Elijah Muhammad wrote, I cannot give you reverence, too much sympathy. Now, obviously, I made a mistake here. There's a P missing. If I remember, I'll correct it, because this live stream will last for a little while. I have many quotes, many receipts. Because the church is what we want to destroy. I mean, Christianity, the religion of Satan, the Bible, the poison book, and the church is what they want to destroy. But those Black Christians, because they are Abrahamic, they prefer to criticize followers of Kemet rather than criticize those people who tell that their religion is the religion of Satan. That's amazing. And that's when you see grown men groupies. That's when you see grown men female cats. And I'm not calling for black Christians to attack or insult or disrespect the NOR, but I'm saying be fair. You have all that smoke for Kemetic people. We're not saying that, are we? I'm not aware of Kemetic people saying those things towards the Bible and Christianity. You know, not as a doctrine. Now, the question that Brother V. Bennett asked is, who has a problem with us saying that we are Africans in terms of identity? Well, I have an answer for that. The Asiatic black man, the 5%er that rolls with track field. Professor Griff, here is the link. I've shared this yesterday and I'm going to play it. It's only going to be about 4 minutes. You will see how we will talk smack. Professor Griff talking smack about John Henry Clark, and Professor Griff has a problem with the term African. You see, I'm going to play it, but let me say this, brothers and sisters. I did not receive a single cash out ever since this 1 hour and 47 minutes of live streaming. I did not receive a single PayPal, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it's not interesting. $1 is cool. $1 is cool. $2 is cool. $3, $4, $5 is cool. I'm not greedy. So feel free to show support because it does matter. It does count. I'm speaking about those issues. Many people are not speaking about those issues. Many people are capping and accepting the anti-black teaching. For 18 years, I stood up against anti-black teaching, no matter who it came from. But that being said, let's listen to Professor Griff.
I wanted to question Dr. Clark and his position on why he kept blasting Minister Farrakhan. But he passed on to the ancestral realm, and I never had a chance to question it. I can question his philosophy and his doctrine now to those people that still hold dear to his teachings and discuss it with them. I don't consider myself African. Africa is a landmass, and it's a title not even created by us as a people. As Dr. Ben teaches us in his work, we were called Africans by the Greeks. So I just want to kind of put it out there before I deal with some of these people. Why should I call myself, because I live in Atlanta? Am I an Atlantean? Is that not cheap? Okay, let's roll it back a little bit further. I don't vote, so should I call myself a Democrat or a Republican? Okay, what else are these frivolous damn titles? I guess I'm in America, so should I call myself an American? No, am I not deeper than that? Okay, so let's roll it back. Let's go further. I'm on Earth. What am I? Should I call myself I don't know. So you follow where I'm going? Right. Okay. So now let's get real deep, and then let's go speak to some of these people. We used to start this interview over, and I said, and you said, well, today we're about to speak to Professor Griff, Minister of Information from the rap group, socially, politically, consciously driven rap group, Public Enemy. Griff, how you doing today? And I said, wait a minute, let's back up. Let me introduce myself. I'm God having a human experience called Griff. So if I say that and mean it, and I practice being God every day, as the scripture teaches, we are all gods, children of the Most High God. Are you following me? Why would I cheapen myself by calling myself an American, African, and all these other titles and labels that we put on ourselves? What higher honor can I bestow on this brother and you and these brothers here? And when I see the God, I greet him as a God. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all these other labels and titles, they don't really mean anything to me. They're probably different aspects of me that are on the fringes of what I am, but those things are cheap, man. For you to call me African, Dr. John Henry Clark, is cheap. For you to tell me that I'm not black, that I'm African, no, that doesn't speak to the essence of who I am. I can roll out a timeline and show you in ancient Kemet and pre-dynastic Kemet, Africa was nowhere in the picture. We didn't call ourselves African. African is a Johnny-come-lately new term. For me to be naming myself after a landmass, the whole earth was called Ethiopia and Asia. So Elijah Muhammad came along and said, no, we're the Asiatic black man. But then even at the end of that lesson, he said, we're gods of the universe, man. Are you following me? So don't cheapen me, man, with these. But that's just a philosophy that Dr. John Henry Clark came across with, but I totally disagree with. Now, what movie came out with this information in it? You might want to put that on pause. It may take you all a minute. Huh? Nope. No, it was a movie with Samuel L. Jackson in it recently, within the last year.
All right, so I've shared the link. Professor Griff was really off, but that's what happens when you have people who study lessons by heart, which is inaccurate and outdated, and they try to defend it. They try to defend it, you know. And Professor Griff is welcome. He might be busy now, he might be sleeping, but if at any other time he wants to come and talk, we can talk. But those people just run and hide. That's what they do. They talk about this doctrine when they are amongst themselves. As he was talking, you heard the other guy from the radio agreeing every time he was talking. That's the Asiatic black man doctrine. Nation of Islam and 5%ers. One of the wackest display of so-called breakdown, and they act like it's deep. No wonder Dr. Wesley Muhammad ran. No wonder. Why do they get a pass? I don't know, but we're going to continue. So, in the book The Black Stone, page 70, by Elijah Muhammad, he said the Holy Quran is universally recognized as being a divine revelation, in everyone, whether scholars or whether a believer in Allah or not, they recognize the truth of this great sacred scripture, which has passed through nearly 14 centuries without alteration of any of the original text from it in its true Arabic language. But then, the same Elijah Muhammad, in a book entitled The True History of Mustafa Muhammad, wrote, of course, we know that the original Torah was one book, and the Injil, which means gospel, given to Jesus, was only one book. Adding in and out of the truth by the world writers, has caused so much misunderstanding of just what Allah, God, and His Prophet said, that to correct it, Allah, God, has prepared a new book altogether for the lost found brother, so-called Negroes. All the present scriptures, even the Holy Quran, have been touched by the hands of the enemies of the truth, the devils. These, brothers and sisters, is called a contradiction. Nobody's perfect, and it happens. But if you ask members of the Nation of Islam, did Elijah Muhammad ever contradict himself? They will say no. I challenge any Nation of Islam member to come on panel right now, or any other time when I'm live streaming and I have the link to get on the panel, and I'm going to share the link again. I challenge them to come and tell me whether it's a contradiction or not. Thank you very much, good fella Nella, for that super chat, for that $5 donation. He wrote, keep going, brother. This is called a contradiction. Just like we have Christians who say there's no contradiction in the Bible. On my website, you have the address at the bottom. You go to the bottom, you have an article about the contradictions in the Bible. Some people are delusional. Now, he said that the Holy Quran has passed through nearly 14 centuries without alteration of any of the original text from it. And later on, he said, even the Holy Quran have been touched by the hands of the enemies of the truth. That is called a contradiction. That's not hate. That's not disrespect. That's scholarship. We're being scholarly with it. We're doing textual criticism. That's what we're doing right now. But you notice they're not coming, are they? They will identify the gullible people, and they will go and kick knowledge with them. As a matter of fact, like I have said, we have the conscious community. You don't hear those black Muslims from the NOI. They know their lessons will not stand against information because their lessons are not based on historical data. It is merely beliefs, theology, religion, and a hybrid version of some previous religions at that. And those Asiatic black man movement derived from Freemasonry. In this video, like most of my videos, in the description section, you have a link that says Deception of Asiatic Black Men. You will see that the Moorish Science Temple of America, MSTA, and the NOI, Nation of Islam, those movements derive from Freemasonry. But when they want to criticize the entertainers, they say, oh, these guys are Freemason, Illuminati, and so on. Let's continue. You remember yesterday I told you about the end of the world, and I think I said 1913, so I was off with 1 year. Made a mistake, not the end of the world. Elijah Muhammad wrote in The Science of Time, when was that time up according to the word of God to me? It was up in 1914. Then why was not the judgment at that time? Why did not God destroy the wicked in 1914 if that was the end of the world? According to the past history of judgment and destruction of people by Almighty God Allah, He never did destroy them on the exact day that He had promised to destroy them. He had always been a merciful God, and He was merciful to those people in those days. He granted them an extension of time so that the world historians, writers, scientists, scholars would not charge Him with not giving them a chance to repent if they wanted to. The day of judgment is to happen after that particular time of 6,000 years ruling the black man. It is to be given an extension of time in which he have had. That extension of time runs sometimes like 50 to 60 years, but not beyond 70 years. This is what we have today. But 60 years, I think, are not before that time. But the final erasing of the race from the earth must take place now within the next 10 years. The time has come. The day we may expect it at any time. Now in green you can see my note, Elijah Muhammad died in 1975. Assuming he said that on his last day at 10 years, you get 1985. Assuming that Elijah Muhammad said that on his last day alive on earth, you add a 10 years extension to 1975, that gives you 1985. How removed are we from 1995? 38 years. That was a prediction which was inaccurate. Is that hate? Is that disrespect? Let's continue. I read that earlier, but for just those who just arrived, the Theology of Time, page 92, you will never be able to convert me. No, because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far-off Pacific islands. Preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. We don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. Page 92, 93 of the Theology of Time, Elijah Muhammad said, if you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized and I'm ready to civilize Africa. What does Reggie say about this? The Theology of Time, page 93. We love African people like we love you in a way, not quite as much. So there's love for Africans, but not quite as much, because they're being free and they let England, Germany, and other European people go over there and rob them, push them back in the jungle, and take over their country. We love Africa. That's why we have our hands joined on the upper part of our paper. This is just what we want to do with Africa. We want to make Africa our brother, but Africa cannot lead us until they themselves have become perfectly civilized. That's Elijah Muhammad. They have some of their ancient teachings, but now it must be replaced. The teachings of Africa must be replaced for the new wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that is brought forth to liberate the black man all over the earth, and that knowledge is here with me. And who is the God of the Nation of Islam? This guy who came from India, this white man right there.
Shaka.
Yes, brother.
Um, uh, I just wanted to say you said something so important about that. They made many people are making this claim. What does Sekou have to say about African Americans in America? But this is a clear instance of a person who claims to not be African, a person who has a whole doctrine, bothered to write a whole book, and all of this stuff is points about Africa. Now, why does he have the right? That's the question here. For these people like Reggie, anybody that has something to say about Sekou, they need to ask themselves, how did this book even exist? How does Elijah Muhammad or the teachings of the Nation of Islam, whoever want to claim credit for writing this, how does this individual or persons, how do they have the right? And
I'm
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 sure.
glad you
Yeah,
said
go
that.
ahead. That's it.
I'm glad you said that because this claim that Reggie said and Willie D, the rapper, said the similar thing. He said, your Africans are gonna stop talking about our stuff. He used the S bomb. I'm trying to be polite. I'm not holier than thou.
Who
I just try to be polite.
Yeah,
Willie
and
D.
and who did it first? And who started talking about who first?
Well,
So
it's a
what year
talking
was
point for
this?
FBA. But you see, this talking point, like Reggie said, that Sekou has no standing. Hey, c'est quoi ça là? I'm sorry for shouting, but she's tripping right now. Pose ça là tout de suite. Pose ça sur la table. Pose ça sur la table, j'ai dit. Pose ça sur la table. Hold on, I'll be back. Hold on.
I mean, when were these teachings first printed? Because to me, that tells me this is the time where someone who says they're not African is talking about Africans in a
Yeah.
derogatory way.
I'm sorry, and you are correct. But what Reggie said when he told Sekou, you have no standing. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. And then when I was speaking to him before he admitted that all of this is because Sekou's supposed to bury, it's just a talking point. That's not a rule. Nowhere does he say that Africans cannot talk about African Americans. Nowhere does he say that African Americans cannot talk about Africans. We talk about world history. We talk about different countries. That's a weak talking point coming from those guys. Usually that's what they have. That's why they don't call here. And they thought that Sekou was lightweight. They've realized sadly that Sekou is just way more thorough than them. And that's why he moonwalked on them. And what did they do in response? They came up with that video to try to make African Americans hate Sekou. But it didn't work. And it's so horrible for Reggie to do that. But still, I don't hear the elders. Professor Jeffries, he's been talking about Africa. Who told him, oh, you cannot talk about Africa? Professor Small's been talking about Africa. That's a weak talking point. But you see those guys, when they have the same sentiment and their sentiment is clearly anti-African, or in other words, they might say they have love for Africa, blah blah blah, but we have our own. Basically, they will not admit it, but they feel superior to Africans. They feel like they are more intelligent, that they are
Yep.
more knowledgeable than Africans. So they would agree with those talking points, or they will be silent. They will not say anything. But if you are thorough, you should say, "Oh no, that's wrong. No, you shouldn't say that." You know what I'm saying?
You know
So
what?
now,
You know
yes,
what?
go ahead, brother. Yes.
African people, Africans, they should look at this and understand something. You are so important to somebody that somebody had to write all this stuff. Someone had to put so much anti value on you. You mean so much that somebody had to hate so detailed, and it's interesting how this falls on the back of someone like Marcus Garvey's words and comments about Africa being positive, right? All of a sudden you have such a detailed attempt of how Africa is not positive. The most detailed anyone could ever make. I mean, the most hateful remarks you could ever make. I don't even know if I was to compare these actual writings here, they compare to like the Enlightenment period of Europe when they had to write all of these hierarchy things about race and Africans being closer to monkeys and stuff, or black people being closer to monkeys.
Mm.
This is hateful stuff.
Well, you know what's funny? There's going to be the quote where there's a mention of monkeys. Not saying that, Africans are monkeys, but monkeys will be in the mix. It's coming, you know. Now, those of you who know Nation of Islam members, feel free to tell them, feel free to tell them. And even if it's not right now, feel free to share this video whenever you hear this. Now, you make a very good point, V. Bennett. We have Marcus Garvey, and all of a sudden we have some other movements who make all these statements that which are clearly anti-Africans, and it's accepted. Now, there's a guy, I think it's Hunt, his surname is, uh, but a millionaire from Texas. People say that he founded Elijah Muhammad, that he financially supported Elijah Muhammad. We can hear Malcolm X talking about a rich man from Texas, financing Elijah Muhammad. He did not say the name, but many people say that it is that Hunt guy. So you have to wonder. You have to wonder. But that's just a question. I'm not making any accusation. What's for sure is that we have those teachings, we have those writings. So whenever we talk about anti-African sentiment and teachings, where does it come from? How far can we trace it back? A lot of these guys felt those things, believed those things, had that sentiment, and now because of Sekou, and only because Sekou agrees with Jabari, Reggie Mabry has opened the door for all these people to come with these negrophobic or let's say anti-African statements. And as a matter of fact, they still accept negrophobic statements. Anti-black, that's what negrophobic means. And we've heard it. They have yet to say one word about this. All of this because of hate for Jabari. The Pandora's box has been opened. Reggie, you are irresponsible. Shame on you. Shame on you. Now, here, for the record, Elijah Muhammad says that he was once a Mason, and I have him on tape, also on audio. Now, here, for those who wonder, that's Elijah Muhammad saying that he was hearing voices. In the book, The Science of Time, he said, God have said to me that the time has long past due for the execution of the wicked, the enemies who have misled the whole world of black men except about 10% of them. So he taught me night and day in person for 3 whole long years and about 4 or 5 months. And he still guides me. He still speaks to me whenever he please. Right directly, the voice comes to my ears from his mouth like listen to a word from you whenever he pleases. I've already shared, I made a video about it where he was being interviewed and he said that he's been hearing the voice of Far Muhammad for years. He said there's not a year that goes by without him hearing the voice. And now we've noticed that they no longer claim that Jabari was hearing voices or talking to a mummy, But even in the book, The Science of Time, he talked about that. He still speaks to me, but I read it already. Now here, that's an interview. I'm not going to go through that because I made a live stream about this, But for the record, he says, I do have voices at time. Is this voice that you hear in visions now? It is the same voice in the past and at present. All these 40 years, this goes on periodically. Yes, I've had him speaking to me in my ears now, in person. Yes, there does not pass a year that I do not hear his voice sometime in that year. So once again, whenever you hear people saying, oh, Jabari is spooky, pseudo, he spoke to a mummy, that's the weak Walker squad headed by Trackfield, the Christian apologist, who was a no-show, who's known as the man who almost debated Jabari. That comes from these little homies. That comes from these grown men groupies who had nothing better than coming with a false narrative, lying on Jabari, talking about Jabari spoke to a mummy. But when Elijah Muhammad said that he heard voices, they are quiet. The double standard. You will go nowhere with people who have double standard. Those guys are weak. They are weak. The only benefit they have is that they are able to speak on large platforms. I gave them the business before. Sekou is giving them the business before. They are weak and desperate. They are grown men cheerleader groupies. That's what they are. The Dagger Squad is dead. It's a bunch of dudes who have little information, almost no character. They are full of hate and jealousy towards Jabari because Jabari talks about African way of life. And they hate that. particularly the 5% dude who looks more like a Roma than anything. Because once again, I'm curious. Do 5%ers roll with the dude? Do 5%ers support that dude, even though he's rolling with a Christian apologist? Even God, even Og the God killer, who used to be known as a black atheist, he's now running with a Christian apologist. Some people, when they have hate, they click together, even if it contradicts their own stance. And it's a shame. Now here, Elijah Muhammad's wrong prediction, the book called the Genesis Years, page 152, a Negro will never be the president under the stars and stripes of America. Another inaccurate prediction. Another inaccurate teaching, a wrong teaching, because we had Barack Obama. But if you ask Nation of Islam members, they will not even have the intellectual honesty. They will not even have the integrity to say, well, Elijah Muhammad was wrong on this. But yet they want to point the finger and talk about other people. Yes, Shrakfield running. He's been running. He's a clown. He's a neophyte. And some people had the nerve to call him an expert of the Bible. That's the level of the so-called conscious community. The dude said that he studied biblical history for the past 30 years. So it means that he started when he was 9 years old. Even the top PhDs, they never said they started learning something when they were 9 years old. And we have some grown men who said, well, take him up on the offer. We got in his degree. Paid the $1,800. Grown men who say that. Then you wonder why we in the mess we in. Let's continue.
It depends.
Yeah, feel free, brother.
It it depends on how you define degree.
Yeah, they will go there, but he clearly see that and you know, for those who don't know, let me play, because some of you, and I've received just one donation. Sometimes I'm like, man, it looks like our people just love spooky stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because if I do metaphysics and teach spooky stuff, teach astral projecting, alkaline water, and crystals, man, I'm gonna have so much more people and so much more donations. But true facts and reality, I mean, it's like maybe it's not entertaining enough, you know. But I will not do the metaphysics. I will not talk about astral projecting. I will not talk about alkaline water and crystals, prosperity crystals, health crystals. I will not do that. I will leave you guys to it. But for those who wonder, here is the guy claiming that he has a bachelor's degree in history.
But why is the Hebrew? NOR. I don't talk about the NOR, but I talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites because, all right, my mom is a history teacher.
Okay.
I love history. I have a bachelor's degree in history.
Okay.
So history is.
He said it. He said, I quote, I have a bachelor's degree in history. What did he tell people? You're going to have to pay me for me to show you my degree. And he sent an invoice when somebody inquired. He sent an invoice for $1,800, $1,800 just to show his degree. I've shown that invoice already. He sent it to somebody in email, and that person sent it to me. That's a clear behavior of a fraud. We have a cult-like following. Do 5%ers roll with their so-called 5%er brother who's rolling with a fraud, who charges $1,800 to show his degree? That's how 5%ers get down? I don't think so. And then they might be merciful and not state it publicly, but you can just ask them. You know, some of you are in New York, you know, can go to Brooklyn and ask them, hey, you rolling with one of your 5%er guys who's rolling with a Christian apologist who charges $1,800 for his degree? Now here's him claiming that he received. Yes, go ahead, brother.
It's his academic pedigree. So he as an academic, you know, it just goes against that whole principle. It's his own pedigree we talking about. He does not want to prove his own pedigree that he talks about. I mean, that's just makes that tells you it can't be true. What academic does that?
Most likely he doesn't have it. Or if he has it, that's under his name, and it's probably some things that he's hiding. And then we have to wonder, what is he hiding? I mean, he knows that if we know his government name, we can look him up. And maybe in his criminal record, in his rap sheet, crime sheet, there might be something crazy. There might be something bananas. But as far as I'm concerned, yes, go ahead, brother.
Oh, no, not to cut you off, but, you know, again, it's nothing shameful about not having a degree. It's nothing shameful about learning from others that have degrees. You don't have to have a degree to be well studied and anything necessarily. The academic part is just being applied in in an institution to test your methodologies every day. So and to back up what they say, show and prove, right? But it's so sad because he speaks to so many others, like Doggy Diamonds. You never hear Doggy Diamonds talking about he have a degree. But he finds Doggy Diamonds relevant enough to go on the show. So it's not about have the importance of you're not any less if you don't have a degree. Where you're less at is when you lie about who you are and what you are. That's the
Yes,
problem right there.
yes. And we have this grown man cheerleader groupie, mainly from the Walker Squad, who died on December 21st, 2022, who said, "Oh, but what's your degree? Where's your degree?" That's not the point. You didn't hear me claiming that I have a degree. Your guy claimed that he had a degree. And then they have the nerve to say, "Oh, that's his personal business. That's his private life." What? He said it publicly on Doggy Diamonds. Now, if they, and they're speaking for him, but if it was such of his private life and personal information, then why did he send that invoice? Why did he say live on air, "You're gonna have to pay me to show my degree"? He
Look,
spoke about it and he sent the invoice. And then we have this guy. I mean, I'm sorry, but his name is Stoopies. Stoopies, that's his name. I think he's from Jamaica. He has a Caribbean accent. I spoke to him once, maybe twice, but I know I spoke to him at least once. And I think he was part of the pseudo killers. This guy said, when I mentioned the $1,800 invoice, he said, "Well, take him up on it." So I'm supposed to pay $1,800? Come on now. That's what we're doing today now. That's a fraud. And that's a cult-like behavior. And his master teacher, Asahimo Fake, also are falsely claimed to be a historian and a linguist. And we hear grown men saying, "Oh, I don't care, I don't mind." Please, brothers and sisters, do not follow Trockville. He's a fraud. He's a clown. He's a neophyte. Do not follow Asahimo Fake. He's a fraud. He's a plagiarizer, which means that he stole people's work. Let's not promote falsehood. Let's not promote stealing. That's isfet. Isfet. That's the opposite of ma'at. I mean, I cannot understand how we have grown men who cop for falsehood. You don't have to cop for falsehood. You don't have to. We do have real linguists. Now, some of you only want to deal with African Americans. Well, Obadele Campbell, where he used to be, he probably has the citizenship of Ghana. But there's so many linguists around. People with PhDs in linguistics, just ask them. Don't ask a fraud. What's wrong with you, black man? What's wrong with you? People are grown men groupies and they're capping for frauds.
Shaka, also I want not to cut you off again, brother. I'm sorry, but just one other distinction. Now, Garfield, he is on platforms like Doggy Diamonds, like Sarnetta. Does Sarnetta have a degree? I mean, it's just not making sense here. He's choosing as a proclaimed academic himself in history. He is choosing to go on platforms where these people that are hosting these platforms don't have degrees. So why wouldn't these people feel insulted that he claims he have a degree that he won't even show? It's insulting to their works. It's insulting to their own works, because look at the relevance of Sarnetta in that community. It's not based on him having a degree, but it actually has some profound consequences. It's a lot of people that tune into it, so it's very relevant. So it's insulting to Sarnetta's own work. That's what I'm saying. It's insulting to everyone else's own works that don't have degrees but have proven they can have offerings that are useful to the community without a degree. So I would challenge Sarnetta and even anybody that has a person like Garfield on it to just think about that for a second, because they're being real, and it's just a question there.
But not only he doesn't show his degree, he's not even telling which school he got the degree from. He's not saying which university he got the degree from. You see? But we have those grown men who are copying for that, and it's just weird. It's just weird. Even in his own book, he did not mention that he has a bachelor's degree in history. He's clearly lying, and he has grown men and grown women copying for him. That's what scammers do. That's what scammers do. Now let's listen to him saying that he was once a millionaire.
This timestamp where you can hear the dude claiming that he was once a millionaire, that's minute 9 and second 23. Let's listen up.
But this was like 14, 15 years ago. So he cleaned my credit. My sister had passed. And I said, you know what? Before I spend all this money, she left me like a couple million. So, and literally.
You said somebody left you a couple of $1 million?
Yeah, my sister when she died.
Oh,
so
you know we cousins. You know we cousins, right?
All the time.
Go ahead.
And he said literally. And the grown men cheerleader groupies, weak dudes, are gonna say, "Oh, that's his personal business. That's personal. That's personal." He said that publicly. He wanted people to believe that he was once a millionaire. It's better for business. It's better to attract people to do the credit repairs. That's what scammers do. That's what scammers do. They make false claims. You have so many other people who are into scamming and they claim to have credentials that they never earned. But the worst thing is that we have all these grown men groupies who are capping for this. I'm sorry. Now, let's continue. Elijah Muhammad said, only in higher Freemasonry is there elite teachings at the top, mostly of this particular order, that mentions the teachings of Almighty God Allah. He also said, only in higher organizations, or we say Masonry, in the Masonics, there is a little teaching at the top, mostly of this particular order, that mentions the teachings of Almighty God Allah. But you have to pay a lot of money to become a 33rd degree Mason. Therefore, you are an absolute victim, as Isaiah teaches you, that you buy that which does not bring you any gain. Before the coming of Allah, Islam was sold to the so-called Negroes in a secret order or society called the Masons. Make sure you watch my video entitled Deception of Asiatic Black Men. I demonstrate how this Asiatic Black Men movement derived from Freemasonry. The fathers of the Asiatic Black Men are two white dudes. One of them went to a Arabian theme party in Europe, in France. France is the original Asiatic black man's language. And I can teach you your original language, brothers and sisters. I speak French fluently. The root of your organization is France, brothers. It's Europe. One of them went to an Arabian theme party in France, and he thought to himself, well, that'd be good to do the same thing in America. And there goes the Shriners. There goes the Shriners.
Say that again.
Now, you know what? Brothers and sisters, this is what I will do. Call your people. Like Chris MVP Howard says, come get that man. Some of you know Farrakhan. Send him a text message. Send him an email and say, Mr. Farrakhan, did you know the origin of your organization? All you guys who know the Moors, tell them, do you know the origin of your organization? And this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. We're going to start with the God of the Nation of Islam, the white dude called Father Muhammad with his father Alfonso and his mother Baby G. That's the live stream, right? That's the description section, the description box. You click on show more, and here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th link. Deception of Asiatic Black Men. Baisse le volume et route. Donne-moi la télécommande. So I'm going to share the link first of all. So let me share the link and we're going to listen. The fathers of the Asiatic Black men the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple of America are two white dudes, and you will see them. They have a white god. The Moorish Science Temple, I'm sorry, the Nation of Islam have a white god. The fathers of their teachings are white dudes, but they tell you don't follow Africa. So here in the chat, boom, deception of Asiatic black men. I will not play the whole thing. I will just play so you can see what I've said, if it's accurate or not. I will just do what they claim is showing and proving. Show and prove. I'm muting my mic and I'm playing it.
Deception of Asiatic black men. Greetings to all. I am Shakan Dugu Kemet. We're going to start right off. Freemasonry, Encyclopedia Britannica 2012. In addition to the main body of Freemasonry derived from the British tradition, there are now a number of appendant groups that are primarily social or fun organizations, which have no official standing in Freemasonry, but which draw their membership from the higher degrees of Freemasonry. They are especially prevalent in the United States. Among those known for their charitable work are the ancient Arabic order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, the Shriners. Next slide. You can see this is coming from the Shriners International website. You have the link at the bottom. Now, the fairs that you see is part of the website template. Here's the beginning. You have the link for the website. It's coming from their own website, Shriners International once again. It says, in 1870, a group of Masons gathered frequently for lunch at the Knickerbocker Cottage on 6th Avenue in New York City. At a special table on the second floor, a particularly fun-loving group of men met regularly. Among the regulars were Walter M. Fleming, M.D., and William J. Billy Florence, an actor. The group frequently talked about starting a new fraternity for Masons, one centered on fun and fellowship, more than ritual. Fleming and Florence took this idea seriously enough to do something about it. Billy Florence had been on tour in France and had been invited to a party given by an Arabian diplomat. The exotic style, flavors, and music of the Arabian theme party inspired him to suggest this as a theme for the new fraternity. Walter Fleming, a devoted fraternity brother, built on Fleming's idea and used his knowledge of fraternal ritual to transform the Arabian theme into the ancient Arabic order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine. With the help of Knickerbocker Cottage regulars, Fleming drafted the ritual, designed the emblem and costumes, formulated a salutation, and declared that members will wear the red fez. The first meeting of Mecca Shriners, the first temple chapter established in the United States, was held September 26, 1872. Next, the fez is one of the most recognizable symbols of Shriners International and was adopted as the Shriners' official headgear in 1872. Named after the city of Fez, Morocco, the hat represented the Arabian theme the fraternity was founded on. It also serves as an outward symbol of one's membership in the fraternity, much like the white arpon worn by Masons as a symbol of their brotherhood. The fez is worn only by Shriners as a symbol of their membership in his unique fraternity. Today, the fez is worn at Shriners' function, in parades, and at outings as a way of gaining exposure for the fraternity. Members customize their fez to show their allegiance to their temple. Look closely at the fez and you will also learn other important information about its wearer, such as membership in shrine clubs, special roles within the organization, and much more. Each fez is custom made, and a Shriner may own more than one fez depending on his activities and memberships. Next, the emblem on the front of the fez, the crescent and scimitar, is an important part of the fraternity's theme and is representative of the characteristics embodied by the Shriners. The scimitar stands for the backbone of the fraternity, its members. The two claws are for the Shriners' fraternity and its philanthropy. The Sphinx stands for the governing body of the Shriners. The five-pointed star represents the thousands of children helped by the philanthropy each year. The emblem also bears the phrase Rebour et Fureur, which means strength and fury. Next, all Shriners are Masons, but not all Masons are Shriners. Shriners International is a spin-off from Freemasonry, the oldest, largest, and most widely known fraternity in the world. The Freemasonry dates back hundreds of years to when stonemasons and other craftsmen gathered after work in shelter houses or lodges. Over time, the members organized into Masonic guilds, and the tools of their trade, the square and compass, became the symbol of their brotherhood. Over time, Masonry evolved into organization that began to accept members who were not craftsmen. Today, Masonry is built upon a foundation of improving character and strengthening communities, though the square and compass are still the symbols of the fraternal brotherhood. When Shriners International was first founded in 1872, the organization built on the principles that guided Freemasonry, while adding an element of fun and ultimately philanthropy that set Shriners International apart. The two organizations are also structured similarly. Shriners have temples, Masons have a Blue Lodge or Craft Lodge. Members of the Masonic lodges are required to learn about their fraternity and earn a series of Masonic degrees. When a member has completed the third and final degree, he becomes a Master Mason, and it's then eligible to become a Shriner. Additional courses in Masonic study are available. These are known as the Scottish Rite and the York Rite. And you have a link to learn more about how to become a Mason and a Shriner. Next. So here we have the first symbol, the Shriner's emblem. Remember, the first meeting of Mecca Shriners was in 1872. Next, Moorish Science Temple of America. U.S. religious movement founded in Newark, New Jersey in 1913 by Timothy Drew, known to followers as Noble Drew Ali and also as the Prophet. Drew Ali thought that all blacks were of Moorish origins but had their Muslim identity taken away from them through slavery and racial segregation. Drew Ali moved his organization several times and ultimately settled in the mid-20s in Chicago, where he found success. He died under mysterious circumstances during a period of internal strife, and the Moorish Science Temple of America split into several factions. The Nation of Islam grew out of the contested succession to Drew Ali and became a separate organization in Detroit in 1932. Next, here you can see several of the symbolism of the MSTA.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
Next, this is a well-known picture, and where you have the arrow, that individual pointed. Some people do say that this is Fard Muhammad. This is not my claim. This is just for the record. Next, teachings of Noble Drew Ali. This is coming from the Moorish questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101. Number 5, who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. 11, where was Noble Drew Ali born? In the state of North Carolina, 1886. 12, what is his nationality? Moorish American. 13, What is your nationality? Moorish American. 14. Why are we Moorish Americans? Because we are descendants of Moroccans and born in America. 17. What is our religion? Islamism. 43. At what age did Jesus begin to teach? At the age of 12. 44. Where did he teach? India, Africa, and Europe. 88. What is meant by the word black? Black, according to science, means death. 94. Will you define the word white? White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. Next, you have the link to this website, and you can see the flag of the Moorish, well, what they call the Moorish flag. Next, here is a quote from the book The Messenger, The Rise and Fall of Elijah Muhammad, page 62. Drew Ali believed that Morocco was the original land of African Americans, whom he called Moors and Asiatics. Next. Same book, page 64. In 1913, Drew, greatly influenced by the writings of white spiritualist Levi H. Dowling, author of the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, formed his own sect, calling it the Canaanite Temple. After Dowling died in 1911, Drew plagiarized the book, combined it with the teachings of the Ahmadiyya movement and material from Freemasonry to produce his so-called Holy Quran. He changed his name to Drew Ali, preceded by the title of Noble, which he borrowed from Masonic ritual. Black Americans, Noble Drew Ali wrote, were actually Asiatics who descended from the Moabites. Same book, page 65. By 1928, Drew Ali had established 17 temples in 15 states, the one in Chicago being the largest and most profitable. Next, here you can see the quote-unquote Moorish Quran, also known as the Seven Circle Quran, and on the right, the cover of the book, The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ, which was plagiarized by Drew Ali. Next, here you have the symbolism. We have started with the Shriners emblem in 1872, and then we can see the similarities with the Moorish flag. Next, dealing with the Asiatic influence. Number 84 of the Moorish 101. When was the head of Satan taken off? 1453. Byzantine. 85. By whom? By Muhammad II. The Encyclopedia Britannica 2012 tells us about Mehmed II, Ottoman Sultan from 1444 to 1446 and from 1451 to 1481. A great military leader, he captured Constantinople. Now, Constantinople, from the same source, largest city and seaport of Turkey. It was formerly the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Now, dealing with the title Bey, common to the Moors, comes from Turkish Bey, Old Turkish Beg, Arabic Bey or Bey. Title among Turkish peoples traditionally given to rulers of small tribal groups, to members of ruling families, and to important officials. Later, Bey became a general title of respect in Turkish and Arab countries, added after a personal name and equivalent to Esquire or Sir in conversation in English. Next. Still dealing with the MSTA. Number 87. In all reality, what is a Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. 90. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. 91. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. Now, from the quote-unquote Moorish Quran, chapter 45, the divine origin of the Asiatic nations. Number 2, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. The Moorish were ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. Before I move further with the Asiatic influence and the MSTA, I want to give a notable mention, which is the UNIA, founded by Marcus Garvey, because it came around the same time. Marcus Garvey, charismatic black leader who organized the first important American black nationalist movement, 1919 to 1926, based in New York City's Harlem. Largely self-taught, Garvey attended school in Jamaica until he was 14. After traveling in Central America and living in London from 1912 to 1914, he returned to Jamaica, where, with a group of friends, he founded, August 1, 1914, the Universal Negro Improvement and Conservation Association and African Communities League, usually called the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which sought, among other things, to build in Africa a black-governed nation. Failing to attract a following in Jamaica, Garvey went to the United States and soon established branches of the UNIA in Harlem and the other principal ghettos of the North. By 1919, the rising Black Moses claimed a following of about 2 million, though the exact number of association members was never clear. From the platform of the association's Liberty Hall in Harlem, he spoke of a new Negro proud of being black. His newspaper, Negro World, told the exploits of heroes of the race and of the splendors of African culture. He thought that blacks would be respected only when they were economically strong, and he preached an independent black economy within the framework of white capitalism. To forward these ends, he established the Negro Factories Corporation and the Black Star Line, as well as a chain of restaurants and grocery stores, laundries, a hotel, and a printing press. He reached the height of his power in 1920 when he presided at an international convention in Liberty Hall with delegates present from 25 countries. The affair was climaxed by a parade of 50,000 through the streets of Harlem, led by Garvey in flamboyant array. His business methods, however, and his doctrine of racial purity and separatism, he even approved of the white racist Ku Klux Klan because it sought to separate the races, brought him bitter enemies among established black leaders, including labor leader A. Philip Randolph and W. E. B. Du Bois, head of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Garvey's influence declined rapidly when he and other UNIA members were indicted for mail fraud in 1922 in connection with the sale of stock for the Black Star Line. He served 2 years of a 5-year prison term, but in 1927 his sentence was commuted by President Calvin Coolidge and he was deported as an undesirable alien. He was never able to revive the movement abroad, and he died in virtual obscurity. Now back to the Asiatic influence. We're moving right on from Freemasonry to Shriners to Moors to the Nation of Islam. Here you have a picture of Elijah Muhammad wearing the fez, and in the middle, this is taken from the book Sheikh Dawood versus W.D. Fard, which is available online. Quote from Carl Evans' book, The Messenger, The Rise and Fall of Elijah Muhammad, page 60. As the UNIA spiraled downward, so did Elijah. Strong drink became his communion wine, and festering racial animosity the bread that sustained his dying dreams. He blamed white people not only for Garvey's downfall, but for the bankruptcy of the UNIA members who had invested their savings in Garvey's steamship stocks. Like a million other lost souls, Elijah wandered from organization to organization seeking spiritual fulfillment. One of his first expeditions was into the esoteric world of Freemasonry. Since the mainstream Masonic organization, the ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine of North America was all white, Elijah enlisted in the all black ancient Egyptian order of the nobles of the mystic shrine of North and South America. The black Shriners, as these Freemasons were known, were a large bureaucracy with a virtually impenetrable hierarchy. Next, you will hear from yourself Elijah Muhammad saying, confirming that he was once a Mason.
Once I was a Mason too. Until I became a Muslim, I was a Mason.
This is not just a deck of cards. This is a collection.
From the same book.
Once I was
Once a Mason. Self, Elijah Muhammad saying, confirming that he was once a Mason.
Once I was a Mason too. Until I became a Muslim, I was a Mason.
Next, quote from the same book, page 62. Repentant, Elijah again promised to quit drinking and to give Clara back the proud man she married. As part of his spiritual quest, he attended meetings of a local temple that called its religion Islam and whose members were called Muslims. The founder of the temple, he learned during his first visit, was a strangely dressed man by the name of Noble Drew Ali. According to the temple's teachings, Drew Ali was the seal of God's prophets, despite the word of the Holy Quran, the book that Orthodox Muslims accept as the direct word of Allah. As did Muhammad of the 7th century, Drew Ali produced a holy book, this one called the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Page 65. While he had never personally seen nor heard Marcus Garvey deliver a speech, Elijah did attend a lecture given by Drew Ali in Detroit and was profoundly impressed. He was soon among the thousands of blacks who joined the Moors. Because of their odd dress, employers had no problem singling the Moors out for discrimination. The maroon fezzes, which men were required to wear at all times, and the goatees were a dead giveaway. As Moors held themselves superior to white people, their religious beliefs frequently resulted in hostile encounters on the streets and in the workplace. Next, comparing teachings of Drew Ali with those of Elijah Muhammad. Still from the Moorish questionnaire, better known as the Moorish 101, number 57. So this is coming from the MSTF, from Drew Ali. Who were Adam and Eve? They are the one who brought about discord in the holy city of Mecca and were driven out. 58. Where did they go? They went into Europe. 59. What is the modern name given to their children? Roman. 60. What is the shade of their skin? Pale. Now comparing with Elijah Muhammad's lost found Muslim lesson number 14. Why did we run Jacob and his mad devil from the root of civilization over the hot desert into the caves of West Asia, as they now call it, Europe? Answer, because they had started making trouble among the righteous people telling lies. You can see that from the Moorish questionnaire, we are told that the white people, the Europeans white people went into Europe. And also on Elijah Muhammad's lesson, we are told that they went they ran out Jacob and his mate devil, meaning white people, into Europe. We are told on number 57 that they brought a discord. And there we are told from the MSTA, Drew Ali, we are told that they brought discord into the holy city of Mecca. And in Elijah Muhammad's lesson, we are told that they started making trouble. Also in Elijah Muhammad's book entitled The Black Stone, page 176, this took place in the 2,000 years before Moses, when God drove the white men out of the paradise of the garden. It only means the Holy Land of Arabia. They were in Persia, over there in the valley of the Euphrates River. When they drove them out, they went across what is known as Syria, Lebanon, into Turkey, and into the hills and mountains of Europe. So once again, we are told about the holy city in Mecca. If you look at number 57 from the MSTA, from Drew Ali, and there we are told from Elijah Muhammad, the holy land of Arabia. And same again at the bottom, you can see that they went into the mountains of Europe. Just like you told on number 58 from the MSTA, where did they go? They went into Europe. Next. Teachings of Drew Ali compared to those of Elijah Muhammad once again. Drew Ali, Moorish 101, number 36. What does the name Jesus mean? Jesus means justice. Elijah Muhammad, the Black Stone, page 2. It means this, that Jesus being buried, that name Jesus means justice here. Exactly the same quote. Now, Drew Ali from the quote-unquote Moorish Quran, chapter 45, the divine origin of the Asiatic nations. Number 2, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. Elijah Muhammad, Supreme Wisdom 110, the student enrollment. Number 1, who is the original man? The original man is the Asiatic black man. So we have the Asiatic nations and the Asiatic black man. Next, still with the Arabic influence, we're dealing with Arab money. The great gift of our Libyan brothers by Messenger Elijah Muhammad, reprinted from the May 19, 1972 edition of Muhammad Speaks newspaper. We, the Muslims, want the world to know that we thank the Libyan people and their government for the great surprise in loaning us nearly $3 million in cash. Here, we will see Khalid Abdul Muhammad talking about the time when Gaddafi gave $5 million to Farrakhan.
To your best of your knowledge, could you explain to us what you know, what the $1 billion was offered for?
I'm sorry.
To the best of your knowledge, could you explain to us what the $1 billion was offered for?
To the best of my knowledge, I can, because from the beginning I was involved. I'm responsible by God's grace for Minister Farrakhan and Brother Muammar Gaddafi meeting. When I was married to my son Farrakhan's mother, we took our own money and went to Libya, the Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. We went to Libya. We stayed there 3 months to get a meeting with Brother Muammar al-Gaddafi. We had our letters and all of our correspondence in English on one side, translated in Arabic on the other side. We went to every office, every government building, every military office. We went all over, and we hung in there. We took audio tapes, videotapes, and looked for those who had the American system or the dual system to play the videos of Minister Farrakhan. We did everything to get a meeting between Minister Farrakhan and Brother Gaddafi, because Minister Farrakhan had sought a meeting with him years back. And when he arrived in Libya to meet with Gaddafi, Gaddafi's plane was taking off. There was a miscommunication and something had happened and they missed each other. So I was dedicated to the two of them meeting. And I stayed in there and laid in there until God helped me to set up the base and the foundation for the $5 million that came to Minister Farrakhan. I did the work of cutting down the underbrush, paving the way, and opening up the way for the $5 million.
So we had $3 million, nearly $3 million to Elijah Muhammad from Gaddafi. Then we have $5 million to Farrakhan from Gaddafi. Now we will see that Khalid Abdul Muhammad was a Mason.
Space Nation.
We would like to present to some and introduce to others a man that need no introduction. He's a man that has been initiated into the degree of entrepreneurs, passed to the degree of a fellow craftsman, and raised to the sublime degree of a master mason, walked into the lodge of perfection where perfect men were at council, and from this point walked on into the consistory and crowned the sublime prince of the royal secret of the 32nd degree king on the hard-born sands of the desert, trying to find rest in the shade of the oasis, washed in the pool of Mecca, kissed the black rock of Jephthah, and stepped back on the square and declared himself a man of noble birth. He's a member of the board of directors of the Imperial Grand Council of the ancient epic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine of the United States of America, the illustrious noble Russia Dean. Brothers and sisters, may I have your attention, please? Brothers and sisters, in Islam, we are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to begin every important event asking for the divine blessings, asking for the divine providence of Almighty God, and to begin every important event in His name. And I can find no other event more important than this Founders Day banquet, and to begin in the name and asking for His divine blessing. So in the name of Almighty God, Allah, and in the name of His Christ and His messenger, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and we thank that God, Allah, for coming as it was written and prophesied that He would come, seeking that which was lost. And we can find no other people fitting the description of the lost sheep, the lost brother, and the lost sister, except we, the 50 million or more so-called American Negroes who are lost here in the hells of North America, lost sheep, who have lost our names, lost our language, lost our religion, our culture, and our God, lost our folkways, our mores, and our norms, and the way some of us act, we have even lost our minds. And so we thank that God, it is written in the Bible that He would come seeking that which was lost and out of place. I greet you in the greeting words of peace, as spoken in the ancient tongue, spoken in the language that Jesus and all of the great worthies who came in the great line of divine, the language that they all spoke. They didn't speak English in those days. If Jesus were here at the Founders Day banquet to honor Dr. P.J. Jones tonight, Jesus would not stand up and say good evening, but Jesus would speak in the tongue of His time, and He would say, Assalamu alaikum. And so as it is written, this is the Lord's doing. When you see the Muslim and the Mason, when you see the Muslim sisters, and when you see the daughters of the various orders of the ancient Arabic order, when you see them begin to come together, you know that the dry bones are really beginning to shake and come together. There are some in this room together tonight that under ordinary circumstances wouldn't be together. But God has His hands on this whole situation.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time?
Note of is,
Hands on this whole situation.
but we can take note of is one, the fez with symbols similar to the Shriners worn by the introducer. 2. Khalid being called Master Mason. 3. Khalid called Noble. 4. Mention of Lodge. Next. Now you remember the Asiatic influence. Byzantine, Constantinople, Turkey. Now look at the Turkish flag and the Nation of Islam flag. So we have the symbolism from 1872 with the Shriners emblem to 1930, with the MSTA to 1930 with the NOI. Next.
Okay, people are free to continue. I'll share the link, but let me show you again who the fathers of the Asiatic black men are. Here they are. Walter Fleming and William Florence. Those are the fathers of the Asiatic black men. And if any Asiatic black men want to learn their original tongue, their original language, which is French, I'm willing to teach them, free of charge. Every time I'm live streaming, you can go on the chat and ask the questions you could get on the panel. Some of you like to say peace, God. That will be paix, Dieu in French. That guy went to France, to the Arabian Team Party. That's the reason why it was centered around Arabia and Asia. You see the Shriners, some of them wear a face where it says Mecca and other places as well. Now, if he would have went to an Indian Team Party or Scandinavian Team Party, then those Shriners, the Shriners would have come up with other symbols and other words from different languages. It's just a coincidence. It's just circumstances. It's just luck that made it that it was an Arabian Team Party. It's not divine. It's just a coincidence. Now, I don't know if E. Bennett is still there, but I will go back to this.
No, I'm here, brother. I'm here. I'm following you. And you did correct by going back to the beginning to establish that point, because that's exactly what I was getting at in terms of the relationship between identity and people trying to form an identity for a specific or particular actions in the future. These things, action and identity, go hand in hand. So I think you illustrated that point, bro, very, very clearly and in detail. And I don't think they're going to question it. You might get a couple of comments, but you won't get any proof backing up anything because, again, this is public knowledge. This is admission, even. I mean, there's a connection between these beliefs and where they're coming from, and the order and time from which they take place. One action after another action after another action. It's very purposeful, this type of Asiatic view. And it's been established here that it's very clear that it is anti-African, you see, which shouldn't be a surprise. But today is not the 1900s anymore. Africa is in a different place today. And Africa is in the place that it is because of its own choices, you see. And people should need to understand that when you're cutting your relationship, when an African American cuts their relationship to their homeland, there isn't going to be no one else that can save you, because the power that Africa can harness and is harnessing, and others will respect because they're aware of this power. The power is very serious. It's very big. It's huge. It's gigantic. So it's essentially putting yourself ideologically up against the new coming powerhouse. So that's really what's going to happen. And when you take on this identity, you're putting yourself in the company of white supremacists. That's what you're doing. So the people that will be there to save you, it will be the white supremacists only, because you have taken yourself away from Africa. You know, and that's how it's going to play. That's how I see it, bro. I mean, it's a serious thing. These guys may think it's a joke. A lot of them are basically hustlers, and that's why they laugh at everything that they do, think everything is a joke. But people are going to come to reckon with this in real terms, you know? So go ahead, my brother.
And Sarah Susan said it back then, showed, if I'm not mistaken, some connection between Freemasons and the Ku Klux Klan. You know, I think it has something to do with the Scottish Rite. But don't quote me on that. You know, try to see if it's on his channels. He has two. He has General Seti and Sarah Susan Seti. But I think he did show a connection. And the Masons did not even want black folks. And that's why we have, I think it's called the Priest Hall Lodge. But first, the Masons did not want black people. So black people, they wanted to be down so much that they created their own Masonic organization. So identity, yes. We're dealing with some identity crisis. Well, black Hebrews were lied to, claiming that black people put forth these religion, this belief system, and these writings as well, even to the point of claiming that King James was black. You know? So let's continue here. Now, Elijah Muhammad himself said, and that's from the book The Black Stone, page 44, that their God, Father Muhammad, had enrolled and studied in the California University. Their God went to the university. He lived with a white family out there while he was going to the University of California. How long he went to this university, I don't know, but he said that he did go to this university and enrolled there and other universities. Elijah Muhammad himself said that his God, Father Muhammad, had studied every educational system in the civilized world and that he could speak 16 languages and write 10 of them. Now, if for anybody that makes sense that a God will speak 16 languages and write 10 of them, if that makes sense to you, then more power to you. To me, it doesn't make sense that God will only speak 16 languages and write 10 of them. It means out of the 16 languages that their God knows, there's 6 that he cannot write. Now let's continue. Hold on. Now when it comes to the Hindu, it's bananas. It's bananas. You know, tolerance. In the Theology of Time, page 96 to 97, Elijah Muhammad said, and once again, the audio exists because it was a lecture. And they made a book out of the lecture. A Hindu is one of the oldest enemies of God or man. There may be some Hindu believers in here, but I don't care. Yes, I'd fly over your territory and kill every one of you if I could. If you are here, I don't love you myself. I don't care if America kills all of you and you could kill them too. I don't love either one of you. In the book Our Savior Has Arrived, page 32 to 33, God was talking with me about these two people, the Christian and the Hindu, one day. He said, you know, brother, he called me brother. He said, there is a law among us, a ruling. He said, if the Hindu and the Christian are walking together, he said, kill the Hindu first, because the Hindu is more poison than the Christian. And he is. Now here, on the book The Black Stone, page 107, Elijah Muhammad said that Islam must dominate the whole entire religious world. The Holy Quran plainly warns us that the messenger has brought to you the truth and the true religion, that he may overcome the religions, all of them, of all of them, which means to tell us that Islam must dominate the whole entire religious world, regardless of what religion you may have or what God you may have been worshiping.
They like to say that followers of Kemet are romanticizing. But here they are saying clearly that Islam must dominate. Elijah Muhammad said that Jesus and Moses spoke Arabic in a book called the Black Stone, page 142. Originally, the Torah, Old Testament, was given in 2000 BC to Musa, Moses, who spoke ancient Egyptian Arabic. And the second half, the New Testament, was revealed to Isa, Jesus, who spoke both Arabic and Hebrew 2,000 years ago. Now, if the Arabic language was in existence in 2000 BC, please let me know which linguist says that. Now, Christians will love this. Jesus is a fornication child. In the book The Black Stone, page 237 to 238, Elijah Muhammad wrote, they do not know the birthday of Jesus. No one knows it because being persecuted by the Jews, Joseph and Mary feared the death of not only their newborn baby that they were bringing to birth, but even feared for their own lives for committing the act out of wedlock. So all of you who believe that it's a miraculous birth, that is some sort of spirit from God that brought forth the birth of Jesus Christ, that's in great disagreement with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. It's a result of fornication. Now, Elijah Muhammad said that Jesus in the Bible's prophecy is Elijah Muhammad. Now, some of you may have heard the doctor in Islamic studies called Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, when he says that he believes that Elijah Muhammad is an exalted Christ. In the book, Why Must Elijah First Come? It says, to hear where Jesus denies us from making him a God, he was not a God of the sort which the Christians have made him. He denies it even in the Bible where he says that he is something like all other prophets and that he was not a God that people should take him for. He was like all the other ones. In fact, this may bring a little dislike of me from you Christians, but there is no place in the Bible, in the whole book, where it prophesies of him coming even as a prophet. I will give you $10,000 if you can find in the Bible where it prophesies of Jesus coming as a prophet. What you read of Jesus in the Bible's prophecy is myself. Now, what is it about the kinky hair? You heard Farrakhan, Louis Farrakhan, talking about the origin of kinky hair. It says, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us is the origin of kinky hair. Well, this is the book, The Message to the Black Man in America. Once again, Message to the Black Man in America by Elijah Muhammad, who said, the origin of our kinky hair, says Allah, came from one of our dissatisfied scientists 50,000 years ago who wanted to make all of us tough and hard in order to endure the life of the jungles of East Asia, in parentheses, Africa, and to overcome the beasts there. But he failed to get the others to agree with him. It took his family and moved into the jungle to prove to us that we could live there and conquer the wild beasts. And we have. So maybe we have some biologists, scientists of all sorts, who could tell us if that is indeed the origin of kinky hair. I've heard that black people were first on the planet Earth. I've heard that Africans were the first humans on planet Earth. It's safe to say, safe to presume and assume that they did have kinky hair. So that would be the first hair, the initial hair on the planet Earth. But here we have a different doctrine.
Can I insert something there? You raised a good point. What it sounds to me like, according to their doctrine, the first people on Earth didn't. See, according to their doctrine, they're saying that it's because of the curse. So unless the curse was there from the very beginning, nobody had kinky hair, according to them. I'm just saying,
Well, we've heard of Issa Farrakhan, and for those who just arrived recently, it's only 3 minutes long, so let's listen to it.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight.
Yes, sir.
Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
All right, so let's continue. I
Shaka.
read, yes, feel free, brother.
I mean, this to me, this is just it's a spin off of the Curse of Ham, basically. It's in a, you know, whatever they want to call their organization, whatever type of doctrine they have. This is a spin off of the Curse of Ham. But what makes it even more interesting is that when he said that rejected from the circle of God, that sounds like, you know, implying like the devil was a kinky haired person, because who was rejected in this whole Abrahamic, you know, if you want to go by that, who was rejected from the gods, the circle of gods?
The circle of God, a lot of people don't know that actually Elijah Muhammad thought that there were 24 scientists. They had several gods. They were polytheists, you know. And indeed, I agree, it's like a spin-off of the curse of Ham. You know, it's similar than the curse of Ham or curse of Canaan. And here's the link in the chat. And once again, let's compare the two. Because in the curse of Ham, it's not in the Bible, but we have, you know, the Talmudic writing. And there they're breaking down. And they also say that it's because of what happened between Ham or Canaan and his father, Noah, who got drunk like hell. And that's how the kinky hair or nappy hair came about. You see? So I want you to see something. First of all, looking for it. There it is. This is Zion Lex video. Now maybe it was a post on his YouTube timeline, but here he had posted that a midrash on the complexion of the three sons of Noah. You see, so he's dealing with the midrash. Now let's go back here. The curse of Ham. You're free to read the whole article. I've shared the link in the chat. But here we are told in the Midrash Rabbah and the Bereshit Rabbah, and you do have, annotations. I mean, you have the footnotes, if you will, 3, 4. Rabbinic literature becomes more explicit. 3 rabbis are Joseph, dead in 333, are Huna, dead in 297, and are Shiza Bar Abba, between 136 and 217, comment on assault on Noah committed by Ham already inside the ark. Because of this act, his descent became black. But Robert Graves and Raphael Patai gives us a preview. And that's from the book The Hebrew Myth. Now I can no longer engender the 4th son whom I would have gave the order. Your children shall serve you and your brothers. It has to be Canaan, your firstborn, that they shall take as slave. And since you have made me incapable of doing bad things in the darkness of the night, the children of Canaan will be born ugly and black. You remember Farrakhan said the essence of ugliness? Also, because you have stretched yourself to see my nudity, the hair of your grandchildren will curl so that it turns nappy. And their eyes will be red. Also, because your lips have joked about my misfortune, yours will swell. And you heard Farrakhan talking about, a thinner lips, a thinner nose. And since you had a lack of respect for my nudity, they will go around naked, and the virile part extend ignobly. So whenever people say it's a spin-off, are they wrong?
And it's ironic. It's ironic here because it's very clear that the hatred, these are not Kemetic beliefs that we're talking about here. We're hearing one from the Nation of Islam, right? And then we're hearing one from where's the curse of Ham from?
Well, the curse of Ham or the curse of Canaan, that comes from the Bible. But then we have the exegesis, from the Talmud or the Midrash Rabbah. The same thing that Zion Lex used to prove a black ethnicity of Ham and his descendant. That's what he says about black people.
Now, exactly. Now, the Nation of Islam obviously don't believe Zion X. And here's the interesting part. Neither are a Kemetic belief anyway. There's no Kemetic hand in this.
And that's their teaching. That's their doctrine. That's their scriptures. When people say, oh, you don't believe in the scriptures, we heard Professor Grief when he was throwing shade at Dr. John Henry Clark. He mentioned the scriptures, and the scriptures he mentioned, he quoted from the Bible. So it's amazing that we have those people talking about knowledge of self, and their scriptures are full of anti-black / anti-African sentiment. Now, anti-African, they don't care that much, but still anti-black. So who have knowledge of self? Now, let's continue. Now, I want to find a quote. I'm looking for the word. Hold on. There we go. The book called The Fall of America, page 96. Elijah Muhammad wrote, I do not give 2 cents for you following Malcolm if you want to follow him. You will get divine death and destruction with no one to give you any honor and respect, only the devil whom you serve. Elijah Muhammad said that you will get divine death and destruction if you follow Malcolm X. He also said that Marcus Garvey was a Muslim. He said that in the book, The Suitcase of Freemasonry, he said, a Mason cannot be a good Mason unless he knows the Holy Quran and follow his teaching. This book is the only book that will make a true Mason. The Quran is a book, the only book that will make a true Mason. Now, we already dealt with Mecca being the only holy spot. Actually, no, we've dealt with Arabia being the best part of the planet Earth. So, Supreme Wisdom Volume 1, Solution to the So-Called Negro Problem. Elijah Muhammad said, when the Muslim has performed his ablution, which means also that his hands are now spread forth, his ears clean from the hearing of evil, and eyes closed from seeing evil, he then steps on his prayer rug or mat and faces towards the only holy spot on our planet, the holy city of Mecca. So according to the Nation of Islam, there's only one holy place on the planet Earth. And that is not in America. That is in Asia. Now, Goodfella Nella wrote, we love African people like we love you, in a way not quite as much. That's crazy manipulation, man. He planted seeds of xenophobia with that statement. He's no longer there. So people have the right to follow what they want. But people, the individuals who follow Kemet, have taken so much criticism, so much disrespect. But when we look at their doctrine, their ideology, their teaching, which they claim come from God, because they claim that Father Muhammad is God. Allah in the person of Father Muhammad. So these are supposed to be divine teachings. And black people are mocked and disfigured. 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 How do you get around that? So they chose to continue with those teachings. Now, Elijah Muhammad said that non-black Muslims will destroy themselves. History of the Nation of Islam, page 17 to 18. We're not going to have no rulers other than Islam over us, because the average so-called Negro who have not the knowledge of Islam cannot rule himself in peace. He will destroy himself if put alone like he is. He will eat himself up. Now, who's romanticizing? You heard this grown cheerleader groupie talking about, you guys are romanticizing Kemet. One of their weak talking points. Their teaching says that we are marked and disfigured, but they have the nerve to say that we are romanticizing Kemet. We had black gods. We had black gods. Yes, we did. We did. And let me show you one. I'm looking for it right now. Maybe I need to put jet black. We see it from the Louvre Museum. I have too many videos. How would I forgot the title. I cannot find it, but I've shared it before. There's an artifact. There's a papyrus, actually. Oh, hold on. It's Nebked. If I put Nebked, the papyrus of Nebked. Nebked. Oh, my goodness. Let me try papyrus. I'm looking for it. Oh, there it is. Now, that's in French. I have a video in English, but I don't want to take too much time, so you will have the French version. I'm going to share the link, and we're going to see. Now I'm sharing the link in the chat. You have the link here, and let's have a look together.
Bon, là, il y a écrit livre des morts. C'est très intéressant, ça. livre des morts. Le terme original, en fait, c'est Peret Mheru. D'ailleurs, c'est un peu plus long. Il y a quelques mots avant. Je les connais, frère, les mots avant. Reine, je sais pas quoi, Peret Mheru. Bref, moi, je les connais pas. Mais on dit communément Peret Mheru. En fait, ça peut se traduire, ou Peret Mheru, ça peut se traduire par sortie au jour ou sortie à la lumière. Eux, ils ont appelé ça livre des morts parce qu'ils trouvaient les papyrus dans les sarcophages, donc ils ont associé ça aux morts. Et c'est le nom, malheureusement, qu'on emploie tout le temps, alors que ça n'a rien à voir. C'est par rapport, bon, je ne vais pas rentrer en détail, mais en tout cas, regardez la taille. Vous voyez comment ça s'étend? Et le papyrus le plus célèbre, le plus connu, c'est le papyrus d'Ani, d'accord? Souvent, quand on dit livre des morts, souvent même qu'on parle des principes de la Ma'at, que je n'aborderai pas en détail, c'est ce papyrus-là dont on parle. Il se trouve au British Museum, d'accord? Et il a été découpé en morceaux. Vous voyez à quel point c'est long? Vous voyez ce que je veux dire? Donc c'est tellement long, et c'est Wallis Budge qui l'a acheté et il l'a découpé en morceaux. En tout cas, voyez, voilà, à la base, tout ça c'était ensemble, quoi. Et donc vous voyez la beauté des couleurs, etc. Il y a une chose que j'ai oublié de vous dire, malheureusement. En fait, j'avais des notes sur mon portable, mais il y a beaucoup de gens, donc il n'y a pas de souci. Souvent, les femmes, en fait, sont représentées plus claires que les hommes. Maintenant, je vous recommande d'aller en bas, parce que ça se trouve, je freestyle. En bas, vous voyez là où il y a les trucs de guerre, les haches et puis l'arc, quand on continue la visite vers la droite, il y a des vases en albastre, il me semble. Mais bref, vers là, vous regardez en bas, et il y a écrit que communément, ils utilisaient la peinture jaune pour les femmes et l'ocre rouge pour les hommes. Donc, c'était plutôt une habitude, peut-être il y a une signification symbolique, ça, je ne sais pas. Mais c'est bien de tenir ça en compte, parce que certains pourraient faire l'argument que, oui, bon, ok, les Égyptiens, ils sont bruns, ils sont soit.
I'm going to cut the chase. You've seen the original on video. Now here, this is how you can find on the website of the Louvre Museum. You see, all you need to type is Louvre, Louvre, and Nebked, Nebqed. And the first link, that's the Louvre Museum's website. And I'm sharing the link in the chat. Nobody's going to say, oh, Chaka put that there in the Louvre Museum. You have the link here. collections.louvre.fr/en/ARK:/53355/CL010003125. And if I make it larger, boom. I wish I can enlarge it because, hold on. Well, the quality is not great. There's better quality elsewhere, but let's look at the bottom. They're offering to download, but if I download it, will it look good? What's the same? Because obviously it was taken. They've taken a picture of the large part, so that's why we don't really see in details. But what I can show you, if I go to images here, it opens in a new window. So that's a close-up. See this, brothers and sisters? Here we have his name. When you have the throne and the eye, that's we have an ad now. Okay. Oh, I'm sharing this thing, by the way, but this link is not from the Louvre Museum. If you want to see the original artifact, I've already given you the link. You know, when you have the throne and the eye, that's the name Usir. Then we have the determinative of the sitting man with the beard. See? Necher Nefer Hekajet. But anyway, that was just for the record. So we can compare this with God of the Nation of Islam, Father Muhammad. Anyway, let me continue from where I left off. We're dealing with the supreme wisdom. We're dealing with the anti-black teaching that most, if not all, Pan-African organizations agree with. So, Elijah Muhammad taught that Pharaoh said Allah Akbar, or others would say Allahu Akbar. In the book The Science of Time, Elijah Muhammad wrote, he visited Egypt with many judgments until it brought Pharaoh to his knees in the Red Sea. And at last, when he was swallowing water, drowning, he opened his mouth and declared, Allah was God in these words, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. And Allah remembered him for declaring and bearing witness that he was the greatest and not Pharaoh. And today his body is preserved in Egypt, there to show you the man who opposed God. Show you his body there in a museum somewhere in Egypt. They are holding his body. They have found his body, and it is his body. Now, first of all, if any linguist says that the Arabic language was spoken during the time of Pharaoh, many people claim that it is Ramses II, the Pharaoh of the Exodus, which will be sometimes like around 1300 BC, 1200 BC. If somebody wants to, some linguist states that it was spoken as a language, I'm interested. If somebody wants to say that it was spoken in Egypt, I'm interested. And see if somebody can show any quote from a PhD that says that some pharaohs spoke Arabic, I'm interested as well. I'm very interested as well. Let's continue. Polytheist Nation of Islam's temporary God with expiry date. The book, the Genesis year, page 365. Well, we all know that there was a God in the beginning who created all things, and do know that he does not exist today. But we know again that from that God, the person of God continued until today in his people, and today a supreme one, God, has appeared among us with the same infinite wisdom to bring about a complete change. The Black Stone, page 20, Moses had a God, all right enough, but that God was not the equal of this one. So I say we have the best. The Black Stone, page 284, the first God did not fill the space with stars and planets as you and I see them today, according to the teachings of God in the person of Father Muhammad, who answers the description of the God coming in the last days in his work, comparing with the prophets who taught him. In the book The Black Stone, page 285, and also in the book called Our Savior Has Arrived, page 96 to 97, Allah in the person of Master Father Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me that there are not any gods who live forever. So many Muslims will tell you that God is eternal. God was always there. You see? And some of them were capped because some Orthodox Muslims who are anti-African, they were capped. But with this, it's a bit strange. Just like it is strange to have an atheist running with a Christian apologist. But sometimes people click together, regardless of ideologies, for a common purpose. And apparently the common purpose is to deter people from African science, from African teachings, from African ways of life. Their wisdom and work may live 6,000 or 25,000 years, but the actual individual may have died within 100 or 200 years, or the longest that we have a record of around 1,000 years. So the longest time period for a God, according to Elijah Muhammad, is around 1,000 years. There is no God living who was here in the creation of the universe, but they produce gods from them, and their wisdom lives in us. The theology of time, page 235, the creator of this heaven and earth in which we live, he died. Who's capping for that? Not only the Dago squad is dead, the God who created the heaven and earth, he's dead. He's dead too. He died. He's gone. He's no longer here. That's the teaching of Elijah Muhammad. That's the teaching of the nation of Islam. You can ask Farrakhan. You can ask Dr. Wesley Muhammad. You can ask all those people capping for the nation of Islam. The God who created Adam and Eve, he died. He's dead. Let's continue. The Black Stone, page 286. The wisdom of each God, according to what Allah, God in the person of Master Fard Muhammad, to whom praises are due forever, taught me, has a cycle of 25,000 years. Once every 25,000 years, another God will be given a chance to show forth his wisdom to the people. This has been going on for many trillions of years, according to his teachings to me. And some of these Asiatic black men, they like to criticize Kemetic people for having several gods. Yes, it was polytheistic, like in many ancient cultures. But some people came and said, oh, there's only one, and you can get down and lay down. The choice is yours. Even in Arabia, they have several gods. Some of them are mentioned in the Quran, Al-Manat, Al-Uzza, and so on. And now in the Bible, you heard about Baal and many others. But if you ever heard about a Nation of Islam member criticizing you because in your doctrine or teaching or religion there's several gods, well, guess what? Their God changed every 25,000 years. You see? A cycle of 25,000 years. Once every 25,000 years, another God will be given a chance to show forth his wisdom to the people. So they are polytheistic. But if you read in the Quran, there's only one God. To the Nation of Islam, they are not Orthodox Muslim. It's a hybrid form of Islamism. Besides, in the Quran, it says he begets not, nor is he begotten. And I think it's in Surah or chapter 112. He begets not, nor is he begotten. But the Nation of Islam teaches that Father Muhammad had a father called Alfonso and a mother called Baby G. Muslims call that shirk, association. And I was told that's the greatest sin, to make partners with Allah. Allah doesn't have any father, nor any mothers, nor any sons, nor any children. So they call that shirk. And I was told that's the only sin that Allah will not forgive. That's the only sin that will not be forgiven by God. Right? Contradictions. Yes, it's full of contradictions. The track feeling is 5% Asiatic black men. They're going to sweep that under the rug because they hate Jabari so much. And they want people to follow Jesus. Just like Paul, who had a vision of Jesus and was blind and did not eat nor drink for 3 days. They have the nerves to try to make fun of people who follow Kemet. Please, be humble. Be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Sit down. Now, the theology of time, page 55. Elijah Muhammad said in the calendar of our rule, once every 25,000 years, we change gods. They change God like people change their cars. In the book, The God Trouble Shabazz, The True History, Almighty God Allah said that once upon a time they wrote history for 35,000 years. In the theology of time, page 55, we, the Nation of Islam, our scientists, our gods, they don't need a navy. He said our gods, polytheists, polytheistics. Don't let them criticize you for having several gods when they have several gods too. The theology of time, page 56. I want you to know that it is not white people that will drop that star. It will be black people. You are the sons and daughters of gods, plural, of your kind who rules the whole world. The theology of time, page 70. We also have 23 gods here who write and justify history once every 25,000 years. They are equal with the people's degrees. Degrees, funny. Sounds similar to masonry. They both measure the same 3.5 degrees. It's equal almost with the gods, plural, that rule. They are really 24, but this number is used whenever they make up history. So what does it say at the beginning? We also have 23 gods. Elijah Muhammad thought that they have 23 gods. Oh my goodness. And they want to make fun of Kemetic people. Now there were more than 23 gods in Kemet. But what difference does it make? What difference does it make? So how do they worship those 23 gods? Like one a day? One every day for a month? And they keep going. I mean, they're free to do what they want. It's all good. To each his belief. But that's just for the record. A lot of people didn't know that. You heard I told you about monkey in the mix? In the book, The Fall of America, page 60, Elijah Muhammad said, they do not like you coming into the block, beating your wife or girlfriend and drinking in front of their houses. No decent and intelligent person likes this. whether he is white as snow or black as the ace of spades. You can go to the jungle, and the pygmy will not want this. Late night, he and a gang of monkeys will come out and beat you up.
That that should be deciphered more. What do they mean exactly? That's a very interesting statement. You know, a gang of monkeys will beat you up, because it's not just the monkeys. It's like they're saying someone's going to beat you up. So what is, I don't get it. What is that part about, actually? You know, it sounds like he might almost be describing something that they're experiencing currently when they make that type of comment, like a gang of monkeys will beat you up. I don't get it.
Well, it's clear as day. Elijah Muhammad simply said that if you go to the jungle, the pygmy will not want this. And what is he talking about? He's talking about beating your
Ah,
wife or girlfriend and
I get
drinking
it.
in front of their houses.
Right.
And
So
he says
he's
that no
calling the
decent and
pygmy monkey.
intelligent people will like this. Yes. And he says that if you go and beat your wife or girlfriend drinking in front of their house, is basically being loud, making noise. Late night, he, and that's the pygmy, and a gang of monkeys will come out and beat you up. So a pygmy, and he said, if you go to the jungle, and we've heard that the jungle is Africa, the jungles of East Asia is Africa. So a pygmy, or in other words, an African, with a gang of monkey will beat you up. I mean, dang,
Yeah,
you got some
exactly.
explaining to
Yeah.
do now. You got some explaining to do now. Where's the 5%er from the Dogger squad? Where's Trackfield? Where's Reggie? What does Reggie say about this? Hmm? What all the scholars say about this? Dr. Ma'ad, who invited Wesley Muhammad, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, who is a member of this organization, he's actually now a minister of this organization. She bears the name Dr. Ma'ad, but she invites somebody that has that kind of teaching, that black people are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. And if you make noise in Africa, an African with a gang of monkey will beat you up. They're gonna say shots fired. Who shot the fire? Who shots? Who fired the shots? Is it me for quoting their literature? Beware, brothers and sisters. Those organizations, those movements, those groups, those platforms, they'll tell the black talk, but ultimately it's full of anti-black sentiment. Not just anti-African, because many people don't care if it's anti-African, but anti-black sentiment as well. You have some explaining to do now, but it's okay. Let's continue. Then they will say, oh, that was a long time ago, as if, their teaching has an expiry date, because they're following stuff that was taught to Elijah Muhammad from 1930 until 1934. Now, if you believe what he said, he heard voices, for years, and he died in 1975. So Elijah Muhammad taught those stuff up till 1975. But if you believe he's still alive, like some do, like Wesley Muhammad also, isn't that spooky as heck? Ask Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD. Did Elijah Muhammad die in 1975? And see his answer. I have him on tape somewhere where he says that he believes he didn't die in 1975. They are spooky. The 5%er part of the Dogger Squad, he's spooky too. Ask him too. Trackfield, didn't he say he was a member of the Nation of Islam? What's Trackfield's stance on that? Now we understand where that hate stems from. It was created by those devils far. Now, I wouldn't call Elijah a devil. I wouldn't go there. But God damn, yeah. He means his buddies are monkeys. Well, feel free to interpret that however you want. I read it. Now it's going to be hard for them to explain that. Well, you know what I'm saying, brother, if you look at it, you know what I'm saying, if you make noise, it is annoying, and some people don't like when there is noise. So they might come at you
You
and
know
tell
what?
you that they want you to stop making noise and
since in Africa it is tropical, you do have animals in Africa, and you do have monkeys who like to imitate. You know the saying, monkeys say, monkey do. So if they see the pygmy telling you, please stop making noise, or beating you because you don't listen when they ask you respectfully to stop making noise, then the monkeys might imitate the human beings, and that's what they will do it. Brother,
they're experiencing a chickens coming home to roost moment.
is their teaching. Is this your teachings? Are those your teachings? Man, please. Let me continue. Now, it's about the Quran that will be replaced by a new book, you know. Oh, Reverend is the devil's name. Now, Jesse Jackson is a reverend, isn't he? And Al Sharpton there is a reverend as well, isn't he? I think it's Al Sharpton who's a reverend. Because he says that he's a Baptist minister. Well, here says the Reverend Jesse Jackson. Interview Reverend Jesse Jackson, American Archive. So does he have a website? Britannica.com. Rainbow Push Coalition. Takes time to load. It load. Taking quite some time. Have a good internet connection. I'm going to try to open it in. Okay, there it is. So, the biography of Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson. I didn't even know he had the same name as Faircon. That's his middle name, though. So, what about Al Sharpton? He says the Reverend Al Sharpton. Kwanzaa and Hanukkah. Okay, now religion. Okay, does he have a? If he has a website, it will be listed there. They have external link. Well, apparently not. Reverend R. Sharpton. What is that website? U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. It seems official. So I'm sharing the link in the chat. You have the link here. And what does it say here? Hold on, it says, Reverend Sharpton has been at the forefront of the modern civil rights movement for nearly half a century. All right. So he's a commissioner of that U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Good. Now let's go back to the teaching, the supreme wisdom that all Pan-African organizations accept and respect and honor. The Theology of Time, page 171 to 172. You love to be called Reverend Jackson, Reverend Jones. You don't know that you are being called after the devil's names. Reverend is the devil's names. Where are the Christians? Where's Strackfield? Where's Strackfield? Now, when people say
when people say that Christianity stole from Kemet, that they plagiarized from Kemet, that they were influenced from Kemet, Trumfield is in his feelings. He's in his feelings. But when people say that Reverend is the devil's name, we don't hear the dude. Now, what you mean, Shaka? He led our people to believe Africans are monkeys? No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. Let's be careful. Anything inaccurate that we say, they will use it against us. That's work of the devil, man. Can you find a better word? I feel like misleading our people to hate each other is worse than anything a white man can do. So, Reverend is the devil's name by which you are being called. Reverend, you will be dumped into a lake of fire with him if you don't come on and go along with Elijah Muhammad. So not only Reverend is the devil's name, but the Reverend will be dumped into a lake of fire. Now it says a lake a fire. It might be a mistake on my part, but you have the book, The Theology of Time, page 171 to 172. Now we've seen already that a root of civilization is in the Arabian desert, right? Now here, the source is the lost found Muslim lesson number 1, known as the 114, that 5%ers and Nation of Islam members learned by heart, including the 5%er part of Trackfield's Waka squad that died on December 31st, 2022. It says here, the root of civilization is in the Arabian desert. No wonder they're angry when we talk about the root of civilization is in Africa. They don't like Africa. Many of them don't like, not all of them, a lot of 5%ers are cool with Africa. But you have some people who are roamers, who are spooky, who roll with some Christian apologists, who have no decorum. They don't like anything that has to do with Africa. Goodfellow Nella wrote, the reversive psychology of our people who just got their African-centered mind back by Garvey into tribalistic superiority. Man, he said that with some linguistic acrobatics, we can see through it now. The root of civilization is in the Arabian desert. And they will be invited on different platforms, even platforms of people who bear Kemetic names. How many times have they invited followers of Kemet in their platforms? Some people are so groupie-like. They will go on all those platforms, but how many times have they invited Kemetic people on their platforms? How many times have Wesley Muhammad invited some Kemetic people on his YouTube channel? How many times you've seen Kemetic people or followers of Kemet in Mosque Maryam or any Nation of Islam temple? Now you've heard that with Freemasonry or the Shriners, they have temples. It's funny, the Nation of Islam have temples as well.
Shaka.
Yes, brother.
Can I interject here? Or not interject, just to comment on that. There's a lot of Masonic stuff coming up in what you're reading, right? In their beginnings, right? In their formation, how they formally approach things, right? They do, just to be on the masonry topic, for example, they do have a philosophy that does not prohibit them from plotting against others on multiple levels, playing the good and the bad cop at the same time to create chaos, only so they can slip in. And it's justified. It's justifiable in those kind of teachings, trickery, for example, right? And I just wanted to say that it's not outside of the practice of Masons, because the way they organize is based primarily on control, and control by whatever means, seeing control as the most important thing to sustain. How you sustain it, it comes second, So different Masons, they see how you do something differently. They may not all agree on how and what you should do, what actions you can't do, But generally speaking, the game is control. So if they have to create 2 or 3 different groups to go out there and fight over the same thing, it's confusion. It doesn't necessarily mean they believe any of it, right? Now, they got hierarchies. You see what I mean? So what the minions go out and do may not be, it won't profess what the hierarchy's goals are, but it will assist in some sort of sideways manner. And that's good enough. That's all I wanted to say.
And that's what's up. Now, Masons don't necessarily care about the person's religion. Some people will say that Masons just expect their brethren or members or brothers to believe in God or the architect. Now, here, Elijah Muhammad said that only fools don't worship the sun, the moon, and the stars. Muslims will call that Shirk Akbar. The Theology of Time, page 77. If I told you that I don't want that sun, moon, and star flag, and I would rather have the stars and stripes, I will be making a fool of myself, because you could easily tell if whether I liked it or not. For I'm already living under the sun, moon, and stars. You worship them. One would have to be a fool who doesn't worship the sun, moon, and stars. So, members of the Nation of Islam worship the sun, moon, and stars. At least Elijah Muhammad did. And you'll be a fool if you don't worship the sun, moon, and stars. Well, in Kemet they had Ra, which is the sun. Let's continue. Now here we're going to deal with the tolerance of the Asiatic black men. The Genesis years, page 132. Islam is the true religion and the only way to success. But we are romanticizing Kemet, aren't we? The Genesis years, page 144. Islam is the only true religion of God, Allah. But we are romanticizing Kemet, are we? Aren't we? The Genesis years, page 162. The true religion of God is Islam, and others will not be accepted. This is Pan-African teaching. Which Pan-African organization disagree with that? Same book, page 210. Stop going to church. Where's Trackfield? Where's Richard Carrier? Where's Reverend Jesse Jackson? Where's Reverend R. Sharpton? Where are all the black Christians? The majority of black people in America are Christians. Where are they? Is your hate for Africa so much, so strong, that you will still accept this teaching that goes against your own religion? We've already read that according to those teachings, the Bible is a poison book, that Christianity is a religion of Satan, that the church is what they want to destroy. But here they're saying, stop going to church. But all the hatred that they have towards Africa, by extension, they place it towards followers of Kemet. That's more than unfair. That's illogical. Goodfellow Nella wrote, he did everything to dissociate Africa to history. Now the root of civilization is Arabia. Wesley Muhammad knew you would bring that up in the debate. That's why he knew that I would bring that up, and many other things. I mean, he knew he had to look good. It would have been such a bad look, man. So stop going to church and go to the Mosque of Islam, where you will be loved and respected and protected by the God of Islam in your nation. Same book, page 225. Accept Allah and the true religion of Islam, or suffer the chastisement of Almighty God Allah. Same book, page 259. It is needless for you to put trust in Christianity. Where are the black Christians? I mean, where are you? Where are the black Christians? Now, FBA. Do you mean to tell me there's no Christian among the FBA, the Foundational Black Americans? FBA. FBA. Come on the panel. Boom. FBA, where are you? Capping even against your own religion. You dislike immigrants, particularly Africans and some Caribbeans, so much that you account for people who tell you that your religion is a religion of Satan, that your book, your holy book, is a poison book. And people who tell you to stop going to church, and that if you don't accept Islam, you will suffer the chastisement of Almighty God Allah. Where are you, FBA members, foundational Black Americans? You mean to tell me there's no Christian foundational Black Americans? Is that what you mean to tell me? You make a lot of noise on your channels, on your platforms, on your chats, on your comments. Where are you? Bring that smoke. Bring that smoke. Where are you? Grown man groupies? Capping with some whack ideology? Not even based on science? Where are you? They're going to say, oh, it was too early. Now, we are Sunday. Many people don't work on Sunday. But it's all good. I know why you're not here. Ask your leader, Tariq Nasheed, to speak for you then.
It's God's day of rest.
Yeah. They're going to say I was at church, actually. You know. Now, you can come. Hey, you know what, FBA members, you can come later on. You can come later on. You know how it doesn't have to be today. I'm live streaming on a very regular basis. So do your homework and then come back to me. Attends, Miro, attends. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's continue. Same book, page 259. The book is the Genesis Years. No, I've read that one. It's needless for you to put trust in Christianity. Same book, page 287. Don't tell us that you have unity and peace in a white race religion called Christianity. Man, you don't even have unity and peace. They're talking about peace, love, and unity. They say we need to unite. Isn't what the conscious community say? We need to unite. You are divisive. We need to unite. Elijah Muhammad said clearly, don't tell us that you have unity and peace with the white racist religion called Christianity. FBA, that's a bad look. It's going to be hard to come back from that. It's going to be very difficult. You can try to do a hybrid version of Christianity and Islam. You can try to, like Chris MVP Harris says, you put something in the shaker. Here you go. It's going to be difficult. It's going to take time. Same book, page 353. They, the devils, also know that Islam is the true religion of Allah, God, and that God will make it overcome and vanish all other religion. And this is the time that ease will take place. I've put sick because that's how it was written in the book. Same book, page 439. We cannot successful, sick, that's how it was written, unite under any other religion. We cannot unite under any other religion. Where are the spooky Asiatic black men who talk smack and say that we romanticize Kemet? Where are they? Where are those conscious community members who say, oh, you guys like to romanticize Kemet? Where are the Hebrew Israelites? Where are they? Capping under the banner of FBA sentiment, feeling superior to Africans because of a geographic location. Since when intelligence is based on somebody's geographical location? Are there any studies documenting that if you are on the Western hemisphere of the globe, or let's say if you are in North America, for whatever reason, you will be more intelligent? Is there any scientific studies? Is it peer reviewed? Even if it's not peer reviewed, can we see it? Any scholars said that? Any PhD said that? Where does that come from? Xenophobia, that's what it is. That's what it is. Our Savior has arrived, page 2. Slowly but surely, the Spirit of Allah is making manifest to the black man that the church and its religion called Christianity is the chain that binds the black man in mental slavery. Oh my goodness, mental slavery. Where are the FBA Christians? Where are the non-FBA Christians? This melting pot, this conscious community, CMB, we got. We're in this together. Where are you? Mental slavery. Christianity, mental slavery. But what you want to do is go and criticize the followers of Kemet. You look whack. You look weak. Same book, page 21. No black people who accept Christianity will ever be free. Where are the black Christians? Where are you? Where are you? The Fall of America, page 150. For nearly 40 years, I have been preaching to the black man in America that we should accept our own. And instead of the black man going to the decent side of his own, he goes back seeking traditional Africa. And the way they did in the jungle life, and the way you see in some uncivilized parts of Africa today. They are not using barbers, shears, and razors to keep themselves looking dignified as a civilized people should look. The black man in America accepts the jungle life, thinking that he will get the love of black Africa. Black brothers and black sisters wearing savage dress and hairstyles will not get you the love of Africa. Black brothers and sisters wearing savage dress and hairstyles will not get you the love of Africa. So there is a notion of savage hairstyles. And you remember Farrakhan when he was talking about the time when it was not allowed for Africans to intermarry with African Americans? When he said that natural hair is a disease carrier and a disease catcher, obviously he was saying that to support the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. And he says, you are not to follow the stars of Africa. I've played it before. This will not get you the love of Africa. Savage dress and hairstyles. Oh my goodness. Dr. Ma never wore any savage dress or African dress. I bet she didn't know about that, did she? Let me see the chat. Okay, let's continue. Unity only comes on the acceptance of Islam. Our Savior has arrived, page 141. Allah, God has to unite us. We, the black people in America, must unite. Who? The black people in America must unite. But unity only comes on the acceptance of Islam. Where is Brother Reggie? Reggie, where are you? You sleeping? You know those people, when it's something inconvenient, they act like they didn't see, they act like they didn't hear. Or they would say, this is more important. Our people are dying. Well, a black man was just killed by who? FBA. Did you hear Tariq Nasheed talk about that? I checked on his channel, I didn't see anything. It's going to wait for another event where an African or immigrant or Caribbean is involved and is going to criticize that person based on his geographic location. Oh, you're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. White people are gods. You're going to love this one. Elijah Muhammad came to tell us that black man is God. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Our Savior has arrived, page 41. Don't think white people are fools. They are wise. It's you who are fool. It's you who are the fool. Don't take them for nothing like ignorant people. They are wise people. They are gods of their own world. This is the truth. They have proved that they are gods of their own world. Everything that they want, they can bring it before their people and tell them, here it is. Whatever idea that they create in their minds that is necessary for their own life to live here on this planet, they bring it into perfection. Same book, Our Savior has arrived, page 121. The white race are the gods of their own world. So that's said at least 3 times. And I have a video about that. Elijah Muhammad said white people are gods, or white people are gods according to Elijah Muhammad. And you know what they said in the comment? Well, he said of their own world. Don't we live in the same world? So for the record, let the court know that Elijah Muhammad has taught that white people are gods of their own world. So whenever they say, oh, well, he didn't want to come and tell us that the black man is God. Well, he also said that the white man is God. And he also said that you are the fool. He said it then, of course, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, I'm done. If you want to get on the panel, feel free. But I think I'm gonna, put an end to this last stream anyway because it's been 4 hours. So if some Nation of Islam member, if some xenophobes, if some FBA, if some anti-Kemet people, anti-African people want to come and break down what we went through, make excuses for it, defend it, you are free to do so. Do it now. If you are busy now, you can do it later.
Shaka.
Yes, brother.
I think was one thing that popped up in my head listening to this, right, is that they want this particular group to unite, but they seem to be vacillating on uniting for what? What is the purpose? At this, like, it becomes unclear to know if they're uniting with what people like Osama bin Laden, right, for example, or if it's like for themselves in America, right, or who is it with? But when you make so many statements that are anti something, it becomes obvious that the uniting is not for them, right? So they become very confusing in terms of the goal, especially when they, what is the goal? What's their goal? What's their overall goal? It doesn't seem to emerge out. They say unite, but then they also suggest contradictory things to unite for. So they become very confusing. I'm not surprised of that, but I think that's where they land at. That's something very important for them to prove. Like, what are they uniting for specifically today in 2023? What is their goals, so everybody can know what they stand for? And because they always go back. Excuse me, I'm in the grocery store. They always go back and claim that, oh, this is what we said 20 years ago. That you could understand why that is, but no, we don't, because everybody has to reaffirm in 2023 what they stand for. You see, every year you reaffirm it. And so far, they seem to be missing in action, to be honest. All of them. I'm not saying just the NOI, I'm talking about the Moors too, right? I mean, what is it they want? What do the Black Hebrew Israelites want? Do they not want anything to do with Africa except being a leader in Africa? Is that really how they see it? Or do they want to, when they say they're leaders, does that mean they're working together with Europeans to be leaders in Africa? Does it mean they're working together with Asians to be in Africa? What do they want?
Brother, you done started something unintentionally. You mentioned the Moors. And I've shared the link in the chat. Now, this is the Moorish questionnaire, also known as the Moorish 101. So,
and the other point I wanted to say is, again, there's no Kemetic hand in the Kemetic people didn't go out there and say, oh, these Israelites, boo-hoo to them. Oh, these Arabs, boo-hoo to him. Guess what? Those Europeans, boo-hoo. Where is it in the Kemetic teachings that they're going out there saying, in order to have our conglomerate, in order for us to have our society, we have to rule over you? Where is it? That's what I don't get. Where are the Kemetic teachings that say Europeans, Caucasians are evil? Europeans, Caucasians, where is the anti-anything in their teachings? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because these people that don't seem to like Kim, they seem to have an awful lot of reasons why they hate.
And they are free to come and let us know. But what we're seeing is that their doctrine is all over the place. It's all over the place. See, Goodfellow and wrote, reading this hurt my spirit, brother. Now here, question 30. And that was before the Nation of Islam. Question and answers, All those things are so similar in so many ways. Question 31. What is the modern name for the Moabites? Moroccans. Somehow, some way, the Moroccans is a modern name for the Moabites. I don't know scientifically, in terms of scholarship, which PhD would agree with that, but conscious community don't really care that much about PhDs, you know. They care about what sounds good. They care about wordplay. And they also value the information of somebody. Yeah, you notice that term, information, the information, based on somebody's geographic location. And you've heard Reggie when he told Saneda, "You're not sticking with me." And Saneda told him that he was wrong about disqualifying Sekou based on his geographic location. And he said, "Saneda, he's not sticking with me." Saneda replied, "I'm sticking to the information." Now, question 43. At what age did Jesus begin to teach? At the age of 12. Where did he teach? India, Africa, and Europe. So, can show by somebody, just some Moorish person, member of the Moorish Science Temple, or even non-temple Moor, who is a follower of Drew Ali, can you show me where, which scholar, which text says that Jesus has taught in India and Europe? Some will argue that he taught in Africa because he went there to seek refuge and he was an order from God, you know. And Egypt being the land of evil because of Pharaoh is strange. But anyway, that's what is written in their theological writing. So they might argue, well, he was teaching there. You know, he went there as an infant. You know, you can believe that he taught there. I don't even know where that is written, but they will come with something, some metaphysical writing. But I'm not aware of Jesus teaching in India, let alone in Europe. You know. Now, you're going to see something. Where is the Garden of Eden? In the land of Canaan, in the city of Mecca. Do you remember when Elijah Muhammad's teaching says that Arabia is the best part of the planet Earth? The root of the civilization is in the Arabian desert. Isn't that funny? Isn't that strange? The Garden of Eden is like a paradise, isn't it? And it is in the land of Canaan, in the city of Mecca. So Mecca is not exactly in the land of Canaan, but you know, hey, it's not that far. Still Asia, though. Now, who is guarding the holy city of Mecca to keep the unbelievers away? Angels. What is the modern name of these angels? Arabian. Angels are Arabian. Mecca is the only holy spot according to the nation of Islam, who are Asiatic black men. And according to other Asiatic black men who preceded the nation of Islam, the modern name of these angels are Arabian. What is the shade of their skin? Olive. Olive. Now, you heard those people who said that the ancient Egyptians were not black. Why do you think they're saying that? Why do you think they're saying that? Some of them were Moors. You remember when I spoke to Ujau? And I respect Ujau because he came and we spoke for 3 hours. It was respectful. We did not agree on many things, but it was respectful. But remember when I questioned him about that, because he used to be a Nubian, and Nubians were Moors. It's the United Nubian Nations of Moors. You think it's surprising that he says that the ancient Egyptians are not black? You think people will have doctrines for years and all of a sudden it will go away? It takes time to go away completely, altogether. Now you're going to hear something. Question 86. Name some of the marks that were put upon the Moors of Northwest by the beast, Satan, in 1774. Negro, black, colored, and Ethiopia. In all reality, what is Negro? A Negro is a four-legged animal. Lord Abba, where are you? Lord Abba, where are you? A Negro is a four-legged animal. That started early. That started early. What does the word colored mean? Colored means anything that has been painted, stained, varnished, or dyed. What does Ethiopia mean? Ethiopia means something divided. Now, it doesn't mean burnt face. It means something divided. Then we have people who talk about Haile Selassie, who talk about the oldest Bible is from Ethiopia, who talk about the I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Kebra Nagast. You know?
who talk about the Queen of Sheba. You know what I'm saying? She got down with Solomon, you know, and we have the descendant from Solomon, blah blah blah. Can a man be a Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. Can a man be Negro, black, colored, or Ethiopian? No. Why? Because man is made in the image and after the likeness of God, Allah. What title does Satan give himself? God. That's strange. Question 94. We'll define the word white. White means purity. Purity means God, and God means the ruler of the land. I did not even know they were teaching that until I saw Sarsutin said his documentary called The False Teachings of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And we've seen what happened with Seti, how they gang against him. But feel free, Bennett.
Yeah, basically, I think, most of these people, right? I won't call them brothers and sisters because, I mean, they express hate towards other African Americans when they don't follow that doctrine and their own doctrine, just by virtue of being African. You see what I'm saying? Just by virtue of having anything close to Africa that's looked and revered, right? Now, I think what they about to have politically, what we watching, is a reckoning here, And the thing about it is that they need to understand that they made a mistake, that they have been fooled and been victims themselves of some highly organized people that view them as being less, right? To the point where they would unleash this type of confusion on them. And I think they have a choice today. When they see Africa rising, Africa's not going to rise because of any strange things. It's rising because it has the manpower, the resources, right, that allow them to trade. Now, the trading terms are changing. Just like everybody's been saying, yeah, the white man going to fall, Europe's going to fall, and all this stuff. Yeah, okay. But it looks like they've been preparing well for some type of thing, right? They've been planning and organizing, and in every way possible. It seems to me like all they got to do is do better trade, right? Now, I mean, it seems to me that's where it's going. So I would say, everybody should rethink stuff. And you've given people, not just you, but SETI, and also other brothers and sisters that have gone through this process of evaluation before. Every day is a new day to just repent, you see, and do something that makes sense. In some kind of way that we function today on Earth, and in that way, we have historians, we got human rights, right? We have a lot of different institutions and things we can lean on to do that. But aligning yourself against Africans is sure suicide. And not because Africans wish us suicide or wish us death. It's just because you can't help some people, bro. You can't help everybody. You can help those that want to be helped. But some people are going to fail. For anyone to win, someone has to lose. And it would just be a daggone shame if it have to be diasporans because of what we have been through. You see what I mean? It's particularly Africans in, anywhere. I don't want to mix it up because you could be diaspora in Asia and get hell. You could be one in Europe and get hell. You could be one in America and get hell, So I don't want to make one sound better than the other, but it would be a shame for any diasporan to be a loser in a situation that now is set up for you to win. It's basically an opportunity to win right now for Africa and African people. There is no Africa without African people. They go hand in hand. So, it's just a shame, brother. I don't want to stop you though. Keep going.
Oh, I'm actually done, and I agree with you. But the thing is that what we are realizing is that those teachings, they've been there for a while, and it is centered around the Abrahamic belief system. You see, and those people, they uphold those teachings. They make justifications for these teachings, and anybody with a sane mind can see that it is just plain wrong. But Radio One, feel free to speak. Welcome.
Yes, peace, brother. Peace. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. Feel free.
Yes, peace, brother Shaka. Peace, V Bennett.
Peace.
Yeah, Hotel brother, Radio One.
Yes, yeah, Hotep. Yeah, I was listening to your slides, and man, like I know I remember glancing at that a couple times where Elijah Muhammad mentioned all those things, and yeah, but what caught my eye was when he mentions um black people can only unite and be empowered through Islam, and Ethiopia means something divided, the negativity towards the word Ethiopia, Negro, and and that's, and like when I see stuff like that, that, I mean, that just makes me realize, how much of a joke these groups are, man. I mean, like, they will, and that's why, like, that's why I want to have a conversation about identity, because because these guys, man, they're constantly coming at us, about, claiming Kemet, claiming Egypt, and all it is hearsay, and hate, and the support of the Abrahamic, faith and religions, and that's why, when I teach Ethiopia, you know, I teach the original Ethiopia. I don't deal with the Ethiopia that's mentioned in the Bible, because I feel that that's the reason why, a lot of our people that, especially over there, like in Dagger Squad, they feel so negative towards those terms, and it's like, man, like, you know, um, what will be the proper term to define ourselves? Because it's like all these terms, whether it be African, Moor, Ethiopian, you know, all of those terms have some type of, well, except Ethiopian, but like African, Moor, Israelite, you know, um, terms such as that, it has some type of connection to, to our Islamic and Christian oppressors. Like, say, like, if we call ourselves African, you know, at the same time, the North African is also identifying themselves as African. So should we come up with a term where we can distinguish ourselves from, from our Islamic enemies, and from our Christian enemies? That's why, when I deal with these guys, you know, I mean, it seems like the number one problem with these guys is just failure to comprehend, and yeah, lack of comprehension, and just total ignorance. You know, because, and that's why, I have no problem claiming to be Egyptian, because look at what we against. If we claim to be Egyptian, Kemetic, these guys, they have nothing to refute it. We have no contestant. All we have is this from these guys, man, is opinion, hearsay, and Islamic and Abrahamic nonsense. So how you going to hate on me for saying that, you know, I'm Egyptian, I'm Kemetic, you know, but you have no problem of these Hebrew Israelites claiming that they're Israel, Islam, claiming that they're Moors. It's crazy, man. And
But you make an interesting point. Now, I don't claim that I'm Egyptian, and I think it might be better for us to just claim that we're following Kemet or following Ma'at. It would not be an easy task to demonstrate that we come directly from ancient Egypt. So I don't make that claim. But the people who claim to be Israelites, nobody's giving them that same heat. saying you're
Yeah,
not from Israel, you're not from Canaan. You know?
yeah, indeed. And like our claim is stronger because they have no they can't even prove that the Israelites existed. You know, and also like, okay, now if they're saying that we have no proof, to prove that we're Egyptian, you know, the question I'm asking them is, what proof do you have to say that we're not? What proof do you have to say that the modern Egyptians are the Egyptians? Okay. Now, if you're saying that, well, okay, for instance, you're saying that West Africa, in other parts of Africa, they have no Egyptian monuments, no Egyptian influence, to prove that. So that proves that we're not Egyptian. But at the same time, okay, after after the 30th dynasty and after the Ptolemy dynasty, during the Roman period, there's also no more Egyptian monuments, no more Egyptian influence during the rise of Christianity. So I mean, so how you going to accept that it stopped then? Okay, and that's in from that time to now is what, over 2,000 years. So how you going to acknowledge that it stopped then, and like in the Egyptians who went elsewhere, okay, didn't build anything in the Egyptian influence and Egyptian building stopped with those Egyptians, and you're in denial of that, but you will accept that the that the Egyptian influence stopped after Christianity. So it goes both ways. We and I see it as, we have the right to claim ancient Egypt and claim that, and show and prove that the Egyptians went 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 into West Africa, other parts of Africa. Okay, just as the Roman, Greek, Roman, and Arab invaders invaded Egypt and became partially, or mostly, I would say, the ancestors of modern day Egyptians.
Yeah, I see
So
your
it's
point.
like,
I see your
yeah,
point.
so it's like, yeah, so it's like we it has a lot to do with denial of real history.
But
These guys.
I really understand your point. But it's good for us to make it easy for ourselves, you know. And we have the right to choose. Like some people choose Yoruba tradition, Ifa. Some people might choose some belief system from the Congo or South Africa, um, or Vodou, Benin, Togo, or whether it comes from Haiti or some Caribbean islands. Some people call it, Santeria. So we have the right to choose, to follow Ma'at. We have the right to choose Kemet as a model. But when we start claiming, if we claim, okay, we are the ancient Egyptians or we descend from the ancient Egyptians, then they're going to use that against us, going to make they're going to focus on that. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's better to make it easier for ourselves, because what unites them is the Abrahamic narrative and its derivatives. And we have seen today more so than for the last few years that I've been live streaming on a regular basis. And some of those things I've talked about, a decade ago, is that um, those people have anti-black and anti-African teachings. They have a disdain for Africa and Africans. And the number one reason why they don't like Kemet is that biblical narrative of the Exodus story. Pharaoh being horrible, Pharaoh enslaving the Hebrews. It's psychological, you know.
Yeah.
But religion gets a pass. Religion gets a pass. Like the saying goes, if you speak to an imaginary person, people say you're crazy. If you speak to a few imaginary person, it's called a religion. It gets a pass. So we have to adapt, but we have to be selective. I really don't like so-called Kemetic people or followers of Kemet who are cool with all those teachings in all these organizations that's going against us. And when I say us, I mean followers of either Kemet or some traditional African ways of life. It's time to be selective. They might interpret what I'm saying as saying, well, this guy is causing division. He's not even one of us. They can say whatever they want. What I'm saying is, let's not go for something that is anti-black. I would say let's not go for something that is anti-African, but some people, when they are not in Africa, they don't even care if something is anti-African because they don't identify or respect Africans. But at least let's not go for something that is anti-black. And we have clearly went over some teaching that is anti-black. It's just all over the place. Plus, claims that Joseph spoke to a donkey and told the donkey to take Mary and Jesus to Egypt, and the donkey understood and did that. You know what I'm saying? And that Pharaoh, before he drowned, said Allahu Akbar, when I'm not even sure if the Arabic language even existed at that time. And even if the Arabic language existed at that time, was it spoken in Egypt? Was it even spoken by the Pharaoh? What evidence do we have for that? But they accept all that, and they have the nerve to label us spooky. They have the nerve to do that. But when we do some textual criticism, that's what we find. And they have the nerve to say, you guys are romanticizing. And when I was inside of the studios and we had the teenager Yara and other people who were talking about slavery in Kemet, and I kept asking for reference for text, they wouldn't have any. So the only way, the only area, the only place where we know this narrative is coming from the Bible, the Exodus story, right?
Yeah.
He was talking about, I said, I'm not aware of that. Please show me. He said, oh, you guys romanticizing. You cannot romanticize. And that's something that they love to say. Well, show us the text before you want to say we are romanticizing. You mentioned the Israelites. Now we have Hezekiah Seal, who was a king of Judah. We haven't got a mention of Israelites, do we? We have a mention of Israelite on the Mesha Stela or Moabite stone, even though several PhDs dispute its authenticity. But when we look at Hezekiah's seal, 800 BC or BCE, we have two unks. You see, those people don't even have a clue what they used to worship in Canaan or ancient Israel. They don't have a clue. They were polytheistic as well. You see, so they have benefited from this writing, which has a high value in the psyche of people worldwide. A lot of people worldwide do think that the Bible bears some historical value. They think that it is a historical document. They think that because some historical characters are mentioned in the Bible, then it is a justification for the narratives. But when we go into scholarship, it is different. People don't make the difference between belief and scholarship. You can believe whatever you want. But what can you prove? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. What is attested? What are the texts? When it comes to Kemet, what they like to do, and I've said it for years, is to talk about the Necheru, about the gods. That's theology. What about history? Don't we have historical person for people who live there? Don't we have their depictions? We can clearly see that they are black. I mean, we can see him there, And still to this day, people don't even know that we have depictions of black ancient Egyptians. And you've heard, brothers and sisters, when I show the statues, they say, oh, but the statue, we can't relate to the statue. Now we can even, go by a statue. So we have to deal with paintings only. They're making rules as we go along. The Canaanites were white skinned. Brothers and sisters, wake up. You've been lied to. You've been bamboozled. Let's adapt. We have the data. We have the records. There's no record for the tribe of Shabazz. There's no record of Yaqub creating white people over, I don't know what, is it 600 years or something? We don't have records of that. Dr. Wesley Muhammad was in the street being interviewed by Sanetta. And I think somebody asked him about Yaqub, and he said, well, if you look in Kemet, you have Yaqub or Yaqub El. Indeed, we have some Yaqub in Kemet. Maybe not pronounced exactly the same. But that's the time of the Hyksos. What does it have to do with Yaqub who created white folks? That's called anachronism. But he knows that a lot of people are not that informed. They're not up on game with chronology. So he was able to throw that there just to confuse you. I have Dr. Wesley Muhammad, PhD, on tape saying that he bears witness to Allah. Which Muslim bears witness to Allah? Muslims only bear witness to Allah. There's something that they call the Shahada. And in English, it says, I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. You know, and in Arabic, I wouldn't say I'm fluent in Arabic, but it goes something like Ashhadu la ilaha illallah wa Muhammad Rasulullah. That's what they call the Shahada, to bear witness, to testify. But he said that he bears witness to Allah. Those guys are all over the place. I think I have the screen print when uh, uh, Dr. Wesley Muhammad said we need some Buddhism in our Islam. Coincidentally, after Paul Guthrie made that documentary, Get on Board the Wheel, Far Muhammad came from India. Wesley Muhammad started showing some similarity between Buddhism and Islam. How strange. How strange. Trying to make revisionist history. Zach Kondo came up with a follow-up to his work regarding the assassination of Malcolm X. And what do we see? Wesley Muhammad is about to release a book talking about the murder of Malcolm X. Those guys are revisionists. And we have seen Farrakhan lie in front of the whole world regarding Elijah Muhammad's so-called wives who were not wives back then. They are capping. Just like today, we have grown men capping for a guy who claimed that he had a degree publicly, but he won't show it. He won't even tell which university it is from. And he's charging people $1,800 to show it. And we have grown men who are capping for that. But yet those grown men are going to tell Sekou, you have no standing in our community. Take your behind back to Africa. It is pitiful. It is horrible. The level of the so-called scholarship and character is horrible and pitiful. Lord Abba, we've seen he tried to show some asking for black Canaanites and black Moorish ruler. He showed one. I went online, look at pictures. He just happened to show the one that appeared to be black, but most of the depictions of him they're white depictions. Cultural appropriation. So, brothers and sisters, if you deal with some traditional African ways of life or Kemet, you will be part of a minority. And I know that a lot of people want to join a movement that is numerous, where there's many people. That's what they want. They want to feel comfortable. Just like a lot of women want some people, some dudes who have money because they want to be comfortable. They want the comfort. They want to be in a comfort zone. It's a reality. A lot of women would say, well, you know, I don't mind. You know what I'm saying? If you're struggling, yeah, that's just a talk. If she has a choice, guess what? Coincidentally, she would choose the guy that happens to have more money, more wealth, the car, the house. That's how it is. And a lot of people, when they want to join a movement, you know what I'm saying? They want to look, you know, are they numerous? And a lot of people join those movements in jail anyway for protection. But if we are being scientific, what does the data allow us to say? Is the anti-African talk justified? Is the anti-Kemetic talk justified? Those people have been banging on Kemet for a good 2 years.
And Shaka.
Yes, go ahead. Feel free, brother.
Well, yeah, and I hear you where you come from, and I'm following that logic, and I also follow what Radio Raheem is saying. But starting where you just went off of, Radio One. I'm sorry, Raheem. Yeah, but they both good. They both
cool,
good,
cool.
right?
Yeah, I like Radio Raheem.
Sorry, brother. Sorry. But check this out. They've been banging on Africa for 30, 40 years, man. They've been banging on Africa. And that's the problem. That's not their belief problem. That's their political problem that they have introduced themselves to through their religious belief. So they actually have the nerve. I mean, don't get me wrong. I could understand if you're an African American living in the 1900s, you're scared, you're getting beaten and killed and attacked from all over because of what you look like, right? I could understand you being a little confused there, and also having an immediate need for some kind of restitution, safe haven, something, right? So maybe some people found some safe haven in that. But today, to not go back into your own teachings and just eradicate that stuff and explain to the public and your members why that was totally wrong, that is a political failure of these people. And it's insane. There is no way, shape, or form they can match themselves to the power of Africa or Africans. And isn't that what they complain about every day? Anyway, They complain about, oh, you taking our job, you coming over here and you doing this, and you could always go home. You got this, you got that. Hello, it's not Africans, that have these teachings again. They're not saying, hey, these African Americans, guess what? They was born. The reason why they slaves is because you don't find a doctrine written down somewhere where they passing along. You don't find that stuff. It's just it's suicide again at the root of it. To even Europeans, even the old enemies of Africa, do not want to disassociate themselves from Africa anymore because they realize it's suicide. So, I mean, it's only, it's only a something very sad and a sickness at this point in our own community, the African American community, that they got to be addressed. But it spread. We let it spread too. So we don't speak up against it. We going against ourselves and just basic laws of justice. When you do something wrong, you speak up about it and you correct it. Very simple. But going back to Radio 1, right?
You almost said it
going
again.
Back to about the slip.
Hate.
That's because I love Radio Raheem too.
Yeah.
I mean, but look.
Now,
going back to Radio 1.
The movie is called "Do the Right Thing" by Spike Lee. For those who don't know,
there
and
you
Samuel
go.
Jackson has a cameo there, but I think it's not credited. But feel free, brother V Bennett.
Right. But going to Radio 1's where he was coming in at, I mean, I agree with that. I understand it because listen, I mean, at the end of the day, they don't have any scientific evidence. There is no scientific agreement. There's not even an assertion from the scientific community that Africans fleeing Egypt would not simply flee any direction they could. And you're not going to flee into the mouth of the invasion. You're going to flee where the invasion ain't happening to, where people are not hostile towards you. So it just makes no sense. There's no scientist. There's no historian. There's no, there's just nobody saying, hey, you wouldn't flee west to Libya. Hey, you wouldn't flee south to Nubia. Hey, you wouldn't flee north west. You wouldn't flee southwest. I mean, what is this? You see what I mean? So their whole argument is based on simple failure of science, of archaeology, of anthropology, of every scientific norm one could apply. I mean, that's the problem, and you just got to call it dumb at this point.
And I want to interject on 3 points that you've made. Well, actually 2 points that you've made, but I want to touch on another point. But first, I want to play this thing. It's only 36 seconds.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Comedics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
So the first one I want to interject on is when V Bennett mentioned people will say, oh, Africans come here and take our jobs. Now, I don't think the majority of people who come to America to work are Africans. Why don't they have the smoke for other people who come from other countries? Now, the other point is I almost forgot. It's something that you said at the end. But let me say
about
this.
the direction, how you flee Egypt. Is that what it was?
No, it was something else. But I think, I remember now what I wanted to say actually. Now, some people have an issue with Kemet, and yes, it is about what you said about fleeing. Where did they go? Did they go to West Africa? Can we demonstrate that? Okay, fine. Let's leave Kemet for a minute. We have, for example, Haiti. It is said that most Haitians came from Benin, some from Nigeria, and maybe other parts, because they would take people from several places. They would be in forts, and then they would be taken on boats and sent to different places. Bookman, it is said that Bookman Duty came from Jamaica at one point. I mean, obviously he was taken to Jamaica, and then after Jamaica, he was sent to Haiti. Now, what the Haitians practiced, those who liberated the land, we know it was voodoo. right? Or Voudon, or I mean, there's many different spelling, right? So if we look at the country Benin, we see that it is prevalent. It is part of the state religion. It is official, even though there's a lot of syncretism. Some people will be Catholic priests and practicing voodoo at the same time. So here we have a clear indication that we were not practicing exclusively the Abrahamic belief system. But we have movies like Roots, who show Kunta Kinte. And Roots, by the way, was plagiarized from the movie. I'm sorry, not the movie, the book called The African. Now, I forgot the author's name, but you can look it up. There was a lawsuit, you see? So money was paid and a statement was made that some parts were taken from that movie. So even the Kunta Kinte narrative is not even historical. But many people have grown up and seen the movie Root, the documentary slash movie Roots, which is well made by Alex Haley, taken from his book Roots. And they see that Kunta Kinte was not a Christian; he was a Muslim. So they figured, oh, before we're Christians, we're Muslims. But how did we become Muslim? The same way we became Christian. Now, in some areas, indeed, they didn't come with a sword in one hand and the Quran in another one, but there was the tax, right? Now, I forgot how they call it in Arabic, but if you're not a Muslim, there's a tax you will pay. So people are practical. Oh, all I have to do to not pay that tax is to become a Muslim. I'm sorry, all I have to do to not pay that tax is to become a Muslim. Well, I'm going to become a Muslim, so I don't pay that tax. So there are cases where we didn't have necessarily war enslavement, but it is well known historically that the enslavement was there. We have Zanzibar, we have the Swahili language. Some people will argue the Swahili came out because of the trade, commerce, but the slavery plays a part. The sub-Saharan slave trade, the Arab Muslim slave trade is a reality, right? Now, when I was at work, I heard some colleagues say, and they were saying, people older than me and who are Muslims anyway, African Muslims, Muslims of African descent. And I heard two of them say, what does that change if we know that the ancient Egyptians were black? They were talking about Sheikh Anta Diop. You have grown men making statements like that. I could say, what does that change if Bilal was black? What does that change? In the story, he was a slave. Then he was freed. Okay, he's the first person to call the prayer. But what does that change to my life? These talking points, we can make them all day, every day. And they love to make talking points like that when it comes to Kemet. We don't hear them saying, okay, what does it change? If Yaqub did this and blah, 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 the jungles of Asia. They don't say that. But when it's Kemet, what does that change to us? What does that change to us? Sometimes you have discussion with those individuals and you destroy them intellectually. And then, well, what does that change today? Our people are dying. They just don't like the African way of life. That's a reality. So at some point, we need to be practical. We need to distance ourselves from people who have anti-black sentiment, anti-black teachings. Yes, brother.
So they have stated, they state over and over and over, they make claims. The Asiatic black man somehow migrated into Africa. the so-called Hebrew Israelites that we're talking about, they make a claim that they somehow migrated into Africa. Once you make that claim, you no longer can say Egyptians didn't. Kemites didn't migrate into Africa. You can't make it. It just makes no sense.
That's a great point. And Chris and P.P. Harris has shared a fair bit of time to just explain the simple fact that some people converted to Judaism in Africa, like some people converted to Christianity in Africa, like some people converted to Islam in Africa. Like probably we have some people who converted to the Church of Scientology in Africa. But they take those Africans who converted to, and there they don't mind those Africans. They don't mind the Africans who are Jewish. They're talking about the Bantu Jews, the Lemba, and blah, 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 to validate their claims. Those are just people converted to Judaism.
In their arguments, sorry, Radio One. I know you got to speak. In their arguments, everybody else travels except the kinky-haired one. That's that's it. I yield.
Yeah, indeed, man. Now, here's one thing you have to know about me, okay? I am honest about my sources. I have no shame. I have no shame in saying that my sources are ancient classical Greek sources. Okay, I have no shame in that. Like a lot of these guys in the conscious community, they will be ashamed to show those sources. But at the same time, they like criticize and downplay those sources. Okay, but at the same time, the sources they're using is written in the English of their slave master. Okay, so you can't come against my ancient Greek sources, and say that all. I hear it all the time. You're using the ancient Greeks, or you using the white man. So I'm like, okay, since when are the ancient Greeks or the white man? I mean, the ancient Greeks, they never enslaved our ancestors. I see the white man as the white man over here in America who enslaved our ancestors. And see, another thing is that's why you know that's why I call myself a real historian. Because I'm staying true to my sources. You know, I'm learning the language. I know most of the language, and and uh and that's why I can get on a panel and debate Hebrew Israelites and beat them up all day because they can't do what I do. Okay, my sources, what I show, is way more closer to the truth than theirs because that's how fake they are. Some of us really don't realize how fake these Hebrew Israelites, these Muslims, and these Abrahamic groups are. Their claims and their sources are as fake as it gets. Okay, for instance, and that's why a Hebrew Israelite and an Islamic Muslim have no business teaching history because they're not going to tell the truth about what's written. They're going to lie because their intention is to connect everything to Israel and Islam. So they're going to twist history in order to make it fit with their Islamic or Israelite agenda.
Hold on, brother Radio One. Hold on. It looks like Gideon from the avatar. Can you please use a webcam, brother?
Oh yeah, Gideon.
Thank you. All right. Well, hold that thought, Radio One. Feel free to speak, Gideon.
Yeah, peace to you, brother. Shalom, all praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua HaMashiach. No, I'm just, watching every night, then I always drop in on your show, I'm definitely, I definitely support, as far as what you think you're doing, because you want to help Black people, you know what I'm saying? But I came on, I'm listening to this brother at the top, right? Like, for one, you can't get past historical facts, and then two, if you want to have some disdain for Israel, you can have that, but it's not because we hate the Black man, because we are the Black man.
Well, we can talk about it in details. Now, you said historical facts. What historical facts are you talking about?
So, Shaka, would you say there was a nation of people called Israel in the Levant?
Well, there is mention of Israel as a place in the Mishnah Stela or Moabite stone. What does it have to what does it have to do with Black people?
Okay, so now, okay, and that's a perfect logical step in your trying to see if these people are us. So we do know that there are people called Israel in the Levant, right?
Hold on. Can you just repeat what you said? We do know that there's what?
A people called Israel in the Levant.
Well, Israel is the place, not people.
Well, when we look at the evidence, it's describing a people. It's describing dynasties and kings and houses of royalty. So when you have a house of royalty, they must rule over someone. You have
Is that historical record? Is that historical record? I mean, are you going according to historical record, or is that your religious belief? Is that
no,
something you got from your religion?
I'm speaking according to the finds. According to the finds in the area, there were a people, a nation of Judah in the Levant. Like we
Yeah,
can
Judah, yes,
Aha,
Judah, yes,
aha.
yes.
Now you're
Now,
getting somewhere.
yeah, Judah, yes, it's a region that existed, and we have the king of Judah called Hezekiah, and I'm sure you've seen my intro. We have Hezekiah's seal, his royal seal, with two unks and the sun windis, but the sun windis was not exclusive to Kemet. We saw it also in, Mesopotamia, Sumer, and so on. But maybe you're trying to argue that we have what we translate as Israelites, and that I would like to see. Israel, yes, in the Mesha stele, known as, I'm sorry, yes, Mesha stele, known as the Moabite stone, even though several scholars dispute its authenticity, but in presuming that it is authentic, it talks about the place, not the people. So if you are aware of any term that is translated as Israelites in English in history, then feel free to share it with us so we can see how old it is.
Right. So when we look at the evidence and it speaks of how Israel was laid waste, we did not call ourselves Israelites. We were Yasharal. And those who lived amongst us, that's what we called ourselves. So
Well, brother, please, that term Yashara, what archaeological document mentions that name?
when you look at the Moabite stone, it says Yasharal is laid waste.
Yeah.
That's how it's
Oh,
translated.
okay. So that's the term Israel.
Right, Yasharal.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
right.
okay. Now, Yashara, that's Hebrew, right?
Correct.
Okay. Does it mean Israel or does it mean Israelite?
It means Israel and Israelite.
Okay. Are you talking about the Meron Petah stela or are you talking about the Misha stela?
No, right now my last was speaking of the Misha stela, which is also
Okay.
the Moabite stone.
Okay. Well, let's have a look together because we do have the transliteration and the translation also on Wikipedia. So I'm going to put Misha stela, just delay. So here we do have the translation. So for the term, is it large enough? Yeah, it's kind of large enough. So Israel, we have it here. Now, as for Omri, king of Israel. So what's the term Melech? Yeah, you see here we have Yishral. So that's probably what you're pronouncing as Yasharal, right?
Correct.
All right. So here it says king of Israel. And of course, also have Melech, just like in Arabic, Malik, Melech. So it doesn't talk about people here. It talks about the ruler of Israel. It's translated as king of Israel. So that cannot be the term to describe Israelites. Do we agree or do you disagree?
Okay, Shaka. Okay, Shaka. I mean, but I don't like the king of okay. The queen of England. Who did she rule over? The English. English is synonymous with Israelite in the sense of how it's colloquially spoken, meaning it belongs to a nation or a people of a nation. So when you see Omri, king of Yasharal, he's ruling over Yasharal, which is Israelites, which is the term that we use today to denote the people of Yasharal. So this
Well,
the thing,
but
Shaka, but it's like
that's not exact, right? Because there's a difference between Israel and Israelites. Now, if you want to argue that back then they didn't have a
what's the difference between Yasharal being a body of people and Yasharal being an individual? It's the same thing. It's just the context of how you speak in it. Like you guys want to get bogged down in the minutia of how you pronouncing it when you know what we're talking about. Like let's get to the issues that's really that, because we all know Israel was a nation and was a people which came to be the nation of Judah, or the kingdom of Judah, in the up to the first century AD. Like, these things we know. So like,
Well,
it's
hold
like
on, hold on, hold on, hold
y'all
on,
starting from the beginning
hold on,
because y'all
hold
don't
on,
want to
Gideon.
get to the
Gideon, give me a
information.
chance,
But go
please.
ahead.
Yeah, give me a chance, please, Gideon. I think it's important because a lot of people claim Israelites, you see. So if you want to argue, okay, there was no term that is translated as Israelites, I'm like, fine. If you want to say the term that they use is Israel, I'm like, fine. Okay, so we can take it from there. But then you guys need to stop saying, well, we have attestation of Israelites back then, you see. And you mentioned
I mean,
Israel.
we do. I mean, we do, but it's not saying Israelite verbatim. That's when you got to be a mature researcher and understand what's being told to you. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
I
but
know
but
it
but
doesn't say
but
Israelite.
I feel like I am a mature researcher, but it's fine if you disagree with me. But when we say, can you show us Israelites in history, or when some people say Israelites don't exist in history, then I guess you cannot disagree with that. And I guess you can say, well, there's no term for Israelites, there's a term for Israel. You see, but
Yeah,
you
Israelite. You're not gonna find. That's like when somebody says Israel is stolen from Egypt because it's Isis, Ra, and El. Now, when a person tell me that, I laugh because I know they're not really studying the information, because this is an English translation. So that's what you're doing, Shaka, and I'm surprised. You're asking
Oh,
me, where does it say Israelite? And we all know Israelite is a modern term linguistically speaking. We're not going to find that. We're going to find Yasharal. We're going to
and
find
brother,
and
brother
I'm
Gideon.
yeah, no, hold on,
Dawid.
please, hold on, please, radio one. Hold that thought, please. Now, Gideon, I think we're coming to an understanding, and that's fine. You said there's no term for Israelites, right? Now,
Right,
that part of the Misha Stella talks about the king of Israel, right?
right.
So Israel is attested at least in the Misha Stella, right? Earlier you mentioned Israel is wasted. So obviously you were talking about the Mer and Petah Stele, right?
Well, when I said I was speaking of the house of Omri, so I was speaking that it said that the house of Yasharal, or rather Omri of Yasharal, was basically laid waste. And when you're speaking of the king of Yasharal, that's what I was speaking to, that particular source. So it's two. I will have to look at my sources, because you have the Meripatah and you have the Mobite stone, which is also known as the Misha Stela. The Misha Stela speaks of Yasharal is laid waste, and the Mernpatah stele, I will have to look at that again. But again, I'm on my phone. I'm just freestyling.
Yeah, I think actually it says it has on the Mer and Petah Stele it says it has no seed. Now I'm not sure where waste is, but maybe it is on the Mobile Stone. I have the translation here, or maybe they use another word, but I think actually there's something similar. Hold on. Uh, okay, but never mind. Now, on the Merampeta Stela, are you aware that it doesn't spell Israel? It looks like he's frozen, so feel free to leave and come back if you can hear us. Well, Radio One, feel free to make your point. I mean, I think you wanted
Yeah,
to address directly.
yes, yeah.
Gideon. Yes.
To Gideon. Okay. Now what you're doing is, okay, you're beating around the bush and you're ignoring what really matters. Okay. And what really matters is, regardless of Israel being mentioned, Judah being mentioned, what really matters is it is irrelevant to you, because it is irrelevant to you because your ancestors and our ancestors came from West Africa during this time. Okay, when the Exodus was going on, during the Babylonian captivity, the Assyrian captivity, our ancestors were in West Africa. Okay, and
Now
I'm
hold on,
telling
hold
you,
on. Radio One. I think the brother Gideon is back, but
yeah,
okay. Now Gideon stated that we don't have no, any term that will be translated as Israelites. He said that it is Israel. Now,
No, I said you
Gi-
won't find Israelites verbatim, but you will find terms like Yasharal and be translated as Israelites.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you. Now, what makes you say that the Israelites were black?
Well, all the evidence that we see,
like what?
Rather, the earliest evidence that we see describes them as being black people. Unless you think the
can you show us, please?
Unless you think the ancient Egyptians or the Ethiopians were a white people.
But Gideon, I'm sure you have seen Beni Hassan's painting, right?
Which one? What's
Okay, I'm going to show right now Beni Hassan's painting. I'm sure you know it, but it's okay. In the night, images. Now that's the one here. I'm about to share it now. Oh, hold on. Share screen. Beni Hassan. There we go. So here, that probably rings a bell to you.
Let me see. I can't see it. Okay, that's with is that the Hibaru?
Well, I would say Hyksos, Hekakasut. Some people have argued that maybe they were Hapiru. They were doing linguistic acrobatics and linguistic gymnastics, thinking that Hapiru or Haparu is the etymology of Hebrew. But here, that on the far right, that's the original. But a lot of time we see the reproduction because this is around 1900 BC. You see, so it's not in mint condition. But if we look at the reproduction, hold on, that's what we have. We have the Egyptian at the front, and we have the Amu, which means Asiatics. But here specifically, we have the scepter, which stands for Heka. We have the here, which is the phonetic complement of the K, the sound K, and then we have the here, which is Hesed. So this basically says Heka Chesed or Heka Hasut is the same. Hasut is basically the plural. And Heka Chesed or Heka Hasut is what the Greeks call Hyksos. You see? And in the British Museum, it says, and I've shared it, that the Hyksos are of Palestinian descent. And everybody can check. Hyksos is spelled Hyksos. Britannica Encyclopedia online, it says that the Hyksos were of Palestinian descent. So those are actually Canaanites. Do they look black to you? Are you still with us, Brother Gideon? Okay, I think he froze. Well, we have Chef and Chris MVP Harris. Chef came first, so feel free to speak, Chef, and then we're gonna hear from Chris MVP Harris.
Because I know he deal with this better than I do, so I'll let him go. Oh, my bad. Chris can go, y'all. What's going on, everybody? Chris can go. I know he deal with this subject way better than I do, so I want to hear what he got to say.
Yes, feel free, Chris.
All right. Now, Merneptah was the son of Ramses II. He was the son of Ramses II. These chronologies that these Hebrews or these Israelites try to set up is weird to me. They're very, very weird. Now he's saying that Merneptah was the one that came in there and destroyed Israel. Now, here's the funny thing. That's nowhere in the biblical narrative. So now the burden of proof is going to be on him because you have to show it to me in your biblical story. Because here's what gets funny. And I want to let everybody know that's listening. The burden of proof is always on the person saying something existed without any proof. Think about this. Merneptah destroys Israel. It's nowhere in the Bible. It's not in the Bible in the book of Kings. It's not in the book of Chronicles. It's nowhere in there. I'm going to tell you guys why. Merneptah, when he traveled into Jezreel, the Jezreel Valley. If you pull this up, you'll see that's speaking about the Jezreel Valley, and that when Sir Flanders Petrie translated that, he clearly it does not say Israel, right? That does not mention Israel. The people who were translating that said it meant that, but the timeline would be off because Israel don't exist until David is born. David is born in the 1st century, according to the biblical scholars, the 1st century BCE. This is when he would have been born, albeit we know he doesn't exist. But Bernepatah is a lot born in the 12th century BCE.
So
So
sorry, Chris. Hold on, Chris. I think you made a slight mistake. You said King David. That wouldn't be the 1st century BC. That would be more probably 10th century BC.
okay, excuse me. Did I say that? My bad. My bad.
Yeah,
First millennium BCE. My bad. First millennium BCE. He was born in the 1st millennium BCE. Now, excuse me. Merneptah. Merneptah. He was born at the end of the 13th century BCE. Let me get the dates correct here. All right. You guys weren't even in existence yet. There was no kingdom of Israel yet. And when we look at Omri's kingdom, they never mention a King David. They never mention a Solomon. They never mention an Exodus. They never mention anything like that in their records. They were a polytheistic community, civilization. So now you guys are trying to lay claim to Omri's kingdom. That's weird to me. So when the Assyrians came in the 7th century and they destroyed that Samaria, because that's what it was actually called, Samaria, kingdom of Samaria, what happened? They ran south. The people went south. And that's when all these writings begin to happen, sometimes in the 6th or 5th century BCE. So this has nothing, the Merneptah stele has nothing to do with a group of people called the Israelites. With people like Gideon, and I don't mean to say people like Gideon, what gentlemen like Gideon tend to do is they grab bits and pieces of history around that area and they try to shoehorn the biblical narrative into it. But we don't have any evidence of the biblical narrative in the historical record. That's the key. Anonymous Hebrew does all that time traveling, and now Gideon is on here doing all that time traveling. And somehow he's trying to place the burden of evidence on us by saying, or on Shaka, and he asks the question, so are you saying the Ethiopians and Egyptians are white? No. All you got to do is show us Israelites in Egypt or Israelites calling themselves Israelites in the 1st millennium BCE. Show us people in the Judean hillside region calling themselves Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, or any of that. The Merneptah stele is not enough to say that this kingdom of Israel that was produced by King David existed. Last fact, and I'm going to leave it alone. When Israel Finkelstein and Neil Silberman did the excavations over there in Judea, they said at the time Israel or Samaria was a thriving kingdom in the 9th century BCE. They said Judea was a small hillside community. And they said the archaeology proved it. They said Samaria, this is what they said. They said Samaria was a modern civilization with thousands of people living there. They said Judea was a small countryside, population. They said it could not have served as the vehicle kingdom for Israel, where the 10 tribes went to stay for a remainder of time. They clearly said that. They said it was impossible. So I'll let Gideon take the floor.
And Gideon, Welcome back. Just for the record, I've been learning the meta nature for many years. I'm giving meta nature classes, and I invite anybody to contact an Egyptologist that has an PhD in Egyptology. We do have the determinative, and I'm talking about the Murren Petas Stele. We have the determinative of the sitting man and a woman, plus the mark of the plural, the three strokes. So it's definitely not talking about the place, but it is talking about people. And phonetically, it spells ECDR. So indeed, I agree with Chris. Early on, they were looking for validation for the Bible, so they figured, okay, sounds kind of somehow close to Israel, so let's say it is Israel. But once again, it is ECDR, and it's not a place, but it is people, because the grammar of the Medu Neter or hieroglyphic is very precise. It's definitely not talking about the place, but about people. But feel free to speak, Brother Gideon.
Right. So again, what I don't want us to do, I want us to stick to information that's verified. The people known as the Yuhadim are a verified people that actually existed in the Levant. The population size, the origin of the language, we're not going to get into that. What I'm getting into is that we know that people called Yuhadim lived in the Levant, which was a nation until 70 AD, because at that time it was under the vassalage of other kingdoms. But so those people existed. And we can get
Well,
into the American
Gideon,
no, no,
can you
we can
hold
get
on?
into the
No, we have a hard time hearing you, brother. Are you using a headset?
No, should I use a headset?
Maybe it might help. We really have a hard time hearing you.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, Shaka. I think what it is it's that background noise coming from somebody else's.
Oh, let me see. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was one. Okay, it was Chef. So, well, Gideon, feel free. Yeah. Thank you, brother Radio One. Gideon, can you hear me? Yeah, it was the background noise actually that was stopping us from hearing you. Even though your sound is a bit low, but you're muted, Gideon. I don't know if you know that. Um, can you hear us, Gideon? You're on mute, Gideon. Um, I'm gonna ask him, but I think he used. Oh yeah. Gideon, can you hear us?
Is that a little better?
Oh, that's a lot better. Thank you very much. Now, Gideon, please, can you tell us the term that you've used, like Yehuda, right?
Right.
Okay.
Which
What's the
came
date?
to be known as Jew.
Of course. What's the date for this attestation, please?
For what? The Yuda Hadin?
Yes, that word that you use. Yes. What's the date for the attestation?
Well, that comes pretty much after the destruction of the first temple. We see
What date
that.
would that be? More or less, it doesn't have to be the exact date. You can give and take a decade. You can give and take 50 years. Even give and take 100 years. A century is fine.
Well, just off the top of my head, we have people like Stray mentioned the Jews. Have people like Tacitus a little later mention the Jews, and when they're they are mentioning them as already an ancient people.
Okay, I think there's a misunderstanding now. Now Tacitus writing, I think that comes centuries after his lifetime. But so you're not aware of any record that mentions that, right? Like, let me double check Tacitus.
Right.
Tacitus,
well, again, like I said, you have, which is BC, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, come again, please.
You would have Strabo, which is 2nd century BC, if I'm not mistaken, who mentions the Yuhadin. So you're looking for explicit mentions of Yuhadin, right?
But Strabo is indeed yes. I'm looking for an attestation for that word that you've used. Indeed. Now Strabo was born circa 60 BC, 64 BC. So
And Tacitus was born 56 AD.
yes, and Chris MVP Harris, if you don't mind reminding us, the attestation of Jesus that they attribute to Tacitus, that comes in the work of somebody else, like in maybe 500 AD. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, but
No,
that's we're not speaking of that. We're speaking of Jerusalem and Judah.
Okay.
And
Okay. Let's leave
Jude.
that. Let's leave that then. I agree with you. Let's leave that.
Right.
Now, so the attestation for the word that you say Yuhadin, right? That we translate as Judah in English. What is the attestation? Or, I mean, what is the text?
It
What is the
speaks
text?
of the city. It speaks
No,
of the city.
Yeah, but what is the text?
It would be historiography.
I'm coming. Oh, so historiography. You mean Strabo, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Strabo, and I'm going to show it to the people so they can see. So it means that the oldest attestation you can tell us of Judah, or maybe Judeans, that would be 60 BC, right?
Right. That's what
Okay.
what I have off the top of the dome. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. So it's not ancient history. It's not
Because you have things that don't say Jew or Judah, but it's speaking of the nation of Israel as early as like I say 8th century BC. You have the Merpatah Stela, you have the Moabite stone.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Hold on.
yeah,
Hold on. Now the Moabite
those are
stone,
all connected, but you're asking
No.
for a specific mention of Jew. Right.
The Moabite stone is dated somewhere around 800 BC.
No, the Moabite 840. Then you have the Merpatah Stela, which is a little old.
Yeah, but once
It's-
again, the
have
Merpatah
Assyrian
stele,
records.
yeah, okay, maybe Assyrian records. I'll be happy to know about this, but the Merpatah stele does not talk about Israel, and it does not even talk about Israelites for that matter. But
Wait, I'm
even for
sorry.
those,
Say that again.
yeah, the Merpatah stele, and I can show it is better so people can see it. So I'm going to share the screen here. Strabo.
It just speaks about Yahweh.
Oh,
That's it.
hold on.
Talks about
And
taking the vessels of Yahweh.
now here, Merpatah stele, that's the article. Here, this is the part where it says, the sea being laid waste. Now, is it showing? Yes. Now, this is the E sound. The double relief is the E sound, transliterated with a Y. The door or bolt lock is the S sound, S. The double strokes here is transliterated with the I is the sound E. The R, I'm sorry, the mouth is the sound R. The relief is the sound E, transliterated with the I or a J. The vulture is the sound R. The mouth is the same as the previous one, is the sound R. Now, it spells phonetically Isiriar. Here they've put, well, that's what they put here. The Y is the sound E. So they only missed.
Okay, so now you're going to Medu Netter, where I've heard some people who teach Medu Netter say that there's in Medu Netter that they can't even translate because the European has not translated it yet.
But yet you use, hold on, Shaka, but yet
what we're not going to do, we're not going to have an
let him
exercise
go, Shaka.
of what you think the Medu Netter says when we see it consistently attested as to being Israel. But I mean, if you want to have a different context, you know Medu Netter better than everybody else. We can do that, which is why I didn't even much want to have this I want to go to where we are already established.
Well, okay, Gideon, let's
I call them something real quick. Can I say
get
something
right there instead of going into this
Gideon, hold on.
murky
Give me a chance.
prehistory,
Give me a chance.
eponymous
Gideon,
ancestry,
hold on.
which the
Gideon,
scant evidence. Like
me a
this is
chance.
crazy because
Hold
hold on.
Gideon, you
The
gotta let me
Dakota
speak, though.
culture,
You gotta, but
we base a whole
Gideon, let me speak.
off.
I'm letting you speak. Yeah,
But go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
hold on. Chris MVP, just hold that thought, please. Now, Gideon, you use the Merpatah stela for the attestation of Israel. When I'm showing you what it spells, you're telling me that it hasn't been deciphered. So it's a bit illogical to me.
But other people translate it as Shaka.
Okay.
Just because so I'm supposed to listen to you.
Okay.
Better
Now,
different than everybody else.
Well.
Go ahead.
Well, feel free to ask any Egyptologist what the seated man and seated woman stand for, and the three strokes. That's the mark of the plural. This shows that it's talking about people. Even if it said Israel,
it's not talking about the place, but it's talking about some people. So at least they will translate it as Israelites or whatever they want, or people of Israel. But this is not talking about a place. That's what I want you to know. Now, the people who translated it as Israel were people like I think MVP said Petrie, Flinders
Okay,
Petrie.
so this is
Yeah,
what you
because
do,
hold on. They were
That's why I
looking
say we
for
got to be
Israel in
mature.
history.
So it's speaking of a people, right? So if we go to
Yes,
the
it's
Misha
talking about the people.
Stealer, the Misha
Yes.
Stealer is talking of a king of those people. So
No,
when
no,
you do
no,
1
no,
plus
no,
1,
no. Gideon
it's
is
2.
talking about the
Yeah, the
king
Misha
of. Hold
Stealer
on.
says Omri,
He's talking
king
about
of
the king.
Yisrael.
Yes, a place, not the
Okay, so
people. It's not the same.
okay,
It's not the same.
Merpatah Stella is using the same word to describe a people. And when you
No, it's
look at our records, the Merpatah Stella,
Gideon,
he just said it speaks of a people. So you're
Gideon,
shocked.
Gideon. This is
Right?
the
So
translation
he's disagreeing
and the
with you, Shaka.
transliteration of the Misha
Your
Stela.
Patah is
Now,
speaking
when
of
you
a
look
people,
at
right?
the term for Israel, what is it? King
Shaka,
of
I just
Israel?
asked you a question, my brother.
There it is. Omri, that's number 5 here. Number 5
Shaka.
here. Oh,
Your
the
Shaka.
Merpatah Stella is speaking
This
of
is what
Israel
happened.
as a people, right?
That threw me off. So, damn, how do you start that?
Shaka, if you don't mind me saying
Oh, there's
something,
okay.
let me
Sorry,
say
but
this real
this
quick.
is serious stuff. So line 5
Tell him
here.
why you don't agree with him, Chris.
No, but it's okay. Now, Gideon, look at this. We have Yish, and that dot on top of the S, I presume it's like the sh sound. But whether it's the sh sound or the s sound, we have the ayin before the
I'm
L.
on my phone and I really can't see, Shaka. What's that? The
Okay,
Merpatah Stella?
It's the Misha Stele. Now the Misha Stele says Melek, just like the Arabic Malik, it's the same root. Yisrael, you see. The Merpatah Stela says Isiria. So contrary to what you said, it is not the same word. But even in presuming that it says Israel, let me give you that. What makes you say?
Bro.
Come again?
Shaka, bro. Those are 2 different languages.
Yeah, but earlier you said that it's the same word, but it's okay. It's okay.
No,
and I disagree.
It is 2 different languages. Anybody would tell you that, Shaka. That's what I'm saying,
yeah.
bro.
I know it's 2 different languages.
We got to be mature. Okay.
I'm trying to be mature with you, but didn't you say it's the same word, Brother Gideon?
He did.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's the same word in 2 different
but,
languages.
Well, I'm telling you that it is not the same word, because here we have the transliteration, and we've seen the transliteration also of the Merpatah Stele, and it says Isiria. But even in presuming that it says Israel, let me give you that for the sake of the argument. What makes you say that those people were black?
Good, and that's what we're trying to get to. All right.
And why is that important? What color they are? Why is that important to you? What color they are?
We get to that later.
It's
I want to know. Forget about the second question.
Lineage.
No, hold on.
So if I would be claiming a lineage that comes from Europeans, that would be asinine. That would be like me calling myself yeah, crazy. I'm not built like that. Like the Israelites were a black people, and that can be proven, and it would have to be the case. I'm claiming descendancy from that. Unless
okay, well, please prove it to us. Please show us, because here I'm showing you an original artifact that's dated 1900 BC, 1900 BC. It's in the tomb of Khnum-Hotep, and the place is known as Beni Hassan. So we do have the original on the far right, and you can compare the original. How the ancient Egyptians look, they look way darker. But we have, of course, many times we see the reproductions. So on the reproduction, we see them looking like typical Asiatics, and we have plenty of depictions of Asiatics from ancient Egypt, and they look white-skinned. So the evidence shows white-skinned people. What makes you say that those inhabitants of Canaan were black people?
Okay, so Chaka, those are not Israelites right there. For the simple fact that the Israelites were not a people until the 13th, 14th century BCE. So that right there, yeah, we were not even a people in 1900 BC, Shaka.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that the Canaanites are not Israelites.
Wait. Who took it in hell? Because it sounds like they can't comprehend that concept.
Okay, let me say something real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead,
Shaka.
Christian Garris. Go ahead. Go ahead, Christian
Abraham,
VP. Go
our
ahead. Go ahead.
patriarch,
All right.
was not born until the 1900s BC, and
Okay.
Abraham was not an Israelite.
Okay.
Abraham had a son named Isaac. Isaac had a son named Jacob. Jacob had 12 children.
We know
Those
the
children
story.
are the
We know the
Israelites.
story.
The
Okay, thank you.
Israelites
They
did
didn't
not
agree
come
with
into
you.
being until the 14th century BC.
Okay, guys, this is the problem when you all let the Israelite brothers come on these panels. Y'all let them do all this time traveling, jumping up and down the timeline. He's talking about the Mesha stele. He's talking about the Moabite stele. He's talking about the Merneptah stele. None of these writings are indigenous to the Israelites. All he has to do is show us indigenous writings. Now he's in the 19th century BCE. So he starts off talking about the Merneptah stele, which is the 12th century BCE. Now he's gone back 700 years and he's talking about Abraham. Now he talks about the Moabite stele. They go up and down the timeline. Well, when you begin to talk about Abraham, once again, your Bible falls into what we call
He asked
anachronism. Excuse
where
me.
do we
I
find
never.
evidence of it?
Hold on.
So you
One more
got to
time.
present the
Okay, thank
evidences
you.
at different periods of time. Just
Good.
accepting
It's
the
at
information.
different
But go ahead.
periods of time, but yet Abraham is fighting against the Philistines. Philistines don't arrive into that area until the 12th century BCE, archaeologically proven. Then he's fighting against a king named King Chedorlaomer, who does not appear on
Show us the
any
archaeology that
historical.
shows the Philistines didn't
Excuse
come
me,
there.
Gideon.
Because I just
Excuse.
specifically showed
Do y'all see how?
archaeological evidence of the
Okay.
Israelites, and I bet he can't show you the
Okay.
evidence. Damn.
Excuse
Well,
me.
Yo,
I
you
can show you
talking
some.
over him, bro.
I
You
can show
talking
you.
over him, bro.
I can show you some archaeological evidence for
Shaka.
the area. Yes.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Then I'll let you guys go.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Then now listen to what he just said. He just said, show us the archaeological evidence. And we've been up here doing all the showing, but
Exactly.
he hasn't been doing any of the proving. That's why I keep saying, guys, don't let them run up and down the timelines like this. They make us do all this work, but yet they never come around and show you any primaries. All he has to do is show us indigenous writings in the first millennium BCE. That's all he has to do. The Bible says that Moses wrote books. The Bible says that Joshua wrote books. The Bible says that David wrote books. Just show us these books that they've written and show us the indigenous writings. Don't show us any Phoenician. Don't show us any cuneiform. Stop showing us Medunetter. Stop showing us other cultures inferring, or what you think are inferring, to these so-called people that go by the name of Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Ephraim, Gad, Naphtali, and all that other stuff. Just show us the indigenous records. Hold them to that. We don't have to be so scholastic with them, because in the indigenous writings in Egypt, we could show you the Harris Papyrus. We could show you the Papyrus of Hunefer. We could show you the 42 Laws of Ma'at. We can show you the pyramid text. We could show you the coffin text. We can go into all these indigenous cultures. We can go into the Ugaritic text. We could show you all the indigenous writings. But when it comes to them, they can't show you anything. They can't.
Now, Gideon, you're back. Now, Gideon, okay.
But no, this is what I'm saying, Shaka, my
Okay,
brother.
well,
I
okay,
just
well,
laid out several pieces of evidence stating the Israelites were in the area. Now, Chris, he's saying no, that's not true.
Hold on.
And then he goes on, hold on. And then he presents a source, and I'm asking him to show us the source that states that the Philistines were not in the area during the time of Abraham. Show us the source. That's all I'm asking.
hold on. I want to focus on the Israelites. Now you have not shown the term Israelites. You move from Israelite to Judea, and that's from Strabo. That's like 60 BC, right?
Because
Then
in the beginning it was Israel, and then it split, Chaka.
yeah,
It
but
split into
okay,
Samaria
okay,
and Judah,
okay. So far, we have the
or
Misha
rather
Stela.
Israel and Judah.
Yeah, we have the Misha Stela that talks about the king of Israel. It's a place, not a people, right? Now, when I ask you what makes those people black, what makes you say that they are black, I've shown you an artifact. But when I shown you artifact and I mentioned it is 1900 BC, you said the Israelites were not there before at least 1400 BC. Then you talked about Abraham. Abraham comes from
Right, which is
Ur.
a fact, right?
Okay,
That's
okay.
true, right?
No, no, it's not a fact. It's what is written in the
No,
Bible.
the Israelites were not around in 1900 BC, Shaka.
Okay, so basically you're saying that the
Correct?
Canaanites are not Israel, right? Is that what you're saying? I'm
No,
sorry, the Canaanites are not
The
Israelites.
Canaanites, yeah, we don't come from Canaan. We lived in the
Okay,
land of
okay,
Canaan,
okay.
and we were at times called Canaanites, but we
Okay,
did not come from Canaan.
where does Abraham come from?
Abraham, he comes from Shem, the line of Shem.
No, the place where it comes from.
He comes from Kasdim,
Okay, thank you. Now on the screen, and I've shared the link in the chat. This is the British Museum. This is the standard of right? Now the date is 2500 BC, right? And this is how they depicted themselves. So are those the black Israelites that you're talking about? That's where Abraham comes from. That's how they look like.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can't phenotypically ascribe that to no European people.
I didn't talk about European. Now, understand, European doesn't mean exclusively white. You have white people in Asia. If you look at the king of Saudi Arabia, he's white, but he is in Asia. So I know in America, a lot of people say white for you. I mean, European, as if it's interchangeable with white. But we're talking about Asia right now, you know. So once again, even in presuming that those Israelites existed in history, and so far the earliest you have been able to go back is the writing of Strabo. You know, now that's a date for Strabo. I'm not even sure if his writing exists during 60 BC. But once again, what makes you say that they are black? When we look at the archaeological document, the data, we clearly see them. I've shown you two archaeological documents: the painting that Beni Hassan, 1900 BC, and the box with some people painting on it, 2500 BC from Ur, where Abraham is from. And on both those archaeological documents, they are white skinned. So what makes you say that they were black?
Right. I mean, like I say, man, when you're looking at that, I think they call that the war, the something of that's from right?
The standard of yes, it's in the British
standard
Museum.
of right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you said that's like what, like mid 25th.
That's 2500 BC,
Right.
2500 BC. Yes.
Right. So that's one piece of evidence, right? That we have, and we totally see that those people do not look like me, right? But they, look. So according to the evidence that we have, during that time, was the center of civilization, right? That was ruled by Nimrod, and it was basically a world government. So, I mean,
hold on, Gideon. Do you remember my question? My question is, what makes you say that they are black?
Okay, this is what I'm getting at, right?
Okay.
So when you look at the specific information in regards to Abraham, Abraham comes from Shem, a Shemitic father, and a Cushitic woman. All through written history and archaeological finds on the walls from Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, all across the Cushitic people have always been known to be black.
All right,
now,
hold that thought, please.
Hold
on, please, Gideon. You said Abraham comes from Shem and a Cushitic woman, right? That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Okay, where do you get that from?
It's in our histories.
What's the text?
You would have to go and get it out of the book of not Jubilees, but the book of Jasher. It speaks of Abraham's father, which is in the Bible, comes from Arxfad, which is a Shemite, and we know that the Kasdim are a people of Cushitic stock, and they say that they were not in the area at that time like the Philistines. But what Chris has to understand is that people just don't pop out of the ground from nowhere. What Chris is looking at, the archaeological finds that speak to
brother. I just want to get some clarity. Hold on. I want to get some clarity. Now you're saying that in the Bible it says that Abraham had a Cushitic mother, right?
No, I said in the Bible it says he has a Shemitic father.
Yes, and the mother is Cushitic. That's what you said.
And the mother is Cushitic. The Bible doesn't say where his mother's lineage comes from.
Oh, so you made that up then?
No, but in the book of Jasher, it speaks of his mother being a Cushitic princess rather.
Okay, now what's the passage, please? I want to have a look.
Man, it's been a while, bro. The book of Jasher. I would have to get that, man. See, these are things that if you really want to look into it, you can find it.
You know, Gideon, with all due respect, with all due respect, Gideon, it sounds like you made that up to me. I never in my life heard Abraham having a Cushitic mother, you know. But you know, it's okay. Take your time to look for this source, this thing here, because maybe it's in the Bible. And
Chris can probably tell you. He could. That's why I don't know why
Chris,
he's
have you
probably
ever
on
heard
his
of
forklift right now. But
okay, well, it doesn't matter if he's on his forklift. Work is work. I've worked doing physical labor.
No, I
mean,
drove a forklift. I drive. Yeah, I mean it ain't.
Okay.
Actually, I'm at home.
But there we go. There we go. But Chris, have you ever heard of Abraham having a Cushitic mother?
First of all, he made we gonna say this, and anybody that's been on my channel, what up, Chef? Shout out to you. Check it out. What Gideon just did, he just took a bunch of facts. He grabbed them all together, a bunch of facts that that you can't even synthesize, and he put it in a whisker bag, and he and he threw it all at everybody. And then in order to when he can't prove something, he got to throw ad hominems at people. All right, telling me what I don't understand. Now, the first thing I want everybody to understand is the Bible, or the so-called Septuagint, was put together by the Greeks. That's why you have so many Greek inferences in this story of these 12 tribes of Israel. This is easy. And I'm going to do a presentation tomorrow morning on the 12 tribes of Israel on my morning coffee, and I'm going to kill this thing. And I'm going to show everybody how this 12 tribes of Israel is of Greek influence in the stories that they were borrowed from using Plato's laws. This is simple and easy work, and this is why he can't show you anything.
But
Yo,
I
Chef,
thought it was Egyptian.
Chef,
It was
if I wanted to, excuse me, that's the one thing I know about you Israelites. Y'all ain't got no discipline. Y'all cannot sit down and wait. All right. Then now he's saying, I thought it was Egyptian. Well, here's my counter argument to you. We thought it was Hebrew.
No, I'm
Why
saying
just
you're
ain't
making
Hebrew?
claims. 1 minute y'all
Okay,
say
no,
it's stealing from the
excuse me,
Egyptians,
Gideon. I'm
then the
talking.
next minute you say it's stolen from the Greeks.
Respectfully.
Like
You guys hear this guy?
I can see
Shaka,
we
you
still
gotta
have
start
VCR
muting him.
tapes and all this stuff, man. But
Hey,
now we
Gideon,
got the internet, bro.
Shaka,
Like
you
it's
gotta
at
mute him,
your
man.
fingertips.
He's cut
Go
right
ahead.
now.
I'm on mute.
All
Yeah,
right.
he's just talking over people, man.
But
We
it's
gotta
okay.
stop this.
It's okay. Now we know it's actually good that he speaks, because he said something that's amazing to me about Abraham's mother being Cushitic.
I ain't
here
never heard none of
And
that.
why he believed it too.
That's why y'all gotta let him talk, y'all.
Yeah. That's why it's good for him to
Y'all
talk.
definitely gotta let him talk.
Yeah. And for the record here on Wikipedia, the parents of Abraham, his father is Terah, and his mother, according to the Talmud, is Amatlai. So while Gideon breaks it down for us, I'm going to look up Amatlai and I'm going to see if she's Cushitic. So feel free, Gideon. Feel free.
See, that's why you just gotta let him talk. Go ahead.
Hey, Chef, you gotta let him talk. Yeah, just let him talk. He quiet now. He ain't got nothing to say.
Nah, I'm just waiting for y'all to verify what I just said. That's all.
No,
He
we
said
just
he
did.
believed something. He said he believed something because it was in his book.
the burden of truth is on you, Gideon. I mean, hey, Gideon, you know what? Right now, you have the right to say, "Hey, I made a mistake." You don't have to say, "I made that up." You can say, "I made a mistake," and we
No,
can move on.
I didn't make. I ain't make that up, bro. But
Oh, he gonna stand on it.
So you're gonna stand
Yeah.
that Abraham's mother is Cushitic.
Right.
All right, and that's in the Bible, right?
No, in the book of Jasher.
Well, the book of Joshua, isn't it in the Bible?
No.
Okay, but earlier Gideon said it's in the Bible, didn't he?
No, he
A
said it was
book.
in the book of Jasher.
He believed it
Okay.
because it was in a book.
Okay,
That's
my
it.
bad. So he didn't say it's in the Bible. Okay, all right. Well, okay, Gideon is still there. All right. So, well, that's amazing. 2023. I've heard a revelation. I'm wondering why all the people who claim that the Hebrews were black did not mention that Abraham's mother was Cushitic. But
if he can prove that, case closed.
Well, I guess that would be case closed. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be case
Hey,
closed.
Chef, what you say? If you mentioning you done read 10 of them books, you can give me at least 2 of them, right?
Exactly.
And check this out. Again, it's not even Kemetic people saying this stuff. These people are undermining themselves.
They undermine
it's like, what is this?
So, my brother, give me one example of Kemetic people saying stuff.
No, we still on the book of Jasher.
Yeah,
and
no,
the
yeah, that's
Cushitic brother of
definitely, yeah,
Abraham.
nah. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's definitely
We
no
ain't
doubt.
moving off of that.
But I just want to ask
yeah.
this brother in passing, like, just give me
No,
an
that's gonna take
example
the
of
conversation
Kemetic
somewhere
stuff
else.
being written while I pull it up, because
No,
I gotta
listen.
No, we gonna
I
wait till
gotta
you
type
pull
it
that
up.
up.
Well,
I
we
made a
have
statement. You didn't state what I said. That's the thing. You're asking me something I didn't even say. What I said is that it's not Kemetic people undermining Hebrew Israelites, NOI, Moorish Science Temple. It's them undermining each other through their own beliefs and their own made-up history. It's them.
Wait,
It's not
I'm lost.
it's not up to Kemetic people to prove you wrong. You have to prove yourself right. That's the thing.
Prove ourselves right is what? Being a people, being
It's
black.
not up to Kemetic people to
proving
prove
that
your
Abraham's
argument
mother
wrong.
was Cushitic.
Okay, all right.
That's what.
Now, if you want some examples of Kemetic people writing, I mean, I've shown many artifacts from the Louvre Museum, but we have the Papyrus of Ani. That's what people call the Book of the Dead. It's in the British Museum. I mean, we have the Mern Petastella that you mentioned. This is Kemetic
What
people.
does the Book of the Dead teaches us, Shaka?
It don't teach us. It don't teach us that Abraham's mother was Cushitic.
It doesn't teach that, indeed.
It definitely don't teach that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it sounds like
So
you're deflecting right now,
what does it
because
teach?
well, it's a compilation of spells. But here we have the Maxims of Ptah.
Okay, so we using spells. What is a spell?
All right. So obviously you're trying to get away from your claim, right?
No,
you're trying to get away from your claim. All right.
No, I'm about to pull it up right now. I'm pulling it up as we speak, actually.
Oh, for real? About Abraham's mother?
Right.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Oh, he about.
Hold on.
Look,
Wait.
Hey,
we're about to get a world premiere.
Yeah, we're gonna have a world premiere. In the meantime, we have the Torah.com, and they're telling us about the name of Abraham's mother. Hold on.
This is over.
Here, I want to read something real quick. I want to read something from the Jewish magazine, and this is what it says. The name of Abraham's mother is not mentioned in the Bible. That's the first thing it tells you. So we would like to know where you get this from. Not only does hold on, watch this.
I don't know if y'all.
It says not only does she remain nameless, but her very existence is only hinted at in the Torah. She does not appear during the story of Abraham's birth in Genesis 11 and 26, but is mentioned only when Abraham explains to Abimelech, a Philistine king of Gerar. There go those Philistines again. That Sarah is his sister from his father's side, but not from his mother's side. Now watch this. The sages of the Talmud record that her name was Amathai, the daughter of Karanbu, and that she became the wife of Terah. So now we got sages, right? Which I don't mind, because I love mysticism. You got sages who said these things. So it's not even in your biblical narrative. And the funny thing is, why are you concerned with the matriarchal lineage when the Torah teaches that everything is patriarchal? So you on here trying to confuse us. You on here trying to confuse us with this poppy joppy doctrine of yours when you're talking to somebody who studied Talmud, Mishnah, Gemara, Torah, which consists of Torah, Nevi'im, and Kethaim, at a real school with real rabbis. Remember that with me now. This is why when I be hearing you talk, I'm like, if you just stick to the mythicist side of the Bible, right, you will be okay. But you guys try to create these ethnicities out of these theophoric names that they're never really real people to begin with. So you're gonna get into a lot of trouble if you try to prove this stuff. And I don't know why y'all keep trying to prove these things. When this book was being put together, it was being put together at the Library of Alexandria. So people had records and access to other stories to help enhance these teachings. I don't get why you're trying to do this. Go look up the name Reuben. Go look up the name Japhet. Go look up the name Gad. And go do some real research on those names alone. Start there. And you'll begin to see that these names are theophoric. They have different meanings in their original form. So I'm asking you once again, let's see where he's already failed at. He's already failed to establish that Abraham's mother was a Cushite. He disrespects his own covenant by trying to make the system matriarchal, right? So he's following the white Jews. And then he even disrespects his covenant by not even going through the fatherly line, which is a patriarchal system. He makes mentions of all these historical attestations, but he hasn't proven not one. Then he's playing with a timeline of over, check this out, family, 1,100 years, starting with Abraham. They jump up and down the timeline like it's crazy. All you have to do is show us the indigenous writings, and you'll put us all to bed. That's it.
So Gideon, I think you had enough time. That you bought enough time. We know you're buying time.
Yeah, no,
you say
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay, so can you
I
show?
just was waiting for him to finish, but I found it, and I'm about to.
Oh, please share your screen, brother. Yeah. Feel free. I can't wait.
So like I always say from the beginning, right? It doesn't say who his mother is in the.
But you said who her mother was.
Right. It doesn't say who his mother is in the Bible, right? But it says, I said the book of Jasher, right? So when you look at the book of Jasher and you go to chapter 9.
Can you share the screen with us, please?
Now, because if I switch screens on this phone, it's gonna.
Okay. Let me look for the book of Jasher then.
I got it up. Okay, I got it up.
Let me try to
share. Can you share the screen, Chris?
Can I share the screen? I can go open up my laptop. Here, let me see if I can share.
Okay. Like, where should I? Which website is it for the book of Jasher that you're using?
Just pull up Jasher chapter 9, and it'll come right up under sacredtext.com.
Okay. Are you using sacredtext.com, Brother Gideon? Brother Gideon? Brother Gideon? I want to use the same source. I don't want any confusion or misunderstanding. Because he might say, no, I'm using a different translation. We know you're buying time, Brother Gideon, but you know.
All over the place.
All right, okay. Well, I'll go to sacredtext.com. And did he say chapter 9?
He said chapter 9.
So I'm going to put, okay, her name is, how is it pronounced again? It is...
Well, it depends on what you mean by 9.
No, is that oh yeah, okay. Oh well, we lost Gideon. He might come back. I think it was a connection issue.
Nah, he ain't coming back. Ain't no connection issue. He know he a chef. He know he couldn't prove that shit.
It's like I gave it a chance. I said, you can say you made a mistake. He said no. He stood firm on it. So that's chapter 9. What is the name of the mother again?
Man, this thing got 39 verses in it. And I guarantee you, nowhere in this stuff. Hey, Radio One, nowhere in this chapter of this garbage do it say anything about this man's mother being a Cushite. I guarantee
And
you.
the best tactic for these for people, right, who make claims is let them talk. You don't have to beat them up. Let them talk until they cut themselves, and then you let them bleed out. You know, you don't switch the topic and give them a band-aid. You let them bleed out. Once they make the you stay right there.
But look, Chef, you're right. But look, he cut off when he asked a question. It wasn't us cutting him off. He was like cutting anybody off that was answering his question. You know, I found what he was saying. I feel the same way. Let him talk. But I thought there was something interesting. Like, what was his answer when I asked, why is it important that the Israelites are black? Because I just want to know what he thinks. What was the answer?
Well, I did not let him answer that.
Ethnicity.
Now Andrew Brunet says, look at verse 8. But verse 8, is it chapter 9? Because here I have it there. Chapter 9, and if I go to verse 8, and
it says,
Terah had 12 gods of large size, made of wood and stone, after the 12 months of the year, and he served each one monthly, and every month Terah will bring his meat offering and drink offering to his God. Thus did Terah all the days. So I'm wondering if maybe she means chapter 8. But for the record, on chapter 9, I did not find the name of the mother, who is Amatlai, you know.
Look, I'm gonna tell you again. Look, he made that shit up. He made it up, Shaka. He just made all that up. He was just making it up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Notice.
That's not good. That's not a good
I'm sorry.
look.
Go ahead.
No,
it
go,
ain't
feel
no
free,
good
feel
look.
free.
No, this the thing I'm trying to tell y'all. The other day they was on Sonetta trying to prove that Exodus nonsense. And they using the storm stele, also known as the storm stele. They using everything that's not within their culture to try to prove this thing. Like y'all use Egyptian writings, y'all use Moabite writings. Where are your indigenous writings? That's all we want is your indigenous writings. It says that Moses wrote books. It says that David wrote books. It says that Joshua wrote books. Where are the indigenous writings? That's all we want. You can go into every indigenous society and find the indigenous writings. Why can't we find any indigenous writings within this group? That's crazy to me. That's weird.
That's because the Greeks made it. Well, Gideon, you know, you're free to come back, but so far you're not looking good, brother. You're making stuff up on the fly. Now, Chef, I have a question for you, Chef. Now, Chris stated publicly on air, addressing Garfield, he said, "You don't have a bachelor's degree in history. I capped for you on Shaka's channel. I'm not capping for you anymore." Now, what say you now? Did you cap for Garfield?
Come on, Shaka, let it go.
He showed. Listen, he showed a degree. That, I mean, whether it's an authentic degree with college it's from, I don't know, but he showed it. He actually FaceTimed me and he showed it. Like, I'm not a super researcher. I'm not gonna record it and blow it up and try to find the fine print. He showed it. It's up to y'all to figure out whether it's an authentic.
But you know what, Chef, bro, check this out though. The point of showing a degree is to establish that fact. Period. If you're doing something else than showing it so it can be established what it is, then you're not really showing it.
Hey.
So, Chef, he showed you a degree. Now, I remember you said he did not say bachelor's of history. Did he say bachelor of history?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, it's okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
because you know they're gonna say that
because it was so the video was grainy and moving around. But
oh, hold on, it was a video, or do you mean it was like a live streaming?
No,
it was a video.
FaceTime.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
okay. Oh, I get it.
It's like if I ask Radio 1 to show me his and then all of a sudden it's just like flaring across the screen, and I'm like, show it down. I want to see what it says on the back where it's made, and I can't read it. But he showed me an
I I wasn't gonna press the brother like that for it because it was actually between Shaka and Garfield.
Yeah, I feel
So
you.
I wasn't
Come on,
trying to
we
take
know.
sides. I wasn't even on the panel for that. You dig what I'm saying?
Oh,
So I
okay,
wasn't,
okay,
you know, I wasn't trying to pile on. You know what
okay.
I mean?
Now, so it means he showed it to you the day we were having the live stream.
Yeah. When you was questioning it.
Oh,
When
okay.
you
So it's so
when you
funny because
questioned it.
when it's so funny because when he had that debate situation, he calls Onk, he calls all his homies, he doesn't call Sanetta or Jabari. And then when I'm questioning his degree, he shows it to you instead of showing it to me. Now he did propose to show it to me privately, but I think it's gonna be a Photoshop degree. But it's interesting that he charged $1,800, which shows that he was willing to show it, but he will only show it to somebody that's going to give him $1,800, close to $2,000. And to me, that's a red flag. To me, it shows that the guy is just fraudulent with it, you know. And his technique was to show that piece of paper to several people so he could say, I showed it to him, I showed it to him. And that's why when I was in Sanetta Studios, he said, you know, I showed it to Unc. When I asked Unc which university was it, I'm sorry, not Unc, Sanetta. When I was in Sanetta Studios and I said to Sanetta, after he said, yeah, he showed it to me, I said, what university was it? And Sanetta laughed, you know what I'm saying? And Kayer said that he'd seen it. And when I asked Kayer what university was it, he said, "Oh, he replied something, but I mean, nobody knows which university it was." And I find it amazing. I mean, you know, Garfield could say, "Hey, psych, I was joking." You know, it's a delayed psych, and that's it. But he's persisting. Now, if indeed, if indeed, um, Nikki Woody wrote that last night on Sanetta, Reggie asked Sekou for his degree. How ironic. Thank you, Nikki Woody, for saying that. Reggie is asking Sekou to show his degree. Is that? But Reggie is not asking Garfield to show his degree. So Reggie also is capping for Garfield. But yeah,
But see,
mhm.
that's the inconsistency, you know, that really turned me off from everybody for real. So it ain't too many places I go at no more on YouTube. Because it's like what y'all was talking about earlier. I have disagreements with the conscious community about Egypt or Kemet, right? But my disagreements are known, right? But it seems like they disagree with me, right? And they disagree with Chief X, right? But you know, it's like when so they agree with the conscious community and everybody else when it comes to Egypt and and all of that when it comes to me or Chief X or somebody who denies you know, the West African connection to Egypt and all of that, right? But when Jabari makes the claim, now they disagree with Jabari. So like, which one is it? Like,
but
y'all confused.
Jabari don't claim to be from Kemet. He don't.
Exactly. No, I'm saying they disagree with Kemet and everything African when it comes to Jabari. Everything that Jabari say, they disagree with.
Exactly, chef, exactly. It seems like they only disagree with it because of the hate for Jabari.
Exactly.
And
Like,
that's what I was getting tired of also. And I'm all like, look, heavy is the head that wears the crown. I told Jabari this. But my thing is, why are y'all disagreeing with it just because one person agrees with it? And that's what I was trying to say. If you just pay attention to what Jabari's doing, he's bringing epistemology, he's bringing culture to the forefront. I don't know why they choose or tend to disagree with him and try to tear down Kemet because of Jabari's conclusions that he has with it. You know what I'm saying? I just never can understand it. It just don't make no sense to me. And I was just like, when did they start doing this? Or Sekou?
They disagree when it's Jabari and Sekou, but they argue Jabari and Sekou points when they arguing with me. So it's like, yo, are y'all crazy?
Well, chef,
Chef, for the record,
Exactly.
what's your disagreement when it comes to Kemet? Do you believe that they were white skin or Caucasian like Chief X, or what is it?
No, I believe that they were North Africans. You see
Yeah,
how
but
you see how
but
North Africans are today?
North Africans are white skin. Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, they are white skin, and I live among them. So
No, I said the Egyptians were North
yes,
Africans,
yes,
right?
I know.
So
No, but I mean, okay. Do you believe that the ancient Egyptians, and I'm talking about not modern Egyptians, I'm talking about like I mean, I think you heard me say that
I
this is
think that
Amenhotep the
modern
third.
Egyptians are descendants from the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, I get you. So here, this
You
person
can't do
I'll
here,
that, man.
disagree
That's
with you
not
on that.
possible.
I'll disagree with you on that.
this
Go
person
ahead.
here, Chef, this is from the Louvre Museum. I filmed it as well. That's
Mhm.
Amenhotep the third. That's Akhenaten's father. That's King Tut's grandfather. Does he look white to you? Does he look
Nah,
Caucasian?
he looked black to me.
All right. Well, so you didn't know that we have several paintings of ancient Egyptians who look that black, even blacker? You didn't know that?
No, I have no problem with that. That's like me saying, all right, that's like me saying that uh America has a black president. America has black secretary of states. America has had black senators, black congress people, but it doesn't make America a black country. You see what I'm saying? The majority of America is still another ethnic group. That's my point.
Okay, I get it.
Oh,
Now,
oh
so
man.
do you believe that the ruler, Amenhotep the third, the king was black, but the population was mainly white?
No, I didn't never say that they were white. That's the whole issue. Y'all saying that they are white. I don't believe that Egyptian people or North Africans are white.
Okay, I understand what you mean. Now, when I say white, I mean non-black. That's what I mean,
Yeah,
because
okay, yeah,
the
yeah.
yeah,
What we would consider, yeah, but it ranges, right? Because you can have somebody like uh from Chief X all the way down to Reggie, right? And all of us will be considered black in America. It don't work
Yeah,
that way everywhere in the
um,
world, though.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to respond. Yeah. Okay. Now you admitted that America is multi-ethnic, ethnic, and
Yes,
America is mixed with all these groups. Now
yes.
we know that Egypt was the most invaded country in Africa, but yet you sitting up here saying that the modern Egyptians are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. Egypt was invaded way more than America. So you see how it is preposterous for you to say that. I mean, I mean, so okay, for example, okay, how is the modern Egyptians being the descendants of the ancient Egyptians fair to the actual ancient Egyptians who were descendants of the ancient Egyptians? Now, my stance is the modern Egyptians are descendants of the Arab Egyptians, and I'm being nice, and I'm giving them a break by doing that because that invasion took place in 640 AD, 641 AD. Okay, that is almost 1400 years from now. Many more invasions took place after that. And we have here the people of modern Egypt speaking the Arab language, okay, still in Egypt after numerous invasions, long after the Pharaonic dynasty was dead, okay? So it is wrong. It is impossible to prove that the modern Egyptians are descendants of the ancient Egyptians because you have to first ask yourself, what dynasty do they descend from? Okay, but
Radio Roy.
yeah, 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 yeah. No, hold on. Now, if you're gonna
Yeah.
say what they descend from the 18th dynasty, that dynasty ended 3,000 years ago. You're gonna say what they descended from the Ptolemaic dynasty? That dynasty ended, okay, during a Roman invasion when the Romans conquered Egypt. So what you're doing is you're skipping over history. Okay, you're skipping from the ancient Egyptians all the way to the modern Egyptians, and that makes no sense. You're not staying within the chronology of history, and that's why I say it is impossible to prove that the modern day Egyptians are descendants of the ancient Egyptians. You can't do it.
all right.
It
Let,
goes
let's let
against.
let's let Chef respond if he wants to respond.
Nah, I don't want to respond. Well said.
But
Go
yo,
ahead, bro.
oh, Chef, yeah, yeah. I also wanted to ask this question: Who invades a place and don't want to make babies? I mean, so what would be the point of these invasions if it's just to bring the army in, bring all the, and then you just leave? I mean, what? Oh, you're just converting people, but you don't want to stay in that land. Is that what you're saying? So you're saying these invaders did not want to stay in that land. They couldn't stay in that land. But what would be the power to refute them, to kick them out of that land? What was, that's what I'm,
Okay, so all right, well, let's take this like this. Two things. In medieval Europe, in Asia, the Mongols, right, went all the way from China, right, all the way to damn near the Mediterranean, conquering, invading. They didn't change the population of those people that they conquered. The Arabs went from Southern Arabia, right, all the way to
Chef,
oh, he got cut off.
if you can hear us. Oh, okay, okay. You were in the matrix, but now we can hear you. Feel free.
all right. The Arabs, right? The Muslims went from Southern Arabia, right, all the way to Spain, but they
Brother,
didn't change the population of
I
the
get,
people
I
that
get,
they
I get
conquered.
what you're saying. But in this particular case, the people that live there say they are Arabs, you know, and so there was an invasion, and these people say, "Hey, I'm from the ethnicity that invaded." They say that themselves. So how?
Hold on. Did what I said just made sense?
I hear what you're saying, but it's not backed up by facts. You made some statements. I don't necessarily agree with all those. Like, I don't agree with this thing that you mentioned where you said Asia, you know, people, Chinese or different people invaded and they didn't make babies. I'm not saying that,
No,
that's
I'm not
proven.
saying that they didn't make babies. Of course they had sex, but I'm saying they didn't change these populations. Like the populations didn't like
Listen, bro,
so all
the
across North
population
Africa, the
calls
Arabs,
themselves
hold on,
Arab.
the Muslims conquered all across North Africa, right? So are we saying that those Muslims changed the population of all of North Africa?
Well, Chef, I have an answer
No.
for that. I have an answer for that, Chef. Before the Arabs, and well, we can see traces of
Muslims.
admixture in East Africa. Indeed, if you look,
Right.
at Eritrea and Somalia and places like that, But um, before the Arabs took control of Egypt, somewhere around the 7th century, the Greeks went to the land, 400 BC. So the admixture started there, and maybe even before, because we've seen in 1900 BC the Hekakasut arriving in Kemet, the Canaanites. But 400 BC, so that's really 1,000 years before the Muslims came in. We already had foreigners. We already had people of European descent. With Alexander the Greek. You see, so if there was any admixture, it did not just start with the Muslims. But the analogy that you're making with Spain, I mean, like if we have Amenhotep III here, and he is, like you said, black. So I don't even understand why you believe that the ancient Egyptians were not black.
So if I look at a picture of Barack Obama and his family, would I automatically assume that Americans are black?
Well,
No,
once again,
we
earlier,
know. Hold on. We
Earlier, I
know.
asked you the question. I asked you the question. Are you saying that Amenhotep III was black, but the population was not black?
Yeah.
So is that your belief? Do you believe that the ruler was black, but not the population? Right?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay.
That would
Well,
make sense to me.
do you want me to show you some artifacts of black ancient Egyptians?
No,
Not just rulers.
I'm sure you can, because it's Africa. I'm sure you can. Just like if you look at the culture of America, you'll see black people everywhere.
Well, hold on, Chef. It's here. I'm
But
trying
we
to
only
follow you.
10% of the population.
Okay. So now your argument is, if I understand you correctly,
Mhm.
that you had some black people in ancient Egypt, dynastic period, way before the Greeks.
Ancient
But
Egyptians, not
yeah,
some people in. I'm saying that they more than likely were Egyptians also.
Yeah, yeah. I
well,
also want to say
hold on, wait, radio on now. In ancient Egypt, there had to be Egyptians. Those are the
Right,
inhabitants of the land.
right.
So are you
You
saying that
saying
we
some
had?
people, like you were saying that like it was some people there that was black.
Yeah.
I'm saying that those people there that have that phenotype and that skin color were more than likely Egyptians. The same
Okay.
way you had people that looked like Asiatics in Egypt, more than likely they were Egyptians also.
Oh well, I'm not sure about that, but
Oh my gosh.
well, what makes you say
So
that the
so so
Asiatics were
hold
Egyptians?
on.
I mean,
So
hold on. They were called Amu. We have it on the text. Amu means Asiatic. So there was a clear distinction, not only in terms of painting,
it was
phenotype,
culture.
but well, not culture. That was their name, Amu. They were called Asiatics.
But
And
that was talking about the Asiatics.
Amu is a generic term for Asiatics, indeed. You
So
see?
so there was no people who lived as Egyptians, spoke the Egyptian language, and looked like those people the same way you have Cushites in Egypt.
Mhm.
Even though you probably had people in Egypt that were Egyptians that looked Cushitic, but you also had a nation of Cushites, of Cush below Egypt. The
Mhm.
same, like, how's this even difficult? Like,
Well, Chef, maybe you never heard that. The Smash Rockwell, for example, and many other people talked about this. I talked about this as well. The first nome is a word that means province or region. They
mhm,
call it sepat in Mother Nature. The
right.
first nome, uh, administrative region, is called Tasseti, and I think you heard Tasseti before. That is what we call Nubia today. You see, so what we call and Kush is an area in Nubia as well.
Mhm,
So Nubia was part of the ancient Egyptian kingdom. Now, later on, there was some split, with different
mhm.
regions. But I think it appears to me like you
I
feel,
admitted that they was there. I admitted that they was there. Like
yeah,
I'm not
no, because
denying.
no, I'm saying this because you see, a lot of people say, oh, we had the Nubians, and they think about the 25th dynasty, you know, Tahaka and his family. But it seems to me like you feel like in ancient Egypt, you had some black people, and the majority were white skin. Am I correct or am I wrong?
I never said white skin.
Okay, no,
You keep
okay,
saying,
okay,
see,
okay,
the fact
okay,
that y'all
okay.
keep
Hold on,
saying
Chef.
white
If
is
you don't
messing
mind, if you
y'all up.
if you don't mind, if you don't mind, the king of Saudi Arabia, that's Asia. Is he white?
Is he white? The king of Saudi Arabia?
Is
No,
he
he's
white
not.
skinned?
I guess, yeah. Who is he?
Well, just the king of Saudi Arabia, because I think that, like many people, you think that in Asia we don't have white people or white skinned people.
No. I agree that the phenotype is broad.
No, I'm
Like
talking about the color, not just the phenotype, but the skin color.
yeah. I can agree with that. I can agree
Okay,
with that. Like
so
people in Iran look like that. People in
yes,
North Africa. Okay, yeah,
all
I'm
right.
with you.
All right, okay. So even back in ancient Egypt, we had white skinned people, right? Do you agree or do you disagree?
I can agree with that. Yes.
All right, okay. So your estimation in terms of the population of ancient Egypt, and I'm talking the dynastic period. I'm talking from Narmer, 3000 BC, to about 600 when Kemet was finally invaded by the Assyrians.
Mm-hmm.
What estimation would you give of black skinned people? Like, would you say there's 10% of black skinned people, or 50%, or 70%? What percentage would you give?
I wouldn't, because you're only talking about skin complexion. And
Well, skin
so
That's
color, yes.
that no. Now you changing it. All these different elements combined together, they qualify each other. So you have politics, you have ethnicity, you have race, you have all these different things, culture. And when you combine them together, what does it say to you?
well, if we read the sources say the Egyptians was neither black nor white.
Who said that?
Let's look it up.
All right.
I think that's in Britannica. and Wiki.
All
It
right.
say the consensus of modern scholars is that the ancient Egyptians was neither black nor white. Now, that makes up the majority of the world.
Okay. Well, chef.
Chinese
Chef.
people, hold on, Chinese people are neither black nor white. They don't fit into either of those categories. You see that?
Well, I would say they are white skin. Some people say they are yellow. They say the yellow man. But the thing is that no. But I mean, maybe I said something wrong. But
You did.
um, if I look at Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee, they are white skin to me. But maybe I'm wrong. But
But we would never call them white though.
well,
They're
some people might not. Some
they're
people
neither
might
black
not.
nor white.
Yeah,
They're
but
neither
it's like
black nor white people.
it's like the Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Some people would say they are red. They are not really red, but some
Right.
people will use that term. But a lot of them will be white skins. White skin. Some people will be darker. But I agree with what you've said in terms of Egyptology. They don't teach in Egyptology. They don't teach that the ancient Egyptians were black. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why we had the Cairo Symposium in 1974, where Dr. Shekanta Diop and Dr. Theophilo Benga went and argued for the blackness of the ancient Egyptians. Now, the conclusion didn't say, okay, we agree they were black, but the conclusion said that the opposite side were not as prepared as Diop and Obenga.
Right.
Now, why did they claim that they were white? There's many reasons why. One of the reasons is that they recognized that it was a very advanced civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Sheikh Anta Diop, not all of his work is translated in English, but he went into detail in quoting the ancient scholars who actually talked about a white race or white dark skinned race in Egypt, in Africa. Some people who would have built a very advanced civilization after leaving some parts where other white people live, they wouldn't do that stuff in their area of origin. But for strange reason, they moved to Africa and they built it and then they bounce. So I've been saying, and I'm not a scholar, I'm not an expert, I'm not an authority, but we have the visual evidence. And this one here is one of them, and it happens to be one of the most powerful ruler of ancient Egypt. And I do have the video Black Ancient Egyptians Part 1 and Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. Those are paintings from the tombs. So we see rulers, but we see also priests, we see workers, and consistently they have the same skin tone and the same phenotype, the same shape of nose and shape of lips. So we can either believe what people said, just like with the Murray Stele, people have an agenda. Their agenda is to find Israel in history. So they will say, oh, Israel, oh, that's Israel. But some people who are familiar with the language know that, okay, it does not talk about a place, it talks about people. And it doesn't even spell Israel because we have the same glyph twice, the mouth, which is the R sound. But people like Zion Les, out of Magic Medu Nature, they will say that the first mouth is the sound R that we have in Israel, and the second mouth is the sound L. In the Medu Nature grammar, I'm not aware of, okay, when it's at the end, it's L. When it's first, it's R. They're just looking for Israel in history. So those people had an agenda. And even some people say the Middle East for Egypt. They would not even place Egypt in Africa. So I'm in the field now. I don't know how far we'll go. I might not try a thesis saying that they were black because it will probably be rejected. However, what I've been arguing for years, and I've been showing artifacts for years, is that they were actually black skin. And I'm aware that many scholars, many Egyptologists were, well, we cannot really say they were white. We cannot really say they were black. It was a melting pot. They were like mini Mediterranean type. That's what they like to say. But then anybody's free to ask them, what does he look like? Does he look like he's from Sweden? Does he look like he's from Arabia? Does he look like he's from Canaan? That's
And you
very
know what?
inconvenient.
But
Yes.
is that
Egypt,
the only?
Egypt,
Is that the only
Egypt.
picture of him? Is that the
No,
only picture of him from antiquity? So let's keep it a buck.
no. You want?
Show,
Let
all
me
right,
show.
so
Let me
show
let me
your
show you.
screen
Let me show
and
you. Hold
show
on.
the different pictures of Amenhotep or fourth or
Well,
whoever that is.
and I'm glad you asked that.
Most of
I'm
the
glad you asked
images
that.
are identical to that. Yeah.
I'm glad you asked that because this is what we're going to do. Because I don't want people to believe me. I don't want people to take my word for it.
I'm gonna put Amenhotep. That's a Greek way, you know. Well, actually, even if I put Amenhotep, I think it's gonna show Amenhotep the third. There it is, Louvre. So right here, this is the website of the Louvre Museum.
Mhm.
So I'm sharing the link so everybody can follow along. It's not me.
Right.
So the link is in the chat, right?
That's a big afro, man.
Well,
That's a
some people
crown.
argue. Some people argue that is there it is. Some people argue that it is not hair, that it is a crown. Now I'm not familiar with that crown that goes all the way down here and covering the ears. You know,
Me
Chief X
either.
said that, but you know, let's say that's a crown. Now that's the one that I have in my background.
So is that a real beard? Let me ask that.
Maybe not, because they used to have false beards.
Okay.
You know,
All right. Cool.
but here, you see. Now, well, we don't really see it well, but you have that one there, which actually I think is the same one at the bottom, but the lightning is not the same.
So isn't that on top of his head connected to that beard? So that would be more of a headpiece.
Yeah, through the sideburns.
No, that's a strap. That's a chin
Yeah,
strap, bro.
that's more
Are
like
the sideburns fake?
a false beard, Yeah.
Yeah, like yo, if so is all right. Go ahead, continue, Shaka. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay, because you know I don't mind if people say this is not a nappy hair.
I'm
But I
saying
just
just
want,
off of his facial features and his color, I would say that's a black man. I wouldn't
yeah,
even argue with you.
yeah, and you know I'm going to do something better, because I thought that we will have the other pictures. This is actually the video that's yours truly in the Louvre Museum. So I want
You're
people
never
to
going to get me to look at something and say that it's not what the hell I'm looking at.
yeah, and here, for the record, let me play it so you will see the other depictions, because there's not only one. So here.
Greetings, Louvre Museum, Paris, France. Now, in terms of phenotype, it doesn't get any better than this. Look at the lips, look at the nose. This is a king, not a minor king, a king that ruled when Kemet was extremely prosperous. I will show you the name. The king Amenhotep III. That's Amenhotep III. This is Akhenaten's father. Here, we have a statue of him. You can also see the lips and the nose. Look at this. Look at this, brothers and sisters. Look at this phenotype. Look at the shape of the nose and the lips. For those three here, it says paintings coming from the tomb of the king in the valley of the West in Luxor.
So this was just for people to see that we actually have three paintings. You see, so because a lot of people think that this is a one-off, and then when I spoke with Chief X, he said, well, okay, if you can show me like 10 people who look like this, then we can talk. But in my video, you know, yeah, that's what he said, because a lot of people think that this is a one-off. And here, you know, while we're at it, I just want people to see it. I've been filming so many, you know, like if I put, for example, blackest. Oh, hold on, I did not spell it correctly. Put blackest. There's that one there, and I don't need to leave the sound, but that one there is from Torino. Well, Chef is having some connection difficulties right now, but for the record, this is from Turin. They call it Torino in Italian. This is in Italy, you know. They call it Museo Egizio in Turin, you know. So we have that statue, and we have other artifacts as well. You see, we have that one there. So some people might say, okay, those are rulers, and maybe just the rulers were black skin. But what about the inhabitants? Well, if we look at the boat, you see, all of those people.
you know. And we can even see how the color has faded away over time. But then, I have another one here, and let me see if Chef is back. Oh, Chef, you're back. You didn't see what I've just played, did you?
No. Oh
No.
yeah,
Okay.
the boat. Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah. So here, okay, there's the advert. Got a few seconds to wait. But did you see that statue?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so you seen the statue, you seen the boat. Okay.
Is
Now,
that black? Do he look black to you, Chef?
well,
Definitely look like a black man to me.
yeah.
Okay. What's his
And
job? Well, he's not the king, but what's his job?
well, he will have to read to know. But here is
Okay.
another one. And I show where it's from in the beginning. I usually, yeah, this is the same Museo Egizio. It's the same museum, the one in Turin in Italy. You see. So we have that guy, and we have all these other people. You see. You see. And we can clearly see that, the skin tone. Now nobody's going to say this is a crown here, you know, because only the king will wear a crown, or maybe some other people with like a prince. But you're not going to have all those workers on the boat wearing a crown. So this is definitely their hair.
And what period is this again?
Well, let me share the link in the chat, because I don't really want to go through all this video, but I usually give the dates, So here's the link in the chat. And even the previous one, I can share the link in the chat. I've been sharing it, but I have to share this. It's going to take time for people to be aware of that. Hold on. The previous one is that one. It's the tomb of Shemes. This guy is called Shemes. So that's the previous one. And there's another one I want to show, because I'm not going to, show 10,000, but it's the one from Denmark. So if I put Denmark,
let's go.
There it is. This is 2000 BC, and this one I'm gonna play the audio. But first, let me share the link. So I'm going to put the title and the
Let's see the
link.
audio.
So hold on. There it is. But I think I speak very low because there wasn't many people, so I didn't want to sound too loud in that museum. But you have the link in the chat there. So let me mute my mic and play it.
Greetings, Crypto Tech Museum in Denmark's capital of Copenhagen. Once again, some dark Egyptians that you don't usually see this time as scene of navigation. Now I will show the references of these two boats. So this boat is from the tomb of Wajet Hotep, circa 2100 to 2000 BC, reference 1570, and that one there just left of it. Bear with me. I think that the references will be the same, bro. Hold on. Okay, I cannot zoom in for strange reason. Bear with me. The focus is just playing with me. Okay, well, it's really from the same place, the tomb of Wajet Hotep. The reference is 1569, and it's the same date, circa 2150 to 2050. Now, for the record, here is Wajet Hotep. And I'm showing you the reference, and I hope this time the focus will work. Yes, it does. The official Wajet Hotep from the tomb of Wajet Hotep, same date, reference 1561. Now, underneath, you have some very nice looking connecting jaws. It has 15. There you see the once again some dark brown Egyptians.
So what matters is the individuals. I was talking about the jars, but that's not of importance to us. But here, this artifact, which is 2000 BC, and sometimes I take time to show the reference and the date, because it's very important. But for the record, if people are interested, hold on, let me do that. If people are interested, I've shared Black Ancient Egyptians Part 1 and Black Ancient Egyptians Part 2. Now, those pictures I did not take them myself. It's a guy who went to the tombs in Kemet, and he took the pictures. So it's from his own album. It's the same person. I have plenty other videos where we can clearly see Black ancient Egyptians. It will be very time consuming for me to do like a playlist and show them all. I have a few on my phone from museums where I went to, and there's other museums that I'm planning on going to. But when I talk about the visual evidence, that's what I mean. This is not something that I've made up. Now those are European museums. I think if it's in ancient Egypt, they will do something about it. They might not necessarily present it because there's what is shown to the public, and there's the stuff that's like in the vaults of museums. And I think that when they do some restoration work, somehow, some way, the artifacts will end up lighter. Sometimes I'm not accusing anybody of doing it consistently, but what is for sure is that what I've shown are from different museums. I've shown Italy, I've shown Denmark. I mean, I showed so many different museums in different countries, and I don't think that somebody will argue, "Oh, this is a European conspiracy." You know, I mean, I went to Leiden in the Netherlands. You know, I went to we've seen Denmark. I went to Italy. Obviously, I've been to France because that's where I live. And I know there's some other countries, I don't have them on top of my head, but we have several European countries. I don't think anybody's going to argue, okay, this is a European conspiracy to show black skin ancient Egyptians in museums. But feel free to
No
add on.
academics would do that. No academics would do it, but lunatics, some lunatics might.
And you know what's interesting is that I saw Zahir was asked about Tutankhamun, because we have some statues of Tutankhamun where he's jet black. And Zahir was replied that it is symbolic. And I'm like, okay, fair enough, it's possible because we have a depiction of Nefertari, Ramesses II's wife, where she is jet black. But we have other depictions of her where she is not jet black. So I'm like, okay, fair enough. And when it comes to Usir or Osiris, we have depictions of him as jet black. So some people might argue it has something to do with vegetation, it has something to do with the soil. I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Right.
But what about
But look,
all those? Yeah, but hold on. What about all those other rulers and the people on the boat, the workers? Would it be symbolic?
yes.
You see? But feel free.
And Shaka, and what about the people you're talking to? Their actual view of what black is, where they come from, what is their culture. They live in a society where if you look like either one, you're black. And they accept that openly and function based on that specifically. Now, then when you ask them the basic question, don't get it twisted. Egyptians didn't create this fight. They didn't create this identity issue over, are we African or are we black? No, it comes much, much later in history. But for an African American to not be able to simply look and say one of two things, either it's black or it's African. And here in these instances, what you actually have is people that don't apply the same thing that they do to themselves to Egypt. So what makes a person do that? They first say it ain't African, right? That becomes so important for this to be made. It's not African. And then they come and say, I don't really know if they're black, but in your own culture, you're black. In your own culture, this look would mean you're black, and you accept it because your family members are as such. Now, when you go and look at Egypt, you say, nah, their family members can't be as such. You got a light one there, and then you got some dark ones, and then you got, but that can't apply to them. It just don't make no sense. You know, people, what I don't hear in terms of questions is I don't hear anything raised about their culture. Who's in line with their culture, the Egyptian culture? And if you read from the Bible, you would see they're not aligned with it. If you read from a lot of different stuff, you will hear they're not aligned with it. But ironically enough, all peoples around the world didn't have the same view of Egypt. You see, but I'm curious about why is it that there's no alignment in terms of culture when you point to Asia? And what about the alignment in other areas? Who did they get along with? You don't become a great power doing things alone. You know, those things, that's just as a fallacy. You become a great power because you have connections and networks with many different groups of people. So the more we try to limit this by saying they ain't this, they ain't that, it just becomes like, wow, man, nothing applies anymore. You know, it's all up for grabs, and I think nothing can be real based on this kind of logic. You know, that's what I wanted to say. But my brother, when I look at these images here, and I look at you, brother, I see a black man that looks exactly like the man wearing that crown, saying, "I ain't one of them." That's what I see ultimately. And what I would suggest to you is that you say, no, this man, no matter what you call him, he is connected to me. He looks like me. That's all it's about. It's not really about how deep you want to go into proving it yourself. People always ask questions, you know, and then when they ask questions, they put the burden on others to prove something that they should be logically going after themselves. You see, it's not ancient Egyptians that made this thing up talking about we ain't black. It's not ancient Egyptians that made this thing up saying we ain't African. It's actually, it comes in a specific period in time when you start hearing that Egyptians ain't African, that Egyptians ain't black. That is aligned to something. And what it's aligned to is the very same thing that created that transatlantic slave trade. So no matter how you look at it, it don't match up. You see, but go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to add on. I'm just going through this Black Ancient Egyptian part 1, and I will do the same for Black Ancient Egyptian part 2, but feel free to add on.
Yeah, I just want to say this to Chef Friend. These terms such as Caucasian, Negroid, and all that, it's really irrelevant. Okay, it's irrelevant because at the end of the day, we are trying to show that the ancient Egyptians look the same as the Nubians in Egypt, and the brown skinned brothers and sisters in the dark brown and medium brown skinned brothers and sisters in Ethiopia, Somalia, but they did not look anything like the people in Turkey or the people in Germany or the people in Europe. That's what we're trying to, regardless of you want to call them Caucasian or whatever. That's the main goal is to show that the ancient Egyptians look nothing like the people to the far north or in the northern hemisphere of Europe. Okay, they look no tribe in Europe looks like the ancient Egyptians. You can't go to no tribe in Europe and show me a tribe of Europeans with dark reddish brown complexion. You can't do it. I mean, they can be as tan as they want to be, and they will never reach that complexion. So that is what we're trying to show. We're trying to show that the ancient Egyptians look like the majority, the rest of Black Africans in East Africa, in the Nubians, and they look nothing like the Europeans, what I call the real Caucasians, and that's what we got to show and prove. So Hollywood so we can stop Hollywood from putting these actual white Caucasian actors on the movies and misinterpreting history and showing history inaccurately. That's the main goal. And when you put that label Caucasian on the ancient Egyptians, you're giving them the green light to do that. That's why it is important to not label the ancient Egyptians as Caucasian, because when they can use that and say, well, yeah, if you agree that ancient Egyptians were Caucasian, okay, we're going to put Caucasian actors on these movies and falsify history and lie about history. And
it's erroneous. It's erroneous. They're not Caucasians, period. That is not even a scientific term. Nobody's using that term today. These people are not Caucasian. Now, the difficulty that might be going on with the community today, not the community, I don't want to say scientific community, but they reckon with it too. These fabricated terms that were created to oppress people are being removed because they're just not accurate terms. Now, but the thing about anthropology is that it's not just about your race, your DNA, all of that stuff. You know, anthropology sits there and it tries to figure out what the ABCs are. A is connected to B. B is connected to C. C is connected to D. Africa has an alphabet. Africa is connected. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. Nothing can exist there without being connected to Africa. Now, as you see today, that plays out politically. You see a different change in politics. North Africans are beginning to say, wait a second. Yeah, some of us are Berbers and some of y'all ain't. Some of y'all not from here. They're having that kind of reckoning. You see it in the politics. You hear even persons like Gaddafi, not that I agree with him, but you hear him even have some kind of reckoning, attempt to have some kind of reckoning. When you listen to their politics, there are clear differences, and those differences can be seen throughout history. They battle over it. But here is the thing, bro. When it's just a simple question. When you look at this wall, if any of these people that you see on this wall dare live in the United States of America, they could easily find their ass up in the prison with the blacks. When they go to prison, they will be dealing with the blacks in that prison. You see, if they want to survive. You see what I'm saying? And that's ultimately what I'm asking you. How are you going to treat this man in that picture when he find his ass up in the prison? What you going to do then? You ain't going to say he black then, are you? No. You know you won't. And no brother from the street that knows anything about prison would ever do that. You would never do that because it's politics. It's not about your DNA when you get your ass in prison. They ain't gonna be asking, no matter who you are, they won't be asking for your DNA, bro.
Well, I'm sorry. Please hold that thought. We have African Renaissance. Feel free to speak, brother. You're on mute now. You need to unmute yourself, African Renaissance TV.
Peace, everybody.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hold
on. I think I actually kind of agree with Chef, you know what I mean, on one aspect, on the aspect of diversity, you know what I mean, somewhat. But I think we gotta maybe do a better job sometimes of showing the culture. And I mean, straight up, the Egyptians really tie their genealogy along with Nubian genealogy, you know. And it's possible to show. It's articles that talk about, you know, the presence of black pharaohs before the 25th dynasty, and different things like that. But really the culture, though, because people can look different kinds of ways, have different kinds of representations. But if the culture is matching what you see in West Africa, things you see in East Africa, then I don't see where the discrepancy lies.
All right. Well, brothers and sisters, it's been nearly 7 hours, so I'm gonna, wrap this up. But thank you for being there. I appreciate that. If people disagree, they are welcome on the panel. I'm just going to make my closing remarks as usual. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the Nechero, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do a Nechero hotel? Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Metanetia, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Metanetia classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Metanetia class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.